Il va falloir qu'il fasse attention avec son arme parce qu'elle va peut-être bientôt briser. Voilà, ok, ça passe. Donc là, il va falloir qu'il fasse très gaffe parce que du coup, il a plus autant d'armes qu'avant. Il ne reste plus au ouais, c'est ce qu'il est en train d'expliquer justement que la durabilité de son arme est très faible, donc il n'a pas le droit de rater son shot sur le lancer parce que il va devoir lancer en fait justement son bon angle lézal trilame. Voilà, il s'est brisé tout de suite. Et voilà, il a attendu parfaitement pour aller taper directement l'ombre de foudre. Donc là, il utilise ce qu'il faut, son arme de garde royale. Et donc là, il va la one-shot. Et c'est parti, 42-13. Alors, ça peut largement faire un sub 50, sans problème. Donc il ne faut surtout pas mourir ici, il faut être très vigilant. Donc là, ça voilà, ça permet de flurry rush. Donc là, il va lui balancer son arme. Il faut savoir que lancer une arme, ça fait 1,5 plus de dégâts. Donc là, il récupère quelques armes supplémentaires, des flèches de feu. Aïe aïe aïe. Il n'avait pas fait gaffe à sa vie, il s'était pas soigné. Et là, malheureusement, il va devoir commencer tous les blights. Ça, c'est dommage. Donc, ce qui est bien, c'est que vous allez pouvoir réapprécier les blights de Ganon.
And I did a mistake because in this fire hole, that's weird. I die pretty easily. I was sure that was full life. That's weird. Anyway, I think we can go for some extra donations here because I have to redo all of the boss.
Ce qui est marrant, c'est qu'une fois qu'on a fait cette partie-là, on a du coup toutes les quêtes X qui s'activent. Bizarre.
Saying love Breath of the Wild and ATN's commentary is fantastic. And this donation is going to the Pokemon Diamond any % bid war for the Chimchar nickname, choosing Hackathon. Thank you very much for the donation.
Thank you a lot. So that happens. I really hope I will change myself to that doesn't happen in the Fire and Run. That's happened in the very shameless way. So, as I said, we have to redo all of the.
Donc là, ouais, vraiment, il est mort de manière un peu bête, mais bon, ça, il pensait qu'il était full vie, mais en fait, il s'était pris la foudre de Calamity, de Thunderblight.
But anyway, here we go again for some headshots. And boom! And the last one. There we go. I need 3 headshots to making him down here.
Donc ça arrive en fait que à ce moment-là en fait, hein, sinon ça ne marche pas. Hein. Ce qui est assez marrant, c'est que ça ne passe que si Windblight a très peu de vie.
Because I have enough stamina. I was not sure. No, that's fine. There is a way more optimized strat for Thunderblight, but also a little bit more dangerous. So I'm not very used to it. So this is why I'm still using a single weapon to deal with this boss. So once again, the door or the throne? The throne. Okay. So I missed it. That was I thinking about.
Donc là, ce qu'il explique, c'est que du coup, il y a effectivement 2 positions.
Oh, I have
aïe aïe aïe.
Sorry, man. Anyway, I will wait for the door. A A little bit too late for my headshot. That's happened.
Il a pas pris les dégâts parce qu'il était en frame de vulnérabilité, mais il s'est quand même pris la lance.
There we go. Oh, no, not doing that, Link. Not too fast.
Nice.
That's a good amount of damage. There we go again.
Donc là, il a bien tapé. Ça, c'est cool.
Yeah,
Il avait
that was
déjà mis
just,
des flèches dans la tête, donc
I,
ça, c'est pas mal.
I didn't just pay attention of the fire during this death, so I should have be careful about that. There we go again. Boom, headshot.
Donc ouais, s'il avait fait attention au feu, il aurait évité
and spin to win.
la mort un peu bête, mais bon, ça arrive.
Yeah, definitely. I can definitely go for the phase 2 just by the spin here. And that's it. Normally, I have a pretty I have an estimation
Nice.
that allow me to die 1 times. So let's hope that will not happen a second time. Hey, that should be preferable. Especially in race, because yeah, there is a huge community of Breath of the Wild racer in the speedrun community. This fight is pretty scary because that's lose yeah, son of a time. If you die, of course. So it's always better to play safe and to pay attention of fire. There we go again. 4 turn.
Et donc là, le fight de l'ombre de feu qui se passe bien. Alors ici, il y a une strat un peu plus risquée qui existe, où on peut foncer directement sur Thunderblight avec une two-handed, avec une arme à deux mains. Et en faisant ça, en fait, on casse directement son bouclier, et puis on commence directement à lui mettre des coups de tourbillon dans la tête, en se retournant. Yes, headshot ici, tranquille. On va recasser son shield. Ça c'est cool. Il a gardé beaucoup d'endurance sur son arme maintenant.
Here we go for the serious part.
Donc c'est ici que tout va se jouer hein, quasiment.
That's bad. Anyway, she will redo it again. There we go. Oh, I missed it. That's weird. Perfect. I will do it in a safe way once again. I prefer doing it like that.
Ouais, on peut rater ce coup si on lance trop tôt. Ou trop bas. Alors ça arrive souvent ça. Malheureusement.
And there we go for Thunderblight. Miss some damage. Anyway.
Et voilà, donc là on a encore la possibilité. Il a perdu 7 minutes en gros.
Being precise. Not good, anyway.
Donc là il récupère des flèches, les armes en plus. Donc là faut pas trop coller le mur, parce que si on colle trop le mur, en fait on se prend quand même les dégâts d'explosion.
Everything should be fine right now. I will do some extra safe stuff like this time. And boom, headshot.
Donc là il se sert de son arc de garde royale pour essayer de mettre le plus de headshots possible dans la tête de Calamity, tout en se déplaçant, donc en faisant ce qu'on appelle du strafe. Donc avec le strafe, ça lui permet d'éviter les attaques à distance de Ganon. Et en même temps, ça lui permet de... Donc là voilà, son arc va bientôt casser.
I really don't want to have Calamity Ganon on the wall. Okay. That's really not good because it can throw many.
Donc là voilà, Ganon, on veut surtout pas qu'il soit sur le rebord de la map parce qu'après il va commencer à faire des attaques aléatoires qui sont très pénibles.
I will wait to changing weapons with this laser. I have so many arrows, that's crazy.
Voilà, il va changer son arme plus tard.
There we go.
On met des flèches de
30
bois
arrows,
classiques pour lui
absolutely
finir la
nice.
dernière phase.
There we go for phase 2. Laser, thank you.
Donc là il a vraiment beaucoup de flèches pour finir, c'est incroyable.
Ah, once again laser please.
Donc là le coup du laser. Il va y avoir un laser. Ouais.
Yeah, frame perfect trick.
Donc une fois qu'on a le laser, on va pouvoir faire ce qu'on appelle du stun
It
lock.
was useless because I forgot to get the. That's not frame perfect, by the way. I was
Donc
joking.
oui, c'est bien ce qui me semble, il avait oublié de prendre la Claymore.
My claymore. That's a big that's a miss. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll go for the.
C'est pas très grave qu'il oublie sa Claymore.
Anyway. So once again, I have to deal with Calamity Ganon.
Donc là, il va devoir réattendre. Par contre, il a plus qu'une minute 35 pour finir le fight. Ce qui est pas énorme.
On the wall is
Bon, il a quand même
not
un laser.
this laser.
Et il veut pas le tenter.
Not correctly, in fact. I will just wait another attack. Come on, please. Thank you. That's fine. That's way safer to use this one. There we
Bon,
go.
celle-ci est très facile à éviter.
And now, here we go for another tricks that's allowed in bug limit. It's the phase 2 stun lock. As you will see.
Et donc là, c'est parti pour ce qu'on appelle le stun lock. Donc maintenant, ce qui se passe, c'est qu'à partir du moment où en fait, vous allez caler en fait une attaque à deux mains avant qu'il n'ait remis son invulnérabilité, et bien ce qui se passe, c'est que Ganon va tout simplement retomber au sol et être infinisé comme ça, et être stun lock. Donc la Windows elle est assez large, hein. Il y a 2 secondes Alors que Aiden est en train de troll en disant qu'il est frame perfect, ce qui n'est pas le cas du tout. Donc là il attend bien de récupérer quand même pas mal sa stamina.
Unfortunately, the durability of my weapons didn't get through the hands, but that's fine.
Trop tôt.
I just need one extra damage.
Et donc normalement c'est le dernier coup.
And
Et c'est fini.
and that's it for Calamity.
Yes. Aiden qui s'excite là.
Oh yeah, that's not the final
Donc voilà, Calamity Ganon qui est
boss of
done.
the game.
Beau flurry rush sur la fin là.
Because yeah, there still remains
Donc il reste encore 2 minutes 40 de run.
Darlis Ganons, but honestly,
Donc là ça va faire un 56,
Darlis Ganons
56-20, quelque chose comme ça.
some
S'il
sort
ne,
of a
s'il ne
challenge
joue pas,
for everyone who played this game.
très risqué.
Because he only shoot in front of him.
Mais ce boss c'est une blague, parce que maintenant même si on meurt ici, on va revenir dans ce fight. Quoi qu'il arrive.
And even if you die,
Donc là la run
if you
est
die
assurée de terminer.
on this boss, you will get put at the beginning of this boss and not in the beginning of the boss rush. So yeah, it's definitely the best time for some donations.
Alright, I would like to remind you that you can receive a prize by donating. The amounts are cumulative, so make sure to check how much you've donated so far so that you can be eligible for a prize. For example, if you've donated $50 in total, you are eligible for the rumored PlayStation.
Et donc là il faut tirer dans les halos de lumière, avec l'arc de lumière que nous donne Zelda.
While I struggle to believe
Doublé par
it
Adeline
actually
Chetaille.
real, maybe you'll be among the few lucky ones who get to prove me wrong. So good luck with that.
Thank you for all of your donations. Yeah, I just have to wait the big.
Donc là voilà,
The big
ça c'est le
targets
fameux
to,
mettre des coups
And by the way, the
d'arc de
damage
lumière
boost doesn't work at all on.
dans le popotin de Ganon, ça c'est le classique.
So, oh yeah, wielded box. Come on,
Donc là il faut viser correctement.
thank you. There we
Ouais, les
go.
hitbox sont un peu pétés hein, dans le fight quand même ici. Faut tirer un peu plus vers le bas de l'affichage graphique pour que ça touche, généralement.
So yeah, that's weird sometimes.
Donc là il faut mettre un coup en dessous,
So the
dans le
last
bidou de
target
Ganon.
is behind
Donc en dessous de lui.
This body.
Puis après, ce
So
sera
yeah,
le
if you-
dernier
honestly,
hit.
If you want to get into Breath of the Wild speedrunning, but you think the 80% is a little bit too complicated for you, you can perhaps try the bug limit category, the 80% bug limit category first, because it's a very easy category to get and also pretty evolutive in this difficulty. The Great Plateau is very easy, and after the castle is a little bit difficult, and after the final fight you have to learn a lot of things and die many times before you get it. So yeah, it's a pretty great category to do. And ready for the timer, and time!
Et le time, maintenant, time. Donc 56,08. Donc encore plus rapide que ce que je vous avais dit. Donc ouais, non, non, très solide. Heureusement qu'il avait mis 1 heure. C'est ce que je vous disais, c'est qu'on peut mourir. Donc là-bas, on lui a fait perdre 7 minutes, allez, quelque chose comme ça, je crois. Donc il aurait pu faire un sub 50. Ouais, GG. Hein. Donc Zelda, qui sort les entrailles de Ganon. Pour dire... Et maintenant, c'est moi qui vais être emprisonné. Je vais te remettre là où, à ta place.
A quick shout out also, I already does it for my rival and my commentator actually on the French on the Speed Gaming FR for the French version of the ESA.
Et un gros shout out, gros GG à Etienne.
Who's a pretty huge rival of me on this category.
Et merci à lui, bien sûr. On le remercie, hein, notre cher hello, un fantasma, un fantasma mas.
Kind with any type of runner for every level as a level like me, because as you probably expected, I'm not. There is a lot of runner who was way more skillful than me on these games. And you just have to go on the speedrun.com leaderboard of Breath of the Wild speedruns, check all of this, all of those guys, and if you want to see a great
Salut. Donc là, il est en train de remercier et d'expliquer que vraiment, là, si vous êtes intéressé par rejoindre la communauté de Breath of the Wild, vous êtes les bienvenus. And you failed French, it's okay. Pas de problème, un fantasma. Donc merci pour cette run Etienne, merci beaucoup. Petit rappel, donc effectivement, donc il n'y aura pas de commentaires sur la run qui suit. On va tout de même faire un petit rappel. I guess, yes, exactly. Donc petit rappel quand même, malgré tout, hein, donc même s'il n'y a pas de commentaires pour la run suivante, qui n'est autre que Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, qu'on est là pour récolter des fonds, hein, effectivement, donc où j'ai moi-même donné, hein, bien évidemment, tout à l'heure. J'ai fait un petit don de 10$. Je vais donc traduire mon propre don, justement. Qui dit Etienne est bien meilleur que moi. Cœur, bon courage pour ce marathon. Première fois que je donne à l'ESA cette année. Et s'il vous plaît, sauvez Pona parce que c'est important. Donc voilà. Avec donc, mon incentive qui va directement à Octopus Traveler. Single Story, Bid War pour Anit. Voilà. Donc on est ici pour donner effectivement pour l'ONG Save the Children, qui est une organisation caritative qui défend les droits des enfants dans le monde entier. Donc surtout dans les domaines d'urgence, d'aide humanitaire d'urgence, développement, parrainage d'enfants, hein, et que ça, si vous donnez aujourd'hui, c'est que vous donnez dans le monde entier pour aider les enfants. Ça leur permet de vivre, d'avoir une chance à l'éducation, d'être protégés des abus, de la négligence et de l'exploitation. Donc surtout, bourrez les dons, si vous le pouvez bien évidemment. N'hésitez surtout pas à donner pour le ESA Marathon, pour Save the Children. C'est super important. Et si vous êtes français et que vous faites un don, et vous mettez votre petit tag FR avec votre pseudo, ça nous permet de vous identifier et de pouvoir en fait vous faire participer à une sorte de tombola, de loterie, pour permettre de gagner des jeux, plus de 400€ de jeux. Donc n'hésitez surtout pas. Moi je vous laisse là. Et puis I'm frame perfect. Trop bien ça. Donc si vous êtes aussi frame perfect, n'hésitez pas à donner. Et restez pour Tony Hawk's, qui arrive juste après. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland par English Ben, 1h40. Et on se retrouve plus tard pour d'autres commentaires dans la semaine. Il y aura sûrement d'autres choses que je reviendrai commenter, les amis. Donc merci à tous de m'avoir accueilli. Merci encore à Etienne pour cette superbe run de Breath of the Wild. Et on se retrouve prochainement pour un commentaire. Oh, il est temps. Ciao, ciao.
What's your favorite moment in your own speedrunning history?
Probably when I was going for my first ever 53 in Vice City No SSU, I had a run where into endgame, which is the most difficult segment, my best possible time was a 54 flat, but there was a new strat that saved a couple of seconds, so if I played perfectly and got the new strat, then I would clutch out a 53, and I got a 53.59, and I was so happy I threw my headphones at the wall and I broke them.
What's the absolute worst game to speedrun?
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
What's your opinion of pineapple on pizza?
You wanna hear spice when it comes to this? If I mention this on stream, I get slaughtered. Pineapple on pizza is fine. Put whatever you want on pizza. Doesn't make a difference. Because I don't like pizza at all. Pineapple on pizza, go for it. Because the pizza is the problem.
What's your biggest weakness when it comes to speedrunning?
I think my biggest weakness would be that my expectations of myself are always higher than my skill. I will be on a run in San Andreas and I'll be 9 minutes ahead going into the 2 hour plus in. This is awesome. And I'm sat there furious because I lost 30 seconds in a 4 hour run and it's not perfect. So I hate it. If the rest of the run is perfect, all I can think is that one mistake. I wouldn't call myself a perfectionist, but yeah, my standards far outweigh my actual mechanical talent, which is a problem.
Enjoy the rest of ESA Summer 21.
Been here some point in the past. Familiar shapes and sounds at last. The smoke and lights, the crowds unmasked. The moon behind skies overcast.
Welcome back to ESA Summer 2021. We are raising money for Save the Children. Links to donate can be found below the stream. We would also like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. And now it's time for English Ben running Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Arco, and welcome back, everyone. It's English Ben from the Abyss. I hope you don't mind, but it's quite late. It's currently 3:30 in the morning here, and people are sleeping. I'm trying to keep my voice a little more ASMR compared to how GTA was, so this will hopefully be a bit more chill. But I'm very honored that you could join me, and of course that Arco is here. He will be my the voice, the angelic voice in your ears, I'm sure. Are you ready to get this going, Arco?
I am ready. I hope you are as well. Good luck on the run, Ben.
Yeah, thank you. So, one quick thing to mention is that usually when I would do like attempts of this game, I would just start a new story mode. But there's kind of a small problem, and that it would play DMCA music, even though I have all the music turned off. And you know how DMCA is these days. We don't want to deal with that. So essentially, what's going to happen is when I hit continue story mode, it's going to put me into like the first possible place where you can save, and then we're just going to start from there. So I've had this save like loaded and ready to go, and it will be exactly the same as if I were to start a new game. It's just going to be without the cutscene at the start. But all that you need to know is it just gives you an intro of the game, and that we are going to Hollywood as like a rising star of a skateboarder, and someone steals our stuff, and we're not very happy about it. So that's all you need to know. So if tech is ready, we will hit continue, and then time will start. So we'll go 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so the only other thing that we did was we also changed our clothes, and it is quite important, the clothes that we have, for two reasons, while we just do some tutorial stuff here. The first one is that we want to make sure that we have no shirt, which might sound a bit weird, but that's because later on there is a certain goal where we need to take our shirt off to like fit in with a group of skaters. And the other thing is that we don't spend too much money on our creator skater, because we need a lot of money for this run. And in sick difficulty especially, we're going to be grinding a lot of money later on. So obviously the less money that we spend now on things that we don't need, such as clothes, we just keep the standard cargo shorts and the socks, then the less we have to grind later on, and the faster we'll go, which is great, because I don't want to keep everyone up until 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning if you've been staying up. So these goals here, it's the classic, like a bunch of different local skaters teaching you stuff. It's nice to get them out of the way as soon as possible, because in this game, you're not allowed to do anything unless you've been taught how to do it. So from the start, you can't like spine transfer, you can't do manuals, you can't do anything like that. So we're going to meet quite an important character now, who isn't really relevant to the story technically, but it's the homeless guy. There is a local homeless guy that is around on every single, or most of the levels, and it's kind of strange because he's homeless, but he will give us money if we complete certain skate challenges. So as you can see there, I did a couple of tricks for him, and he gave me $25. So he is the main source of income in this game. And as I say, we're going to need a lot of money later on, because in order to unlock certain sections of the map, you need to pay money. And usually in easy mode, you would get enough money just from doing graffiti, which is like something else that we'll be touching on in a brief moment. But that's not enough in sick. So unfortunately, the next homeless guy, ideally I would want to get 2 in Hollywood before we move on. But unfortunately, as you can see on the map at the top, he is all the way over there. So we're not going to bother, because that's like the worst spawn. So we'll just get a better one later on. So here's Joe Skater. He's the guy who stole our stuff, and we're gonna just sit here for about a minute, and not really compete against him. We just need to beat his score. But if we don't do anything, then he doesn't really do anything. So a lot of the kind of skate competitions in this game are like, if you get 1,000,000 points, they will get 1,000,000 points. So I'm gonna not get 1,000,000 points. I'm just gonna grind a bit and just do some seemingly meaningless tasks. But what I'm actually doing is I'm increasing my stats, and stats are also super important. So if you were paying attention when we were talking to Mindy earlier, who is our little skate punk friend over there, she was talking about the fact that you can, every single day, there will be different stat challenges that you can do. And that makes your skater better, right? Like it makes him faster, it makes him flip quicker, and everything like that. And that's super important in Sick as well, because obviously we're going to go super slow. The main differences in Sick is that your stats are really bad, so you're not a very good skater, basically. Like, usually you would be superhuman when you're playing Tony Hawk, and you can do backflips and whatever, but we won't be able to just do backflips on flat ground. So yeah, it's really important that we get as many stats as possible and as much money as possible. So as you can see there, we speak to a guy called Mutin. We're speaking to him again now. And he basically wants us to throw up like graffiti in certain places. And we need to do that 3 different times on every single map. So it does give us money. As you can see, it gives us $20 here. But we're not technically doing it for the money because the hobo would be more efficient. But we actually need to do it for the story. So later on, there will be a section where we actually have to like go around and do all of Mutin's challenges in order to impress another set of people later on. You'll notice that's a running trend in this game. So we're going to leave Mutin here for now. We'll come back to him, even though we've only done 2 out of 3. That's okay. But yeah, so we need to unlock like all the different tagging styles, which we do by completing all of Mutin's missions. So yeah, a lot of information to take in because this game is quite non-linear, even though it may seem linear, but it really isn't, especially on Sick difficulty. So we complete one more Mutin's challenge, and then we get introduced. Mindy is going to introduce us to another set of skaters, and they're going to teach us a bunch of different stuff as well. It's basically more tutorials. So in the meantime, while these guys are flexing their different tricks, I suppose it's probably best to talk about like what Sick difficulty actually entails. So I mentioned before about how like you are less talented as a skater when you're playing on Sick, but also like the actual gameplay is quite different too. So as I mentioned before, we need money for a lot of stuff later on, and things are much more expensive on Sick difficulty, which is why you'll see a lot more money grinding. But also, we have to complete every single story goal in order to progress to the next section. And that isn't a thing on easy or normal, which are the other 2 difficulties. So this is also kind of like a 100% run. It's technically not 100% because we don't get like all of the collectible gaps and whatnot, but it's pretty close. And I would say, completing all of the missions or the goals on the hardest difficulty is, I'd say that's pretty close to 100%. You've pretty much done all the game has to offer in terms of the story mode. So, in terms of lore, this section is just like impressing the locals, but these people that you'll be meeting, Murphy, Useless Dave, and Boone, they're like recurring characters through the entire thing. And they'll be, helping us on our quest to become the big dog in town. So the first kind of section of the story, once we've impressed these guys, is all about the skate ranch, which is just over there to my right. And the skate ranch is like basically a place where these guys have just been hanging out. But then Mindy has the idea to turn it into like an entirely new skate park. And it's actually quite funny because then the game basically devolves into like vandalism simulator. So like in the mid game the game classes it as like, taking certain pieces around the map, like, maybe a bell tower or a fountain or something like that, and we'll be taking it for the ranch. But obviously all we're doing is we're just destroying property and stealing. So it's very bizarre. This game is very morally ambiguous, to say the least. But yeah, so for now we're just learning some more transfer stuff. If you noticed, when I'm about to finish a goal, you'll get a lot of different things like this, where you have to like kind of mash and go, yes, I've learned all this stuff. Cool, awesome. What you can do is you can chain your combo into another cutscene, and then you can just like mash all the way through them while you're in a cutscene, so you don't have to stop and accept every single one of them. It's especially important for this one because you learn a lot of stuff here, because this French guy teaches you parkour. And, as you can see, there's a lot of different stuff. There's shimmying, there's wall running, there's doing flips off walls, and there's all sorts of really interesting stuff, to say the least. I'm also keeping an eye on where the hobo is. He seems to be in a decent location. He's near Murphy, so we should be able to get him later on. As I said, it's very important that I get at least a minimum of 2 hobo like missions completed before the kind of early game finishes, because we need to purchase our first piece of the skate park, and it's going to cost us, I think, $150. And if we don't do 2 bum goals, then we won't have enough money. So as you can see, now I've chained it through. I can mash all the way through this while still being in the cutscene. It's unfortunate these cutscenes are unskippable, but it's just the way it is. So after we've completed this goal, you'll be seeing something called butt slapping, which is something that I've made like a submission video before in the intermissions in previous years. And essentially what it is it's from the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Online community, and it allows you to get a nice amount of height, whereas you usually wouldn't be able to. So as you can see there, it allows me to jump up here, whereas I usually wouldn't be able to just ollie up there because I'm a newbie skater, and even a pro skater wouldn't be able to get that kind of height. And essentially the way it works is that you drop off a ledge, like you don't ollie off a ledge, you just drop off it, and then you do a flip trick. And as you do the flip trick, you just mash A or whatever your like jump button is. And if you mash like fast enough and accurately enough, then you will be able to get like several jumps worth of height instead of just one. So it allows you to, get to places where you wouldn't usually be able to get, or, make some goals quite a bit easier, especially on Sick. So we're going to pick up these stat challenges here on the way to Murphy. The one that's important is the manualing for 6 seconds. Another difference, as I mentioned before about Sick difficulty, is it is very difficult to balance. So as you can see, we have the balance meter here, and even manualing for 6 seconds there wasn't particularly easy. So I actually forgot a goal here. That's fine, we'll go back and grab it. What you would usually do is talk to this guy as soon as getting the stat challenges. Here he is. Poor guy. I just left him in the dust. I was like, why is Murphy not spawning? But now I have my answer. So he just teaches you about bow and dollies. That's completely fine. And then we're also going to pay a visit to the hobo because he's in a decent location as well. He's just up here. Hopefully he doesn't give me anything too awful, because what the hobo can give you is completely random in terms of, as you can see, we've got gaps here. Gaps is fine. Let me think of where gaps are. It's difficult to remember on every single map where all the gaps are, but basically gaps are just like feats of skateboarding that you can do. So that rail hop was a gap. And there is also a gap here to do a vert transfer across this. And there we go. That's the money. And now we can see Murphy. So yeah, it's also possible, as you can see, like so far, the hobo has given me $25 every single time I've done something. The way it's supposed to work is that once you do more and more of any certain like trick for him, then he'll start giving you more complicated versions, and he'll start paying you $50 or $75 respectively. But he always starts off at starts off easy, as he says, and he'll always give you $25. But for some odd reason, because this game is kind of buggy, you can sometimes just get $50 anyway, and you can just skip, having to complete the intermediate challenges. And that saves an awful lot of time in this, and it's, as far as we know, completely random. So it's slightly unfortunate. I have tried before to look into whether it's New Game Plus based. So, if you leave the game running too long, it might carry over between playthroughs. But even with a fresh game start, it can still happen. It's just an unfortunate bug. So this is the final one in terms of the kind of basic tutorials where we learn all these things. We do a spine transfer nose grab front flip, which is obviously not something that an amateur skateboarder would ever be able to pull off, but we're the best, so we can pull it off just fine. And now we've impressed our group of companions here, so now we've got access to the skate ranch. So this is where, as I say, the game kind of transitions into demolishing property for the sake of the skate ranch, and it will be like that for quite a while. Until we get into downtown. Downtown is a really strange segment, but I won't go into that just now because we've got some more strange segments to come up with. So our first goal here is that we have to skitch, which you would usually do with a car, where you like hang on to the bumper, but we're skitching Murphy's dog. Yeah, like very bizarre animations. I was looking too much there that I actually fell off. And we need to go and get some wood for the half pipe that Iggy is working on. Iggy is like the head honcho. He used to be a professional skater, but he dropped out of like the limelight because he didn't really like the public attention and whatnot. That may not sound like, you know, particularly relevant information, because who really cares about the backstories of random characters in Tony Hawk? But it actually does play big into the plot later on. So, yeah. And also, shout out to Neversoft there for making the only part of this unskippable segment where they make a wood joke, because, haha, you know, I want to explain that one for the masses back home. But yeah, so the rest of this is just sketching along and taking Sanchez along for the ride. So Arco, if you've got anything to read for me, now would be a perfect time, sir.
We do have a donation with $100 from Homeless Guy NPC saying, "Way to go! Here's some cash. Find me later to do more challenges. I hope you have a tubular run, Ben." Thank you very much for the big donation.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome. I do wish I could get some nice $100 from the homeless guy. That would save me a lot of time, but you know, I think the game would need to be way more busted for that. So as you can see here, I'm going to be like wall riding along these walls, and that's because it's like the only way to get any kind of boost of speed here. In these transitions, like Tony Hawk's, like what they wanted to do for this game was they wanted to create like a fully, I'm not sure what you call it, but like a fully open world that doesn't have loading screens. So as you can see here, as we go to the skate park, there is no loading screen between levels. It's just you know, a place that you can skate, which sounds good, but they also just cap your speed. So all you can do is like slowly skate through them, and they're not particularly interesting, you know, transitions anyway. So personally, I would have rather just had a loading screen, but you know, it's just a very silly thing. So we finally meet the legendary Iggy Van Zandt, and he teaches us Burt slides, which are completely useless. And we don't even properly do them, because as you can see there, it's much easier to just hold the button and then do it at the last second rather than actually slide across. I don't know why that's the thing that he teaches us, but I guess it's just, you know, we already know how to do all the cool stuff. So I guess Neversoft is like, yo, we need to teach, you know, we need to implement a new mechanic that the players have never seen before. Yeah. So we've now built the half pipe. That's the first like piece of the puzzle. And then this is where the first money section comes in, because we need to buy the dinosaur head that we knocked down all the way back in Hollywood. And there is going to be a construction worker called Joey, who is like taken ownership to it. And he has said he'll only deliver it to us if we pay him a lot of money. So that's what we'll be doing. Because thankfully we do have quite a bit of money. All thanks to the homeless guy. So, very nice homeless guy. So, as you can remember, we left Mr. Mooton. This is where we'll be doing it. It's just slightly more efficient because it's just on the way to the dino head guy. Let's do it here. And then it'll tell us how much money we have. We have 315, which is more than enough. And we can talk to Joey. And he says, you know, he's only going to give it to us. So we require $300. We have 315, which is perfect. And then every time you pick up a skate ranch piece, you can actually, as you saw there, like it gives you an option to go back to the skate ranch. So that essentially becomes fast travel, or at least a method of fast travel. And you can also use either the bus or this car at the skate park to go to different places. As you can see, we're going back to Beverly Hills now in order to speak to Murphy. And it's very important that I do this goal in a certain way, because if you mash to skip this cutscene that I'm about to go into, the game will crash, which is not good, but I'm going to make sure I only press the button once, because I would not like the game to crash. The game has potential to crash later on. I will do my best to avoid it, and I will play as safe as possible. And I do have safety saves for every segment, just in case. But yeah, we would like to avoid a crash, but this game isn't the most stable thing in the world. So this is where we go into the first section of Beverly Hills, and we just, you know, we do tricks on certain things, and we break certain things, and then we're able to steal the property because that's how the world really works. The police don't care. So this first one is just an awning, and you just need to, you know, call out the tricks, and we do it. I'm not sure who's calling out the tricks. It's not really relevant. And it's just until 25 seconds on the clock. So you can actually go on to different pieces. You can see there I was grinding the rail instead of the awning. As long as you keep it all in one combo, it's fine. And then here's Dave, and we're going to steal a statue. We can order the buck slap here, just to quickly get up here instead of having to climb up the ladder. It's a very minor thing. And then we need to grab the key. Apparently the key to the door is inside, and it's just chilling in midair. And then we can unlock the gate for Dave. And then I think we like tie a rope around it. Yeah, it looks like it. And we like winch it. And then we're just gonna steal it, because that's what skaters do apparently, is they commit petty theft. But as you'll see later on, the antics that we get up to get more and more silly. So this homeless guy is slightly out of the way, but because obviously it's a marathon, I don't want to have to reset. So I'm more than happy to just go slightly out of the way. And there's also one here, which is perfect. We're also going to pick up some stats here in a second. Well, one specific stat challenge. So this is going to be a $50 challenge, which is perfect, as you can see, because of the fact that it's a big combo. So we got $50 there, whereas we usually wouldn't. We would only get 25 at a time, but we got lucky. So the thing we need here is the hold a lip trick for 3 seconds. We're not actually going to do a lip trick just yet. We're going to wait until we go back to Hollywood, because it's going to be right now. So here, we mash Ollie to pull down an entire roof just by kicking our skateboard and using our strength, which makes absolutely 0 sense, but don't worry about it. And then we can teleport back to the ranch. We're entirely done with Beverly Hills now, so now we can just go straight to Hollywood. And there is a convenient ramp here that we can just hold a lip trick on for a couple of seconds. And it may seem slow because we're not really progressing in terms of the story while we're doing this, but getting lip trick up is super important. It makes a huge difference. And the reason why we do it there is because, as you see, we also got a 40,000 point challenge in, oops, trying to talk and do combos at the same time. We need to get 40,000 points. These are also really important, the 40,000 point ones, because they give us plus speed. Plus speed is how fast you go on flat ground. So obviously for a speed run, traveling fast is obviously, you know, a given. And the other one, the lip trick, is how well you balance while doing a lip trick. So I would like to get as much lip balance as possible, purely because there is one goal later on that's the hardest goal in the game. But when you have better stats, it becomes much easier. It's definitely not easy by any means, but it becomes not impossible, I would say. There are some goals later on in the game that like have to be kind of cheesed on sick difficulty with no stats, because obviously like they intended for you to have basically maximum stats by the end of the game, because you'll be, you know, going to the different stat places. You know, it's not built for speedrunners. So this next section is just building towards unlocking downtown, but obviously since we're on sick and we've got to complete all the skate ranch pieces, then we're just grabbing them all on the way. But ultimately the only one mission that matters is the one where we're gonna go and speak to a dude. I forget his name. He's called like Mr. D or something, you know, really ambiguous, very mysterious. And he tells us that he can get us access into downtown, but the cops have seized or are like parked near his belongings. And it turns out his belongings is actually a rocket launcher. So he's like a terrorist or something. I don't know if they ever explain exactly what's, you know, going on there. But we help him because, you know, we're a skateboarder, so we commit crimes. And yeah, so once we've done these last couple of skate ranch sections, we're going to let him blow up the entrance to downtown, like the little tunnel. And yeah, that's going to be completely okay. But first, we need to speak to Boone one last time. Here he is. And we're going to need to steal this needle on top, just by grinding down. So once we unlock downtown, the next kind of section, it will be in two parts. Pretty much every section is from now on, where the first half will be collecting skate ranch pieces, as I mentioned. But then the second part will be gaining access to the AmJam, which is like an amateur skateboarding competition that we obviously want to win because, you know, good money and also, you know, fame and glory, right? So this is the guy who blows up the entrance to downtown. We we set fire to that police car and he blows it up, and it's just, it kind of makes me wish that the cutscene wasn't skippable, because, you know, it's very silly how this all plays out, how we get access to downtown. But when you skip the cutscenes, it looks much more innocent. So yeah, so we'll be grabbing some more skate ranch pieces, but we also want to unlock access to the AmJam. And apparently the number one way to get ready for a skate competition is to find like a Zen master and have him teach you how to like focus your adrenaline and your abilities and whatnot. Thankfully, though, he does teach us a really important thing, which is really important for the run, which is how to use your special meter. So if you'll see at the top left where I have like the score, just below that very soon there's going to be a special meter. And if you're familiar with Tony Hawk's, it works the exact same way as before, where once you fill it up by doing tricks, you can then you can essentially do like you know, special tricks that you've unlocked, where it's like, you know, you do like a little Mortal Kombat combination of buttons, and you can do really cool tricks that look really cool, and they also give you a lot of points. So I'll touch on that later. Really quick, one thing I want to mention is obviously I'm playing this on PC, but I'm playing it with the controller. And as you can see on the left, the button prompts are always talking about letters, which don't really make too much sense, but I can assure you they do. If I could wall plant this. Wall plant this, kick this into next week. Don't worry about it. It magically lands safely at the skate park somehow. But yeah, they do have rhyme and reason to them if you know what you're looking for. So it's between K, R, and G. And K is kick, so it's like, you know, flip tricks like kick flipping and whatnot. Rail, and then, whoops, I grabbed too late there, so I wasn't able to bank. So it's rail, which is to grind, and then grab, which is, you know, just to do grab tricks. So it's B for me on my Xbox controller. So once you kind of learn the code, it's pretty easy to know what they want you to do. But obviously, it would be much nicer if they just used your controller. But you know, this is quite an old game, so can't be too harsh on them. Here is Master Zen. He's going to teach us how to destroy a tower with our head. We're just going to smash through it. It's you know, apparently the first step to becoming like a Zen master is by doing that and headbutting the green tower back to the skate ranch. I'm you know, if you're looking for logic and consistency in this game, you're gonna have a really bad time. So manual for 5 seconds, this is fine. More homeless guy stuff. As I mentioned before, this is very non-linear, so there's no particular path, because what the hobo gives you in terms of challenges is random, but also his spawns are random. So there's like, you know, certain, maybe like 7 or 8 locations he can spawn in around the map. Sometimes he can not spawn in at all, which is very annoying. And sometimes he can spawn in, but you can't talk to him for some reason, and you have to reload the area, which is also very annoying. So basically, all you need to do is just keep an eye out for him, and whenever he's in a convenient location, you just go and speak to him until you have enough money. So before we complete the AmJam, we will make sure that we do a lot of consistent money grinding with the BMX guy. There is a guy who teaches you how to do BMX tricks, and he will give you $20 for every single one that you do. And also they're very short, so it's very quick money. But we can only do it for a certain amount of like time, like while they're still convenient to do. So we'll make a good use of that, and we'll make a good few $100s out of him once we get there. And for the same reason that we need to do all the tagging stuff later on to impress a group called the Black Widows, we also need to learn how to ride a BMX. So we need to do his goals eventually anyway, or at least a couple of them. So it kind of all adds up and, you know, works out in the end. So here you don't actually need to do 3 different stalls. You can just do. I keep just grinding for some reason. There we go. And then you can just do 2 different variations like that. And then I tried to drop off, but I failed the first time. And then we're gonna stall above the highway sign, and then magically this unlocks the final level, which is where we're gonna unlock the special meter. So the reason why the special meter is so important, even though special tricks aren't really relevant to us, they don't do anything in terms of speed. But there are 2, I suppose 3 ways to like make yourself go as fast as possible in terms of movement. The first one we've already mentioned, which is to do stat challenges that increase your speed on flat ground. The other one is that you make sure that you always ride in regular stance instead of switch. So if your left foot is facing forward, if that's your regular stance, then always make sure that you're in regular stance. But the final one is to have a full special meter. So whenever you have a full special meter like I do now, you just move faster. So yeah, it's very important from now on that we're always going to make sure that we're in regular stance, that we have as many good stats as possible, and also that we're always in special. I'm not sure why that didn't count, but that's okay, we can do it again. Not the first time in this game that goals just don't count. There are certain pro challenges later on that are legitimately a coin flip, whether they work or not. So that's very fun, but we'll get into those later on. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So we have now officially unlocked the entrance to the M Jam. Now we've completed all the downtown stuff, which is here. And we are going to complete the BMX challenges. The reason we do them here, even though technically we can do them anywhere, is simply because the Van skate park is a very small area because you just do the M Jam here and that's it. So it means that his locations are, he spawns in the same way that the hobo does, which is, random fixed locations. But there's only like 4 or 5 locations around the map. And obviously they're a lot closer together because the map is so small. So if you're ever going to grind money, you want to do it in the smallest level possible. But this is just going to be a couple of minutes of learning to ride a BMX. This is just 30 seconds of, hey, mess around and don't fall off. And then the next thing is that it's going to be really basic tricks. There's not really a whole lot to it. So yeah, Arco, if you've got anything you'd like to read, you've got the floor to yourself for a little while.
Right, thank you. We do have a donation coming in by Zonris with $5 saying, "Hello there, English Ben in Sweden from the Abyss." Or is Pizza Disliker a more appropriate name at this point? Winky face.
Pizza Disliker.
Whatever, just here to wish you good luck on your run during this comfy night shift. Also, if my math is correct, both Harnett and Therion should have the same totals right now for the Octopath Traveler character bid war. Hehehe. And indeed, with $3 going to Harnett and $2 going to Therion, they are both even at $184. So make sure to keep the donations coming in to decide the category for the Octopath Traveler single story speedrun. We also have a $15 donation coming in from Matherius saying, "Blub, awesome event with awesome runners and crew. Thank you very much."
Yeah, thank you so much for your donations. If you're wondering why why Zenaris is calling me a pizza disliker, maybe you saw it in the interview earlier on. They basically in the interviews they were asking like, what is your like nuclear take? And they're asking me like, what do you think about pineapple on pizza? It's a classic question, where you learn to separate the men from the boys. But the way I see pineapple on pizza, and the same with banana on pizza, which is a big thing here in Sweden, is you can put whatever you want on a pizza. It's completely up to you. I don't care if you put pineapple on it, fruit, that's completely fine. Put nuts on pizza, that some people do. Some people put like Nutella on pizza, which is a bit weird, but it's whatever floats your boat, right? But yeah, I'm just not a big fan of pizza in general, so I think the pizza is the common denominator there. But yeah, so you ultimately at the end of the day, if anyone ever bullies you for for putting banana on pizza, don't listen to what they have to say, because you're already at fault for eating pizza in the first place. So just thought we'd throw out that PSA out there from English Ben. So this is the last one that we're going to do, flares. This is just as simple as a backflip and a 180 at the same time. And it's because every single one after this is quite a bit longer, so they're not really worth doing. We can just continue and going back to the homeless guy. It's also very important that, well, not important in this particular scenario, but it is important in general that we do the BMX money grinding before we actually enter the skate competition. And that's because if we don't get good homeless guy spawns in a certain run, then we won't have enough money to pay for our ticket into the Am Jam. So I think it's $150 that we have to pay. So obviously, if you always do the bike missions first, then you'll always have enough money to pay for the ticket. But there's currently no room at the inn, essentially. So even though we could buy a ticket, we have to fight this guy because he says that he can skate circles around us, but then he holds a tail grab too long and completely breaks himself. So then conveniently we can take his place. And then we pay the entrance fee, and here we go. So this competition is super unique. It's the only one of its kind where it actually doesn't matter what you do. So you know how I mentioned before when we were fighting against Joe Skater right at the start of the game, I was mentioning about the fact that it's based on your score, right? So if you get 0 points, everyone else will get 0 points. But that's not actually the case here. You can get like 1,000,000 points and they'll still get like 50,000. So it ultimately doesn't matter. There's no way you can, make it more difficult or easy for yourself. And all you need to do is just not come last. That's the most important thing, because it's elimination round essentially. So while we're just waiting around for the sections to finish, I suppose I can talk about like a kind of quick lore update as to what will happen after we finish the skate competition. So obviously we're going to win this competition. It would be quite embarrassing if we didn't. And Tony Hawk is going to interview us himself, the guy, the real Hawkman himself. And he's going to ask us where we pulled out this big move from that, in terms of canon, we used to beat the competition. Obviously, I'm just kind of messing around and I'm still winning. But in terms of the actual game story, we apparently used some awesome move that we learned from some, rogue professional skateboarder. And us being the I guess, ignorant young soul that we are, is we say that we learned it from Iggy Van Zandt, the guy at the skate park. But what we don't know is that Iggy Van Zandt is actually a fugitive who was running from the police. And one of the main reasons why he was, staying out of the limelight was because he, was hunted by the police for some minor offenses. I forget exactly what it is. And as soon as we mention that he's, alive and kicking and that he's teaching skateboarding, we go back to the skate ranch and Iggy gets arrested. And from there, everyone doesn't like us anymore. And, we need to kind of build up again because all the people that used to like us don't really like us anymore. So we win the competition, and then we're going to head back to the skate ranch and we're going to see what's going on. And we'll see Iggy get arrested. So from here, the game kind of transitions into, like, again, 2 sections. We'll be getting some more skate ranch pieces, but then also we'll be following like the main plot line, which is once Iggy gets arrested, we're going to go to Santa Monica, and we're going to go and meet Tony Alva because he's like an old school skateboarder, right? And he's apparently like an old friend of Iggy's, and maybe he can help us. So in order to get into Santa Monica, we need to impress a certain skate club that allows us to gain access. And the skate club is where we mentioned before, where their policy is no shirt, no shoes, basically. So yeah, here you see Iggy's getting arrested by the police. We kind of tried to protest, but there's not really a whole lot we can do about it. So then we need to gain access to Santa Monica. Santa Monica is actually just down here, where these police officers are. But obviously they're blocking it off and they'll beat us up if we get there. So instead we go to the skate club and we need to impress them. And then we'll end up causing like a distraction that'll allow me to get into Santa Monica. It's actually possible to get into Santa Monica and Beverly Hills and East LA, which is like a later on section, way earlier than intended. But unfortunately, it doesn't really help because none of the goals spawn once you get in there. So you essentially, like, you can't progress forward. So it's a sequence break, but you can't actually go into any further sequences. So if anyone out there just happens to be interested in finding like glitches, maybe specifically in Tony Hawk. It would be very cool to be able to skip all the way into something like East LA from the start of the game and actually have the goals load in. According to, like, you know, most people have tried to get it to work. Nobody's ever found anything. So, you know, maybe it could be you. Maybe you could find a way. And Tony Hawk speedrunning will become, you know, very broken, especially in terms of American Wasteland. So here we've impressed them. We've learned Flatland. Flatland tricks are very nice because you can spam them to get an awful lot of points very quickly. And the final thing that we need to do is we need to go and cause a bit of a distraction at this hotel. So we just... as you can see, they are completely stuck in motion. They are frozen like statues. I'm not sure if that's like intentional, like if that's part of the lore, or if they just didn't bother to animate them. I honestly have no idea. But yeah, so we just lip on each thing, and then we do exactly the same thing, but we need to do some trick modifications. So that's the whole, like, you know, RG, double R, RK, and GG. There we go. And then I think we destroy the hotel. I'm not entirely sure. And that obviously causes the police to run away. And now we can head towards Santa Monica. But first, we need to prove ourselves in one final challenge. So we need to beat these guys in a flatland competition. And this is where the competition goes back to, you know, they match your score. So there's no real point in spamming tricks because you'll just end up losing because they'll just get a million points as well. So the best way to deal with this is to just do nothing until the last 5 seconds and then do a couple of tricks. It's also worth mentioning that you actually don't need to do flatland at all. As you can see, I'm just kind of jumping around and doing grabs. It actually doesn't make a single bit of difference what you do. If you do flatland, then you get a cool little camera angle that shows you busting some moves, but that's it. There's nothing else. And interestingly enough, the final guy that you choose to, or that they like offer for you to battle, the final boss, is actually Day One's song. I don't think it's explained as to why Day One is like the kind of final boss of this. But all that we need to know is that they bring him in. He's not very happy about it, so he says he's just gonna let us win. He doesn't actually let us win. You know, if we don't do anything, we will lose. But yeah, we're just gonna wait tactically and just let him do as many moves as he wants and get no points. And then we'll bust a few sick moves in the last couple of seconds. So ideally in Santa Monica, because it's just one long strip of a level, ideally we'll be able to get a lot of money there from the homeless guy, but obviously it all depends on where he spawns. But I will be looking out as much as I can in order to you know, pick up as many convenient bum locations as possible. So it looks like he's quite far away on the far end, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because it's also close to a lot of the goals that are going on. And we'll end up doing like a swoop of the map anyway. So this goal is a very particular, like, don't touch the ground kind of deal, and there's 3 different challenges. The first one is pretty standard. The second one is that we need to get onto the roof, and we can actually do a really precise butt slap here, just off that little wooden kicker in front of us. And it's not particularly easy to do, but I'll do my best. And it may take a couple of tries. Obviously, it's really easy to set up again if you do fail it, so it's not too bad. There we go. And you can just butt slap straight up to him. Usually you would have to grind all the way around, so even if it takes a couple of tries, it's still way faster to do it that way. And then here, you can just cheese it by bonelessing across rather than having to go all the way around. And then there is a bunch of kids here who are, they've you know, got a little sugar rush and they want us to do some cavemans off here. Again, this is just a building that we're just destroying. This is like the 7th building that we've destroyed in a matter of like half an hour. And I don't know how we're getting away with it, but magically we are just wrecking these places. And yeah, we can now take that roof for the ranch. So cool, I suppose. So just up here is Joey. And once again, we're going to do some more destruction. But this is going to be a lot more butt slaps as well. So he wants us to do an impossible down the stairs. And as you can see, usually without a butt slap, you would not be able to make this on sick difficulty. Now we just need to do the same thing 3 times. So what you would expect to do is like go up here and turn around and then jump. And even then, as you can see, you barely get enough on sick difficulty to make it. So butt slapping is much easier, even if you just get a double like that. And then the final one is just a 360 impossible, nice and easy. I say nice and easy and and then miss it. Classic. I need to shut my big mouth sometimes is what I need to do. So this completely destroys this entire staircase. And yeah, we can take that for the ranch too, apparently. Because we need a staircase for some reason. So when we're talking about butt slapping, I just mentioned before about like a double butt slap. Essentially what that means is it means like you get 2 jumps worth. And you can get triples, you can get quads, you can get quints. I think quints is about as high as you can, humanly expect to get because of how many inputs it is in such a short amount of time. But if you were to like do a TAS of this game or like a tool assisted speedrun, then it's possible to get like 8 or 9, I believe, which is obviously an awful lot. And TASes of this game are, well, not particularly of this game, but of other Tony Hawk games are super cool. And you can just like jump from ground level to an entire skyscraper. It's really crazy what you can do. So yeah, that was just a simple, call out the tricks. There was nothing really to it. This goal is a reoccurring goal in later on. I'm not entirely sure why, but you basically just hit people with balloons. And later on, we hit a bunch of old grannies that are fans of Iggy's. It's a very silly goal, but I guess it fits the whole, this game is silly part. And here is Mutin. We've been keeping up with Mutin. Those of you who were kind of paying attention when we were in downtown, you'll remember that we only did 2 of Mutin's goals and in downtown, and that's exactly the same reason as we did in Hollywood. It's just more convenient to grab him later on when we go back to downtown for the 3rd time. So this is one of the reasons why we wanted to get extra lip trick stats, is because, again, as you can see, we'll be holding this lip trick all the way around, and it is very difficult to balance. The meter becomes very sensitive towards the end. As you can see, it's kind of fighting against me now, and I'm only halfway. So it is very important that I, do my best to hold on, because it's like 30 seconds to retry every single time. So failing it isn't particularly good. So here you would usually grind all the way around, like around to the left there. But you don't actually have to. You can just keep the combo going and then start halfway, and it still counts as long as you keep it in a combo. And then here you're supposed to scare off the birds, but it does seem like we just hit them, which is very mean. I hope they actually fly away, but the way they've programmed it, it very much looks like we're just straight up killing these birds, which is very nasty. But, I suppose skateboarders and petty crimes name a better combo, right? Slide or grind trick for 5 seconds, that's fine. We can just grind on this. So there are some places where grinding for 5 seconds is very difficult. The best place to do it is just on a bowl, because you can just grind around it infinitely. But obviously sometimes that's not always possible. I'm going to go to this homeless guy, even though it's technically like a detour backwards. He's pretty close, so it's worth going to, I would say. 2,000 points, very simple, very nice. And he's in this corner. Okay, this is very good. So this is what I was talking about, where like the Santa Monica spawns, if it goes well, they can be very close to each other. And then we just grind again for 5 seconds. That's fine, we can just do it here. So nice $75 in our pocket, potentially more out of Santa Monica, which is very good. Because the next thing we need to buy is a ticket to the oil rig, which I believe is $200, I want to say. And then we also need to buy an alien costume, which is $150, in order to scare a local guy away in just a moment. So yeah, we have a lot of spending money, but we also have a lot to spend on. So second mutant challenge, and then Mindy's goal here. This goal is very silly. You have to bank drop onto the shark, which is very simple. And then you have to stall on its head 3 times. But for some odd reason, because obviously this isn't a rail, sometimes when you stall, it will just launch you off. and you have to like run around and root grab onto it every single time. I don't get why stalls out of all things that you have to do on there, but you know, it is what it is. So now we've completed all the goals in Santa Monica. As you can see, we've got one final goal that we can go to. If we can just quickly get up here, I'll quickly butt slap. That was a nice little butt slap, as you can see. And it's Tony Alva. So Tony Alva wants us to, I guess, prove that we're a good skateboarder. So we do some pogo, some handstands, and some butt slides. I guess it's because it's like old school, because that's the whole like situation with Tony Alva and Iggy, is they're all about the good old days, and that's why Tony Alva wants us to butt slide here. So, right here, usually, I would quit out of the game and reload it. And the reason I would do that is because it will spawn me back at the top of the hill. And obviously that's like, you know, basically free fast travel. But the issue is that, as I said before, this game can crash. And obviously I don't want to have to redo this entire section. So I'm not going to do any quit outs unless necessary. There are some later on that are like guaranteed to not crash. But the ones that potentially risk a crash, I won't go for. So instead, we'll just do some more hobo goals on the way back, and then we'll just head it up on ourselves. But right now, we need to go and buy the alien costume. It's in Hollywood. But yeah, we're just gonna grind a bit more money while we have him nearby. He's some really good spawns. Wow, these are pretty much ideal. Invert, that's fine. Just do it here. Rail grab and grab. Very nice. Okay, so he's a bit further away now, and we have more than enough money for this next segment, so I'm not going to bother too much with grinding out like inconvenient bum goals anymore unless I absolutely have to. So we'll just head back, and we'll come back to Mr. Mutant in a second once we grab the alien costume. He's the final one for Santa Monica. So Hollywood, we go to the store, and we get a nice new outfit change. $150? Not too bad, we're looking pretty good. And I forget the exact like lore reason why we're doing this, but basically we're gonna scare away a carnival worker, because he's very what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think superstitious is the right word, but like he believes in aliens basically, and he believes that, you know, aliens are gonna take over the world one day. So we're gonna prove him right by being a skateboarding alien. And also here, Tony teaches us to create our own trick, which is quite a nifty little thing, but I'm just going to do a front side spin and that's enough for me because, you know, I want the trick to be as short as possible and I don't want to waste time making it when I could, you know, be doing other things. And then we do our special trick on this rail, which apparently freaks him out. So usually he has like the little, no aliens here. Please no aliens. And then we do a couple of trick modifications on this lever, and apparently that's enough to make him go completely insane. So yeah, I'm not sure why we're tormenting this poor guy besides, like, Tony Alva finding it funny. Might simply be it. I'm honestly not sure. But yeah, so now we've unlocked the boat to the oil rig, and I'm just going to line up a jump here. We need to grind across the Ferris wheel. Maybe, honestly, the reason might be just so it knocks the Ferris wheel over, so you can grind across to the boat, but I'm not entirely sure. So yeah, we've paid to go to the oil rig. The reason we need to go to the oil rig is because Tony Alva says that he's got like a contact who works on the oil rig, and he can help us dig up like a snake run, which is like an important integral piece of the park. So what I'm going to do is as soon as I like load into the next area, which you'll see because it will tell you like oil rig at the bottom right, I can safely save and quit here. And even if we do crash, I have a safety save right there, so it's not a big deal. And it spawns us at the top of the oil rig, but we want to be at the bottom, so we can just fling ourselves off and we'll respawn at the bottom. There we go. Nice and easy. So yeah, this guy here, it's also worth mentioning that if I ever quit out the game, I'm going to pause and unpause like that, which seems seemingly random. But it, for some reason, when you quit out of the game and reload back in, the sound of you rolling around on your skateboard, like the sound of you just traveling around, bugs out and it just stays there forever. So obviously that kind of sound glitch is really annoying. So I'll fix it for you whenever I save and quit. So don't worry, because it annoys me too. So I will fix it for my own sake, but also for your sake. And you know, what good would a skateboarding game be without a Jump the Shark reference, right? I honestly have no idea where this Jump the Shark meme even came from, but I know it's in the Skate series too, and it's a big thing with skateboarding. But yeah, that's Tony Hawk American Wasteland's version of Jump the Shark. So this section, we need to grind impossibly all the way up here. And that camera angle is super annoying, as you can see. But we can jump early and regrind to reset the camera, which makes this quite a lot easier. And obviously we're going to deal with the balancing and whatnot as well. There we go. And then we just sticker slap this. So those were like the mandatory goals for Oil Rig. Now it's just as simple as beating all the rest of them. This one is like, it's kind of underrated in terms of difficulty, because doing this final jump, even when you have 4 special, it's actually quite difficult to make. As you can see, we barely made it like left enough to land on that little sweet spot of the rail there. And then this one is just horrible. We have to grind on the valves, and you've got to be very specific with your jumps in order to get like enough height in order to get up there. And then we're going to go up here one more time, and we're going to go to this goal here. And there's just 2 more to do. And then both of these goals actually put us back at the bottom of the oil rig, even though obviously the next goal that we need to do is at the top. So we can do another save and quit. It would be typical marathon luck if I were to crash on these save and quits, because I've never crashed here. So as far as I know, they're consistent. But there's only one way to find out, right? And that's during marathons. So we go here, we spawn at the bottom again, and then I'm going to quit out and hopefully not crash. Perfect. And then it spawns us back at the top, so then we can just go straight to this next goal. And I will pause and unpause to fix the sound glitch, and we'll continue on. So this one, you have to like spine transfer and destroy the antennas. You're supposed to like grind off the top there, but you can just immediately drown here and it respawns you at the next place, which is a lot better. And then yeah, you just break them with your head. I don't know why. Don't worry about it. And yeah, very simple. And then this is the final one for the oil rig. And then we'll be heading back towards Santa Monica. And this next section is where we deal with the Black Widows, which is the gang that I was talking about earlier, where they want to like, you know, teach you how to skateboard and, BMX. And they want to teach you how to graffiti and all that kind of stuff before they all let us into the final new area that we'll unlock, which is East LA. So, get to the chopper, another classic reference. I don't think there's many of those in Tony Hawk. I think this is a American Wasteland exclusive thing. But yeah, so the actual exit isn't via helicopter. It's by doing this ridiculous, speaking of ridiculous, there we go, this ridiculous dive through a metal pipe and and escaping back to Santa Monica. So also here, I would usually do a quit out once we get to here. But again, in order to minimize the idea of the game crashing, I'm just going to skate back. It's not very far away, and it also means that we can do some bum goals on the way back, which is quite nice. 2,000 points, pretty simple. So yeah. So we need to go to the ranch one more time. Iggy isn't going to get arrested again, and we're not going to get arrested, so it's not to really progress the plot. But there is a goal there where the guy that we helped from the oil rig is going to be back at the ranch, and he wants us to help him with some stuff. So that's what we're going back for. Because obviously, as we said, we need to complete all the Skate Ranch stuff, even if it's not technically mandatory. So we'll head back up, and I will recover that by butt slapping up. Those butt slaps have been really good. Off that specific ramp, I seem to get a lot of height for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. But yeah, so we had Beverly Hills, which is right next to the skate ranch. And then, ooh, I think I saw the homeless guy like right here. Yeah, I did. That's really lucky. We'll do this one as well. Okay, let the flip tricks fill the screen. This one is slightly unlucky because it's like 20 seconds long. Whereas obviously the ones where it's like, you know, hey, get 2,000 points, you can do that in like 2 seconds. So you do gain and lose a lot of time purely by like the luck with what the homeless guy gives you. But ultimately, you know, this game's all about playing with the cards that you're dealt. So, and that's why I think it's particularly fun. I think it's quite fun to deal with something very non-linear like this. But yeah, so we're just going to be heading back to the skate ranch. Nothing particularly interesting going on. The goal is just going to be like spray painting certain parts of a crane and climbing around. So Arco, have you got anything you want to talk about, sponsors and whatnot? Perfect time.
I do have some donations to read.
Perfect.
We have a donation of $10 from Retro with no comment, and another donation of $25 from some guy Taylor with also no comment, with this one going to the bid war of making the player character in Saints Row look like Keanu Reeves. The other option is Waluigi, and they are actually close to being even. Now,
Ooh.
Waluigi couldn't make it to Smash Cup, but could he perhaps make it to ESA? It's all up to you, so keep those donations coming in.
I would like to see Waluigi for Joe with Saints Row 1. The like the customizable characters that you can make in that game are just absolutely fantastic. So yeah, being able to do Waluigi would be sick. So if you know, if anyone is thinking about what to donate for, I've just made that decision for you. You're welcome. You should donate for Waluigi. Okay, so this is the final downtown tag, and this is the final tag total for all of Mr. Mooton's challenges, which is perfect because they're just about to tell us that we need to go and do all of Mr. Mooton's challenges. So it works out just perfectly. As you can see there, we get throw-ups, which is the final section. And so yeah, there's a couple of things that we need to impress the Black Widows. The first one is that we know how to graffiti, and we have our own custom tag with all the different types of, I don't know what you call it, like all the different styles. So what we can do is now we've completed all of Mr. Mooton's challenges. Instead of finishing his piece, we can create our own graphic. And it's not going to look particularly good. I'm not a particularly creative person. And I'm just going to put one of each, you know, like things on top of each other. So there's the throw up, and here is the tag. So that's our tag. It's just a big mess. I'm very sorry to those that, you know, take graffitiing and the, you know, the art seriously. I've let you down, but it is also for the sake of being fast in a speedrun, so I hope you do forgive me. And the other thing that we need is a big chest tattoo of a Black Widow. I'm not sure if I would ever get a big chest tattoo just to impress people that I don't really know, but I respect my you know, skateboarder for doing it. So now we've got a nice little chest tattoo, and it only costs us $30. $30 for a chest tattoo. That is a steal, you know. So it means one of two things: one, you got a really good deal, or two, you probably shouldn't be going to this tattoo place. Let's just say that. So now that we have the tattoo and the tag, we're coming up to one of the hardest goals in the game, where we need to prove that we can, you know, throw down with the rest of them. And Hector wants us to manual through the cones all the way down here. And doing this with only +2 manual stats out of 10 is really, really difficult towards the end. As you can see, it is very tricky to make that final section because you've got to balance up and down while also moving left and right in order to, you know, actually spin, because you've got to go to the right here, and you got to make sure you don't miss any flags. So yeah, this will take a few tries. The other option is to go and grind out stats, but obviously, you know, in theory, this is faster to just do it first try. If you're, you know, a god at this game, which I am unfortunately not. So the plan is to just, you know, do it in as little tries as possible. This one looks good. There we go. So yeah, not too bad. And then this is the goal where he tells us to go and, you know, come back to me once you've learned how to properly make graffiti tags. And we have, so we can just talk to him right away. And yeah, if any of you guys remember Thug 2, you remember Spat. He's like a somewhat recurring character, and we just need to go around the map and tag 4 different spots. If we're too slow, he will go and like re-tag our spots. But if all goes well, we will one cycle him and not have to re-tag anywhere. So this is number 3. As you can see, we don't actually have to properly spray it. You can just you know, like start the animation and then stop. So we just go up here and then we tag and successful one cycle. Very nice. So the final part is that we need to get onto the bike and we need to learn how to BMX. But because we already grinded the money out earlier, we already know how to BMX. We're more than proficient. You need to complete 3 different goals. But we ended up doing like 10 or 15, I think, total for money's sake. So we have more than enough time and more than enough cash. So he wants us to do a tabletop, which we can do. We don't actually have to do it off the ramp. All you've got to do is touch the ramp. So as you can see there, you can just like touch your shoulder against the ramp and then just do it on flat ground, which is a bit quicker, since you're not, you know, spending too much time in the air. And then final thing with the tail whip. There we go. And then on this final one, you're actually supposed to manual through the cones and then wall punt at the end, but you just don't have to. Like, there you go. You just don't have to do what the goal says you have to do. It's very bizarre. I don't know why they didn't check for that, but yeah. Like, usually this game is very good with checking like specific things that you should be doing, but on that particular goal, they just forgot to put any kind of like, you know, checks for what you would be doing. It's very strange. So I'm gonna quickly check how much money I have. I have 255. Okay. I think from memory, the final thing that we need to buy, which is the taco truck, is I think it's 300 from memory. So that means we need to do 2 different bum goals and then we'll be good for cash for the rest. And, you know, the chance of us finding 2 convenient bum goals in the next 2 segments is pretty high. So we should be good on money, which is good because money obviously is quite a big concern throughout the entire run. So also the hitboxes on those sprinklers that you need to hit they're absolutely terrible, but they thankfully weren't too bad. Oops, that was an interesting little boost. Apparently grinding Boone's jeans is the hardest part of this. I think I'm ollieing too early, that's why. I did actually practice this earlier, but apparently not enough. There we go. So yeah, Boone is actually trapped in like a little, I'm not sure what you would call this, like a sewage pipe, I guess. He's actually trapped here, and we need to break through and throw him the skateboard. And this is also tricky to make count, but what you can do is you can stand right next to him and just drop it, and it'll always count. But if you try and actually throw him the board, then he'll just not take it. It's very bizarre. So if you're interested in cutscenes in this game, which I'm sure all 5 of you are, this is the best cutscene in the game by far. I'm just going to let it play out, and then we can have a little laugh about it afterwards. This is a AAA game, reminder. You know, this is one of the best games of its generation, and that's what they came up with. But yeah, so I'm very thankful that cutscene isn't skippable because it always makes me laugh every single time. I don't know what they were thinking of putting that in the game. It would have been better to just have no cutscene because yeah, God, it's terrible. So these are the final 2 skate ranch pieces that we need to grab in East LA. This sign is the next one, and then there is also a couch, I think it is, that we need to do. But in order to get access to like the couch, we need to like hang off a helicopter and do a bunch of cool tricks. I don't know why. It's very bizarre. But yeah, it's the final one. So it's just up here. Speak to Boone. So we get a police helicopter. We have to grab onto it, and then we have to bank drop onto a platform, do a bunch of flatland tricks to impress like the like Hector and his gang. And then apparently that means that we can then take the couch, like an old couch that has just been abandoned for the ramp, for the ranch. Also, sometimes you can just get dropped onto a point where you're supposed to like bank drop in. But as you can see there, I was mashing to bank drop and it just didn't let me do it because like the helicopter just didn't drop me in the right place. As far as I know, there's not exactly a lot you can do about that. As you can see, I did it the second time, just nice and easy. So here is more trick modifications. I'll miss that one because I did kick by mistake. Rail kick grab. Also got to keep an eye on my balance. Thankfully, the ones that you do count, so I don't have to like restart from scratch. I can just keep going. Kick grab rail. I think one more that we need to do. Kick grab again. There we go. And yeah, now we can finally bank drop onto the couch. And yeah, that means we did all that just so we can take a couch. And then we can go back to the ranch. And this is, I would say, the silliest goal in the game, for sure. So this construction worker runs to us, and he doesn't like the fact that we're using his crane. So he's climbing up, and he's, climbing 30 feet in the air. And we're just going to launch weather balloons at... weather balloons, they're just water balloons. We're going to launch water balloons at him until he falls off 20 feet onto his back on metal. Ouch. But magically he's okay, apparently. But yeah, I would consider that like, the worst crime that we've committed so far. It's one thing doing petty theft, but we were an accomplice to terrorism and, property damage, and then we straight up committed like attempted murder. And apparently that's still okay. Boys will be boys, apparently, according to this game. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, but it's all very bizarre. Whoops. So now we're just going to head through one more time, go and see Joey, and then it's on to the pro goal segment, which I would say is probably the hardest segment in the game. It's quite long, and essentially what happens is we want to build up funds for the skate park while we've rescued Boone and want to impress Iggy again to make him like us again. So yeah, we want to raise money. So we want to make a skate video with all the different pros around town. So in order to impress the pros, we want to obviously, like do tricks for them and impress them and whatnot. And this is the section that I was talking about where like some of the goals are A, extremely difficult, or B, completely broken. So we have 280. So I think after we do this one final bum goal here, we should have all the money that we need. It might be 400. I'm not sure, but there's only one way to find out, right? So we have 330. It should be enough. But honestly, I don't remember. It's, I've slept since I last played this game, apparently. So we're going to, where are we going to first? We're going to Beverly Hills. Because we need to hit the cutscene trigger here to talk about the ranch. So this is where they're discussing about, making the video. And also Boone is just going to fall out of the sky for some odd reason. There he is. I don't know what he was doing to fall from above there because there's not really any buildings nearby, but sure, I guess. So, you can do these guys in any order, but the first one always has to be Tony Hawk. So, like, nobody else spawns until you do Tony Hawk's challenge. So, Tony Hawk is just you and Dave, mimicking his tricks, and you end up learning how to 900, which is quite cool. So, we don't have to, like, necessarily fully copy his tricks. Like, as you can see here, he did like a 720 airwalk or something. If I could do a single airwalk, that would be great. I keep tail grabbing by accident. There we go. But yeah, you just have to do an airwalk. For here, you do a hurricane, and all that matters is that you just do it along the ledge, so the gap counts that you'll see in blue at the bottom. There we go. That counts. And then he teaches you how to do a gymnast plant, which is a different type of invert, and then he teaches you how to 900. And then from there, it's about going all the way around the map to impress like all the locals. On easy, you only have to impress like 3 or 4 to unlock the next segment. But obviously this is sick, so we need to do all of them. And some of them are just outright terrible. Like, I'll take you through them one by one as we go. But yeah, some of them are straight luck, whether they work or not, and some of them are like at this level with my stats on sick difficulty, they are like impossible without cheesing them. But this one is pretty easy. Double blunt side, heel flip manual, just some nice little tech skating there with day one. And then he is actually the only pro besides Tony Hawk in Beverly Hills. So the first place we're going to go to is the hardest segment, which is Santa Monica. So Bob Burnquist is here, and he wants us to do some kind of lip trick, you know, air over quarter pipes. And there is one segment right at the end where you have to hold a lip trick through a cutscene where Tony Alva starts like attacking Bob Burnquist with the water cannon, and you end up having to hold the lip trick for like 30 seconds. And obviously, as we talked about earlier while I was on the Ferris wheel, holding a lip trick for that long is like stupidly hard. And the worst thing is that if you fail it right at the end, you have to do the entire segment again, like this entire goal. There's no checkpoints or anything. The weirdest part is that if I were to press start right now and press retry, it would put me at the checkpoint like here. But if I actually fail it by failing to do the trick, like by not balancing properly, then you just fail and you have to do the whole thing again. So I'm going to concentrate the best I can. I'm going to move a bit closer into my screen and put my elbows on the desk to make it as easy as possible, because obviously it will lose a lot of time if I fail this. So I'm also going to get ready to panic pause to restart if I feel like I'm going to fail. But hopefully I won't. Okay, perfect. So that is the hardest goal out of the way, which is really good. And thankfully we get a nice little break now, because Tony Alva's goal is really easy. He just wants you to call out tricks. Sorry, he calls out tricks and we just repeat them. There's really nothing interesting to it. So, Arco, again, you've got the floor if you've got anything that you'd like to say while I just press a few buttons here, waiting on a timer.
We do have a $5 anonymous donation saying, I'll donate $5 to Waluigi, but I still love pizza.
Yeah, that's completely fair enough. You know, we can agree to disagree on that. That's completely fine. Yeah, thank you very much for your donation. Obviously, all the donations towards this event are going to Save the Children, which is an amazing cause. And if you wonder to yourself, like, how far, like, does my money really go? Like, it's crazy. If you look up, like, I mean, I don't have exact stats for you, but I can tell you that, like, even if you donate something like $5, like the person just did there, like, that can pay for, like, medicine to save, like, lives. And I'm not talking about, like, a single life. I'm talking several lives. And, like, if you talk about the amount of money that ESA raises, when you're talking in the thousands that we all come together and raise, like, that can build entire schools. It can build, like, you know, sources of water for people who need it. So it's really awesome that we can all come together for such an amazing cause. So yeah, thank you. It's really awesome that so many people are here and enjoying the speedruns and are able to really, like, make a difference in the world, you know? So one final big combo that we need to do for Tony Alva, nice and simple. And next up, we're going to head to Hollywood, where we're going to see Andrew Reynolds and Rodney Mullen, who is a fan favorite. Rodney Mullen is going to teach us how to make our own manual trick. And we're going to, once again, do exactly the same as we did with the grind with Tony Alva, where we're just going to make it a spin, and that's it. Because we're very boring, but, you know, it's all about going fast here. But first, we want to meet Andrew Reynolds. And he wants us to head over to Bronson to follow him, take his line. And then we see a cameraman there, and he wants us to do a trick out of, like, I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but it's like a cave transition on my right. And it will blow up the Hollywood sign if we do it with getting 50,000 points. Or it won't blow up the sign, sorry, I think it is just like pyrotechnics. But yeah, so here we can just use a flatland to get points very quickly, and then we can just launch ourselves out. Oh, it does blow up the sign. Yeah, I thought it did. Yeah, we are still a criminal. Just good to know. We just destroyed the Hollywood sign for no reason, besides looking cool, I suppose. But yeah, that's Andrew Reynolds' goal out the way. And then here is Rodney Mullen. And so for Rodney Mullen's goal, we need to do 10 different unique tricks down these stairs. But as you can see, every single time we spawn at the top, there is a thing where we can create a trick. So for some odd reason, they placed it right here. So what you have to do is you have to jump and then do a trick like really late in midair, because otherwise it will be like, hey, you want to create a trick, even though you're just pressing a button to do a flip trick, which is the same, you know, it's bound to the same key. So I don't know why they did that, but yeah. So now we just need to do our new trick 3 times to impress Rodney Mullen. There it is. Thank you, Rodney. I know it's very cool. I'm sure you would be proud of me. So that's the 2 pros in Hollywood sorted. Now we're going to go to downtown. And there are 3 in downtown, but we're going to come to those later. Instead, we're going to go to the AmJam, where Ryan Sheckler and Matt Hoffman are waiting for us. So yeah, of course, the game has BMXs in it, so I don't really understand it. He wants us to knock loose a Jeep that is suspended above above the park. I have no idea why he wants it or why he can't just go and get it down himself, but apparently he needs me to nut a spin on top of the screw in order to get it loose. I really don't understand, but sure, Ryan, if you'll be in my video, I'll do anything for you, buddy. So yeah, we just head to it, nut a spin, don't fall off. There we go. You just undo the bolt, and here you go. Here's a free car, Ryan. I guess. And you can tell on Matt Hoffman's goal how much they really cared about Matt Hoffman here. So this entire part is unskippable. You know, I'm pressing to skip it, nothing's happening. But as soon as Matt Hoffman starts talking, you can skip it. So, blah blah blah. Don't care, Matt Hoffman, shut up, and you can just immediately skip it. So everything that we say is unskippable, but everything that Matt Hoffman has to say, you know, is passionate about BMXing. Don't care. Didn't ask. You know, ratio, as the kids would say on Twitter. So yeah, I don't know why they did Matt Hoffman so dirty like that, but we do get to do some cool tricks, and then we also get to do tricks over him while he's on a skateboard and we're on a bike. So it is quite a nifty goal. I do like it. So the 3 guys that we're going to be dealing with in downtown is Mike V. He's going to want us to do a bunch of more complicated tricks, you know, triple kick flips, impossibles, and whatnot. But it's nice and easy. And the other one is the other 2, sorry, is P-Rod, who wants us to collect a load of shoe boxes for his company because, of course, you know, P-Rod and shoes. And the other one is Tony T. And Tony T is, I would say, the worst goal in the game. It's not the hardest, but I would say it's the most nonsense because it's a very long goal. It's, you know, a couple of minutes long, and right at the end, you can fail for no reason. Like, you have to do 4 sets of big spine transfers and land them all in one combo. Even if you land them all in one combo, then you can just fail anyway. It's really silly. So yeah, I don't really get it. So we need to go and see Mike V. What I'm actually gonna do is, because this hobo was in quite a, oh god, I don't want to skitch. He was in quite a good location. I'm gonna do his goal just in case it is 400 for the final thing that I need. It's better to be safe now than have to go and grind money later. So yeah, we'll slowly build up towards 400 on the way. So he's also up here, which is a good spawn because it's right next to Mike V. So yeah, we'll just do them while they're on the way. So just nailing some grabs. Japan, nose grab, indie, tail grab. Nice and easy. And the final one is over there. That's perfect. That's right next to Tony T. So this works well. Okay. So yeah. So Mike V is actually quite hostile towards us, but as soon as we mention about Green Pipes Point, which is the skate ranch as we know it in the current time, then he'll agree to join us. As long as we do some tricks that are completely humanly impossible, such as a triple impossible. Absolutely not doable by any human being, but we can because, you know, we're the best. So triple kickflip and triple heel flip too. And that's enough for him to be impressed. And I would be impressed too. If somebody did something that was humanly impossible right in front of me, I would be pretty impressed. Yeah, we've got some skills. Damn right, Mike V, we do have some skills. All right, so Oh, the one is actually, it's not next to Tony T, this guy. He's actually up on this roof. That's fine, we can just go to him now. If I can get over there. There we go. 9,000 points. Nice and simple. Let's do it here. There we go. Now we have 400, so I definitely know that it's not more than 400 that we have to spend. So I will look a little silly if it was 300, but I have a feeling it's 400, so now we're completely covered. Okay, so this doesn't have to be in one combo or anything, it's just one long line to pick up all the skate boxes, the shoe spots even. So on easy and normal, you only have to collect, I think, 30 and 40. But on this, you have to collect 50, and there are 50 total. So it's basically just grabbing them all. But the line is super linear. It's very easy to follow, so don't need to worry too much about it. It's all just about, you know, balance and memorizing where to go. Go up here, we grind all the way along, and then once we get to the end, that'll be done. Hop across, there's the final 3. There we go. And now it's time for Tony T's pro goal, so best of luck to me, I suppose. So, the first thing that we do is we do like some tricks over this little gap while he takes pictures of us. We have to do a melon, then a nose grab, and then a tail grab. As you can see, these are very simple, but they're very slow. And then the final section is where we have to do the 4 big spines. And again, exactly the same thing, where if I were to press start now and retry the goal, it would just make me do the tail grab again, so it would give me a checkpoint. But if we fail any of these, it just kills the entire mission and you have to start again from scratch. So, let's hope that this goal doesn't fail, otherwise I'll lose a good 90 seconds or so every time it does. So, best of luck to me. And it'll fail here. Okay, it didn't. Perfect. So, we got through it. We won the coin flip, which is very good. And then Tony T beats us up for some reason. I have no idea why. And he just sits there in silence. Thank you, Tony T. But he's on the team, and that's all that matters. Okay. So, final place is, I believe we have everything cleared out, so we can just go to East LA. And the one, technically penultimate pro goal, but the only one that we can do right now is Stevie Williams. And Stevie Williams' goal is all about nollies. So he teaches you how to do like nollie variants and how to put them into a combo, etc. Which sounds fine in theory. But the problem is that a lot of the gaps that he wants you to make are impossible by normal means. So here it's just a simple nollie on the gap roof, but we need to A, get special, do a super late nollie, and also bone nollie to even have a chance of making it. On this one, we hop up an extra ledge, which usually you wouldn't do. This one is the only one that you do normally, just a simple combo. And then this one, again, we jump as late as possible. That won't even work, because I was too far to the left. But yeah, you need to do a nollie. I'm going too far to the left again. A nollie triple heel flip, but you can see how late you have to jump, and even then, that won't be enough. So you have to jump like a second after you've already, you know, left the ramp. And this should make it, I think. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, you have to really cheese these things in order to even have a chance of succeeding. I did press the bone dolly there. I'm not quite sure why it didn't work, but that's okay. This is the last one. Got the hard one out of the way. There we go. So bone dollies get you like a bit more distance. So they're actually quite useful. One of the rare things that they implement into this game that is actually useful. And then the final pro goal that you unlock once you've done all the other ones is BAM. And this pro goal is very silly. So, backside tail slide, not a problem. Then he wants you to do a flip over him. Cool. But then the final section, he has a bet with a homeless man. And the bet is that I can't stall on this shopping cart and go all the way down. And if BAM wins, which he's going to because I'm going to do it, he gets to fart in this homeless man's face. That's the entire cutscene. There's no audio. It's just really weird and awkward. Okay, so let's see how much it was. Okay, it was 400, so I actually have perfectly enough money, and I didn't look silly, so that's perfect. So that's the last thing we need money for. We don't need to worry about the homeless guy anymore. He can keep his money. We are all good to go, because this is the final segment of the game, the casino. So, the casino is the other segment alongside the oil rig that I mentioned earlier, where, as far as I know, I've never crashed when quitting out here, so we can do a nice little route. As you can see, there are a lot of goals in a very short, in a very tiny space. But first, we're going to go and see Murphy. He wants us to do some trick modifications here. The guy with the BMX is also just staring at us. It's a bit making me a bit uneven. Hey, bud. He waved to us. That's quite nice. Okay, he's still waving at me. Definitely not creepy. Oh, sorry, that I almost crushed him as well. And then we just ground around this a few times, and that's all good. And then the Zen Master from downtown is actually going to make a return here. I'm not exactly sure why, but he teaches us how to give special energy to other people. So Boone is like struggling to do tricks or something, and the Zen Master teaches me how to transfer my special to him. And this, you know, is a very silly goal, and you're just sat here waiting around for a minute. But obviously, like, you can go anywhere you want, and the goal doesn't reset your position. So wherever you end the goal is where you will be, like, after it. So what we can do is we can go to the least convenient place to get to that has a goal, and not lose any time, because obviously we're we're on a timer here anyway, and there's nothing we can do to speed it up. So we're just waiting for 25 more seconds, and as long as we don't let the power meter go down, then we're good. So we'll just give him enough here, and then we can head through the elevator here to Iggy, and we're just gonna wait. So gives me an opportunity to rest my voice for a second. Been speaking quite a lot.
Do we have time for a donation?
Mm-hmm.
We have $5 coming in from Brisk saying, I'm going to save multiple lives of children. And believe it or not, you actually are.
Mm-hmm.
And this donation is going to the Saints Row character selection. Not really selection, but what the character will look like of Waluigi.
Yes, Waluigi. That is what we like to see. Yeah, thanks very much. So here we're going to quit out because we've gone to the least convenient place, and we need to go back to the most convenient place, which is right here. And this is a really tricky goal to do fast. There are 55 chips that are scattered all around the casino, on the rafters and everything. And if you fall down from the rafters, there's no real easy way to get back up. So I'm going to play nice and safe and just run across them if I can. But yeah, so very excited for that, for Waluigi to win, and I'm glad I can influence people to to donate towards it as well. That's going to be great. I do hope it wins. So we grab all the ones on the Raptors, and the other sections are all they're all in the little pool area, which is just through here. So there's one up top, and as you can see, like, all of the other goals end in the pool area, which is perfect because this is where we're going to be for the rest of it. Because this goal also ends here. Well, it ends wherever you grab the last chip, of course, but we're going to make sure that we grab it in the pool side, because it makes sense. So we grab all the ones here, grab the ones here. There's one on this corner, and then it's just grinding all the way around to grab the last couple. And then we are right where Iggy is here. And these last final goals are very simple. This one is just kickflip, transfer, transfer, triple kickflip, and then Iggy again. And then this one, all we need to do is acid drop from this diving board, big spine transfer over, air out and stall on this rail. There we go. And then this final one in Casino can be quite tricky if you don't know what you're doing. But you need to vert wall plant just as you're about to touch the speaker. And the final one is to tail, which is just the same, but it's the opposite. So we're hitting it downwards as we go down. And yeah, that's the finale. So, one final goal before we end up here, and one little clip out of bounds that we can use to quickly get to the final segment. So the final goal of the game is that we have like all the footage that we need, but the police are after us because we broke into a casino and they're not very happy with us. So we need to protect the footage and we need to escape the police. Now, the issue is that this, as you can see, this spotlight can sometimes just instantly lock onto you and there is nothing you can do to stop it. So all we can do is just hope, basically. This does scale with difficulty. It is exactly the same. Like it's very easy on easy, they barely spot you. But on sick, they can just lock onto you instantly. And yeah, I am getting trolled here pretty stupendously. As you can see, like it's just locking onto me immediately. Like even if I complete the set piece, I'm just immediately screwed. So all I can do is hope and pray. There we go. That was a much better launch. There we go. And we just get in time. So even there, with like a much better launch off the little boost, we still barely made it. Like this is really broken, this final mission, which is unfortunate. You know, it's quite a sour taste to end the game, but you know, ultimately at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's this game is yeah, one of the weaker Tony Hawk games, I would definitely say, but it still has like a place in my heart. So I'll try and slap up here, run up, and cut across. Thankfully, just get out of the way. There we go. Just out of the way of the spotlight. And as you can see, every single time we go into one of the loading transitions back to the skate ranch, we get a checkpoint. So it's not the worst thing if we do end up failing somewhere. We only lose like 10 seconds or so per retry. And then Hollywood is super easy. They barely ever catch you here. Yeah, like you can see, it's very struggles a lot to find me for some odd reason. And this final section, you can also get trolled quite a lot because there are cops that are standing on ground level, but their hitbox extends all the way up, like infinitely. So you can grind along like these little wires here, and the cops can still hit you from ground level, which is really dumb. I don't know why they did it, but yeah, it's the way it is. We seem to be good. Yep. So here we go. Final little stretch just through the back to the skate ranch. Once we get to the skate ranch and we lose control, it will be time. So it's coming up in just a second. Just gotta escape the helicopter one last time. And that is time. So that, as you can see, is all story mode goals completed and the story mode completed on sick difficulty. So yeah, overall a pretty solid run for a no reset. Obviously, as I mentioned, this game can be very brutal in terms of like non-linearity. I'm not actually sure what time it was. Arco, do you have the stream up so you can see what time the run finished at?
It seems to be 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 30 seconds.
1:35. That is pretty good. I'm happy with that. So yeah, nice and easy. I did have a pretty generous estimate in retrospect, but you know, you've always got to be safe with games like this. Yeah, so if you're interested in picking up Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, I do have guides for the easier difficulties, which I would recommend obviously as a beginner. And there is a Tony Hawk speedrunning Discord. You can find leaderboards on speedrun.com, you know, all that kind of usual stuff. There are a lot of exceptional Tony Hawk players, much better than myself, that play all the different classics that you remember as a kid. Some even play the new games, if that's your thing. Not really my thing. But yeah, but I appreciate you all being here. It's super late, so especially those who are in Europe, I really appreciate you being here. And of course, raising money for a fantastic cause. Thank you to all the people behind the scenes who make these events work. And of course, thanks to Arco as well for being the lovely angelic voice.
Thank you very much as well, Ben, for the excellent. Great job, and I wish you a good night.
Thank you. Are you reading for any more runs, Arco, after this, or are you done with your shift?
There is one more run. Next up, we have Backyard Skateboarding, ran
Backyard
by
Skateboarding.
Hayetsburg.
Perfect. All right, great stuff. Yeah, thank you again, Arco, and enjoy Backyard Skateboarding. I'll see you guys later.
All right, see you later. Stay tuned for Backyard Skateboarding.
Have you checked out speedrunstore.com yet? 100% of the proceeds during ESA summer will be donated to Save the Children, including the proceeds from the fabulous event hoodie and shirt shown on stream right now. speedrunstore.com.
Bonjour, bonjour! Est-ce qu'il y a encore du monde sur le stream français à cette heure tardive pour les francophones? Un peu partout, on dirait. C'était un bon matin, mon nom est Nico. Je vais être ici pour les prochaines runs de backyard skateboarding jusqu'à SpongeBob Truth or Square. S'il y a encore du monde qui sont là, pouvez-vous me dire si le son est bon? Parce que je n'ai pas le feedback de mon côté. Donc, j'en ai aucune idée. Mais on vient d'avoir la run de Tony Hawk, qui était pas pire. Je l'ai regardé sur le côté, on fait une petite affaire. Fait que, ben, quand vous avez un estimate de 16 minutes en any percent sur l'édition Game of the Year, j'ai regardé un peu. Il y a deux versions de ce jeu-là. Il y a la version originale sortie en 2004, la version Game of the Year sortie en 2006. De qu'est-ce que je vois, il y a des petits changements au niveau gameplay, mais pas tant gros. De qu'est-ce que j'ai vu, le jeu est assez pété. Pas dire d'autre. Je pense que c'est ça. Oh. Fait que... Le chat, si vous êtes encore réveillé, vous pouvez faire signe. Si vous voulez donner faire une donation en temps français, c'est le temps. Il y a quelqu'un maintenant pour les lire. À part de ça, c'est pas mal ça.
Hi there, my name is English Ben, and I'm going to teach you how to butt slap in the Tony Hawk games. This glitch works in Tony Hawk's Underground, Underground 2. And American Wasteland. This glitch allows you to get insane amounts of height and thus cheese a lot of goals in the process. In order to butt slap, all you have to do is go off a ledge, do a flip trick, and then mash ollie right afterwards. Better mashing means more height.
Je vais utiliser ce temps mort pour rappeler que les ESA Summer 2021 recueillent des fonds pour l'organisation non gouvernementale Save the Children, une organisation caritative vouée à défendre le droit des enfants dans le monde entier. Active dans plus de 110 pays dans les domaines de l'aide humanitaire d'urgence, de l'aide au développement sur le long terme, à travers le parrainage d'enfants, c'est le plus grand mouvement mondial indépendant œuvrant pour les enfants. Faire un don aide donc le but de l'ONG, un monde où tous les enfants peuvent vivre, avoir une chance à l'éducation, être protégés des abus, de la négligence et de l'exploitation. Fac! J'espère que vous vous donnez. Parce que, en passant, si vous donnez en ayant le FR de votre nom et votre nom Discord, vous avez accès aux plus de 400 € de jeu à gagner du stream FR.
Raising money for Save the Children. Links to donate can be found below the stream. We would also like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. And now it's time for Hadesperk running backyard skateboarding with Jamie doing the awesome commentary. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Do we have a treat for you today? In this second half of the skateboarding block, we're going to play the wonderful Backyard Skateboarding, a 2005 PC game for Windows
Pardon,
XP.
je me suis trompé, c'est 2005 au lieu de 2006.
Awesome speedrun, not going to lie. It's a
Je me
bit
suis
of a
trompé.
goofy run, but
c'est un an,
it's
c'est
going
pas
to
la
be
fin.
a lot of fun. And on the mic, I got my friend Jamie. Say hi to the fans.
Hello. I saw we're coming after a Tony Hawk game. We're the Bubsy to Tony Hawk's Sonic, so.
Yes, absolutely. So there's a lot of funny tricks in this game. It's really fast-paced. Me and Jamie are going to do our best to talk and give you a lot of information at once. It's a really short run, though, and it's going to be a really fun time. But, Jamie, if we're going to play a skateboarding game, then we should probably wear some protection, right?
I would say.
Yeah,
it's a good lesson to the kids to wear helmets and
yeah,
pads.
you gotta wear your helmet if you're going skateboarding, right? All right, cool. So, without further ado, we have a
Le
little
petit
bit of
casque sur la
save
tête.
file manipulation that
Rappelez-vous, les enfants et les plus vieux,
we're doing
toujours
with,
porter un casque sur la tête quand vous faites du
our
vélo, du
character
skate
is
ou
gonna have
quoi que ce
maxed
soit.
out stats. So I already did everything with the file. We're gonna name it ESA, and let me just check that our character here is maxed out. That's great. Shoutouts to save file manipulation. But we're gonna start this run with.
Fait que qu'est-ce que je comprends? On commence avec P, qui est un personnage assez médium, et après le premier niveau, on va switcher au custom character, qui est maxé au fond. Et si je comprends, ça aussi, ça a été manipulé avec une save file. Fait que...
1, go. All right, so there's a bunch of different power-ups that you can get in this game. The first one that we get right off the bat here is called a rocket boost, and I'll show you what that does for you.
Quand j'ai dit que le jeu est assez pété, on obtient le rocket boost dès le départ qui nous fait voler dans le ciel avec le speed boost.
It's pretty awesome. And we're going to use this tool to get up here to the roof of this building here and grab this item. Oh gosh.
This is an intended mechanic, by the way. This is not an exploit or a glitch. This is intended, baby.
And it's really hard to control, but it's a lot of fun to use. And we've been using a lot more rocket boost abuse, we call it. Say that 5 times fast, right? To make the speed run even faster. So
parce que c'est dit aussi, c'est qu'ils en utilisent de plus en plus souvent pour mettre la run encore plus rapide.
And you know the backyard kids. I'm sure you've heard of Pablo Sanchez and Pete Wheeler, Ricky Johnson, all those awesome characters and stuff. We have to do 6 challenges in each world before we get the opportunity to fight the boss in the world.
Donc, le but du jeu, c'est pas mal à chaque niveau de finir 6 challenges dans des des difficultés différentes pour débloquer le boss et pouvoir changer de niveau. La plupart des challenges et des récolter des items sur des half-pipes, sur des jumps, un peu de tout.
There are 5 worlds in total. There's the neighborhood here, followed by the boardwalk, followed by the rooftops, which is a Game of the Year exclusive, followed by the castle, and followed by Skate Station Alpha.
C'est ça. La différence entre la version originale et la Game of the Year Edition, c'est qu'il y a un niveau de plus, qui est rooftops.
It's this, for some reason, the original game warranted a Game of the Year release. I'm not really sure why. Because the original game was, well, yeah, I mean, it's the greatest game ever made, but yeah, okay, I take my point back there.
So that was our first boss challenge right there. We just had to do a bunch of tricks. And now I'm going to switch characters. We only use Pete in that first world there. And the reason we do that is because even though this character has maxed out stats, it still has a shorter ollie than like Pete does. And
ok, la raison pourquoi ils utilisent Pete au lieu du caractère qui est maxé à la fin, c'est que Pete a un ollie plus long que le custom character. Pour aucune raison.
Not too long ago, and it saves a good 10 seconds at least to do that.
Fait que c'est plus rapide de juste faire ça et de...
That's true.
Ça revient plus rapide.
That challenge right there, we're just doing a bunch of tricks, and then this one we're gonna incorporate the what's it called? The slope boosting. You want to tell them a little bit about that, Jamie?
Right, so Game of the Year exclusive, baby. We found that repeatedly ollieing and regrinding on uphill slopes actually gives you a pretty substantial speed.
Quand j'ai dit que le jeu est cassé, si tu ollie et 50-50 sur une ramp, pendant que en uphill, tu vas juste gagner de la vitesse en up-finir. Et c'est une exclusivité du Game of the Year Edition. Ce bug-là n'est pas dans la version originale.
And then you see we got another challenge, just another collectathon. A lot of them are the same. It's a really easy run to get into because a lot of the challenges that you have to
Comme dit, c'est une run facile. C'est à part les objets de vitesse, les strats de vitesse, c'est sûr, c'est beaucoup un collectathon, même si c'est un jeu de skateboard.
So here's Sally again.
We don't say it's easy, we say it's approachable. And it's not short, it's fast-paced. You got to sell it. You got to sell it.
I mean, it's really easy to get into, but hard to master.
Yeah, there you go, exactly.
On a des petits problèmes de framerate du côté du stream de ESA. Ça devrait s'arranger d'ici les prochaines minutes.
So, I was originally an original version of the game runner, didn't touch Game of the Year much. When I came in, Game of the Year world record was, I think, 1440 or something like that, and we've gotten it down to about 1240 just over the course of like a few months.
2-minute time save.
2-minute time save in a 14-minute category.
Yeah,
comme ils disent, en l'espace d'une couple de mois, ils ont réussi à passer la run d'une run de 14 minutes à une run de 12 minutes. Donc, c'est quand même beaucoup pour une run aussi courte comme ça.
I honestly think it's a very fun little run. It's not, it's not like a huge marathon run, but it's just a fun little thing. I really enjoy it.
Yep. So we're gonna get that rocket boost item again to do some more boost abuse. So we're gonna go up to Pete Wheeler, who's gonna be our boss in this world. Ooh, and I didn't mess it up. Let's go. And then this is where we can really have some fun with rocket booster views. And I really want to show. I really want to show it off. So we'll see how this goes.
You can either
I'm
save
On
or
va voir,
run or show it
la vue
horribly.
du Rocket Boost ici est
So you
quand
can
même
see, if you just fly through the air,
d'une
you can
qualité
really-
exceptionnelle.
You can really gain some speed doing that. Oh, this is great. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
I like to get to those bricks right there with the rocket boost, so that worked out great.
So there's one more place in the game in the usual route that we could maybe use a rocket boost, but it depends if Perk is cool enough to go for it. Are you cool
Oh,
enough to go for it?
absolutely, I'm
Perk?
going for the
Perk is
swag
cool
strat,
enough.
man.
Perk is cool enough to go for it, so
Absolutely.
we'll get it in rooftops here.
Yeah, so this is the rooftops level. This is exclusive to the Game of the Year edition. This whole world they added just for the Game of the Year edition. And wouldn't you know it, it's my least favorite of all of them.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's probably a fair opinion. Though.
Comme Perks a dit, c'est
Don't let your kids skate on
la
top of the
Game of the Year exclusif,
rooftops,
ce
everybody.
niveau-là.
Bit of a
Mais
safety
c'est
hazard.
ça.
I mean, they wear
C'est
a
le niveau
helmet.
qu'il
Can't
préfère le
show it
moins.
Oh yeah, he's fine. You'll see a nice little
C'est
jump.
un
we
peu un
do with
trade-off,
that. I don't know if
mais
fans would approve that though.
avec la quantité de glitch qu'il y a dans
Oh,
ce
let's go. I
jeu-là,
got the bonk
la
cancel there.
quantité.
If you bonk into
Oh,
a wall when you're
Il y
doing
en
a
a,
trick,
que je vois, il y en a quelques-uns, mais qui font que la run
landing
est
animation, and you automatically get the
substantiellement
points. And all right, here comes
meilleure.
the swag strat. We're gonna do rocket boost abuse.
Swag strat.
We don't
oh,
even
yeah.
know if this really saves time. Maybe like a second or two.
I think it's 2 or 3 seconds if you don't mess up going to.
So we're
Tony
trying to get over
afterwards.
to those poles there. Come on, baby. Oh, let's go.
La,
Got
la
it.
petite swag strat
Oh,
avec
yeah.
le Rocket
And now we got-
Boost.
oh man, this is gonna be hard though. How am I gonna get up to Tony? Oh my gosh.
You got
Come on.
you got to match space in that cutscene there. What are you doing, Perk?
I know. Oh, there we go. I think the strat. Oh, I flew too high though.
Le overflown
The strat might
pour
honestly be to just
la boss.
fly like as far
On
as
perd un peu de temps,
you
mais c'est
can
pas
over to
grave.
Tony. Okay, we're good. We made it.
We're good.
It was worth
we
it.
made it. It was an adventure. We're making it exciting for the viewers.
Yeah. A swag strat to save 2 seconds that ultimately lost us probably 5 since we couldn't get up to the next
It was
guy.
it gained so much in coolness though, and that's
Oh,
more
absolutely.
important. I would
That's all
say.
that matters. That's all that matters. This guy is bugged. He's really funny. You can see he's putting his hands up. I just wanted to show him off. He's doing all these dance moves to get your attention, but when you click on him, he just kind of freezes. None of the other NPCs do that. Just him. So, gotta love him.
Yeah, he's doing the victory dance that the NPCs do after you beat a mission, but he's just always doing it. He's just.
Comme tu dis, ce perso-là, il est buggé pour
You
une
can
raison
see I'm,
inconnue.
resetting to the beginning
Il
of
fait
the
tout le temps
world.
la danse de la
I do
victoire,
that,
mais la seconde que
just
tu l'actives, il est
to
comme
save some time from-
qu'est-ce que je fais ici?
It's where it's like more optimal to reset to the beginning of the stage than to go to the next challenge from where you were already standing. We do that all the time.
Comme il dit, c'est souvent plus
This
rapide
jump's
de
really tight,
juste
I'm really
reset
glad
le
I got it.
stage pour revenir au point de spawn que juste prendre son skate et se rendre là.
So the helicopter cutscene is the longest break in this entire run you get.
Yeah,
And
so
it's
like right,
maybe 15 seconds long.
yeah, so right here, this is a really easy challenge. This, and then there's a big cutscene after it. So this is an awesome time if we do have any donations.
We do have some donations.
Tandis qu'il parle de donation, on va
We have
checker du
a
côté
donation
FR.
by
On a absolument rien du côté FR. Comme je dis, on a 200 €
which is
de
insane.
magnifiques jeux à donner.
Saying greetings from the
Donc,
US. Thank you to all the
si vous
runners
voulez
and
regarder
staff.
ça, vous pouvez toujours
We
regarder
also have another donation by Pimecone
et
with
donner.
$35
Généreux.
with no comment. And both of these are going towards the Saints Row any percent character lookalike as Waluigi. Thank you
Well,
very
that
much.
sounds like something I can get
Yeah.
behind.
Sounds like we got a winner there, yeah.
All right, cool. Coming up on Reese here. He's a pretty tough boss challenge. The others have been pretty simple. Jamie, tell him why this is such an annoying boss fight.
So this challenge is infuriating because on the surface it doesn't look that hard. You just have to jump over all the 4 arms in that satellite dish. Except number 1, you actually have to ollie off them. You can't just skate off the edge. And number 2, you have to reach a certain height above it. So a lot of the times you'll think you actually jump over it, but then the game won't count it because it hates you. So you just have to go over and do it again.
And I got I just did that to show it off once. I did jump over one of the pillars or whatever, and it didn't count.
Oh yeah,
it,
I
so-
see. Yeah. No, this challenge is more finicky than it looks. There's a worse version of it coming up in the castle.
Yeah, seriously. And that little Joust Spot challenge, the goal of that one is to grind on that Joust Spot's lance 3 times, but you only need to grind on it once. And then for some reason, if you do a kickflip or any trick afterwards, it'll count it as a grind on the Joust spots lands. It makes no sense.
It was present in the original version, and they did not fix it in the
they
game of the
didn't
year.
fix it. It's great. All right, Marky's always an annoying challenge. He's really
Comme qui a été dit,
finicky. All right, we're coming
la
up
mission
on one
du
of my
javelot,
favorite
c'est
challenges just because
ben, la
I
lance.
I came up with the
Je sais pas quel tempo là,
strat
je
for
vais
it,
dire lance.
and it saves a really good amount of time.
Yeah,
Non,
this,
ouais,
this,
lance.
this used to be incredibly painful in this.
C'est que
version of
faudrait
the
que tu
game.
grindes
Now
3
it's
fois
not
sur la
so
lance, sauf que
Yeah.
comme,
So you can see there, my goal was
comme
to
dans
get a bunch of
l'original,
points.
qu'ils
Look
ont
on
pas
the bottom
patché.
left, I got 241,000 points.
Si
And it
tu
didn't look like I
grindes une
really
fois
did
dessus,
anything, right?
et après ça, tu
So in the past,
fais un
you would have
kickflip,
to
ben le
actually
kickflip compte
do
pour un
tricks,
grinding sur un objet.
and it took
Donc,
forever to
c'est
get that many
plus
points.
rapide de juste faire ça.
But I found that for some reason, if you're grinding and you mash the mouse button, which we don't use at all during the run except in that moment, you just do a bunch of tricks and get a bunch of points. It's really weird and makes no sense, but it saves us like so much time.
I'm pretty sure it's actually related to the same thing that lets slope boosting work, and that this game lets you regrind almost instantly after the last grind. So mashing click just mashes grind, and you get a ton of grind tricks in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, and it's weird when you click the mouse button, you just do like a random special trick, so it works out great. Again, parents, don't let your kids skateboard off of the drawbridge in the castle. It's not a great idea.
Fun.
All right, so we're coming up after this challenge on the hardest part of the game. The only thing
dreaded
that makes this
Justice
game,
OS.
one of the two challenges that make this game really annoying and inconsistent to run sometimes. All right,
Yeah,
and
this
that's
is-
gonna, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is a rare instance of a challenge that's harder in GOTY than it is in the original version. This is a breeze in the original version, but GOTY it hurts.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and focus because this is just so annoying. Basically, we're trying to collect these gems over these big robot heads, but they're really high up, and like we were talking about earlier, this custom character that we use, while fast, does not get a lot of height on his jumps. Grab it! Grab it! I was right there, and it didn't grab it.
This is
Yeah, it's really hard. It can take anywhere from like 20 seconds to like a minute and a half.
yeah. This
Okay, that
is.
one was good. That's how it should go.
We actually didn't think it was possible to do this challenge with the custom skater for a while. For a while, we switched back to Pete just for this level, but we found out that if you can do it with custom skater, it just hurts.
Yeah, I was the first one dumb enough to do it just so because I was like, if we want to optimize this time, this is a great way to do it.
Yeah. Because Pete is slower almost everywhere else. Because that low ollie is better for everything except this mission, pretty much.
Yeah, and I don't like to menu that much. So having to change characters mid-run while we do it now, back in the day, I was like, I don't want to do this. Anyways, we made it to our final world here. Jamie, you want to tell them a little bit about the plot of this game?
Oh, right. Yeah, this game does have a plot. It's a very
there's a
good
big plot in this game.
Yeah. The neighborhood skate part is awful. The kids hate it. So we raise the funds. We go on a big skateboarding tour around the world, you know, boardwalk, all that, to unlock the Skate Station Alpha. It's the ultimate skate park, possibly on the moon, possibly
même, je
not
comprends.
on the moon. The game
Il y a un
is
nom à
very
ce jeu.
clear. It's awesome.
Well, there is that one character that
Fait,
says, "Whoa,
le
look at me,
le
I'm
skatepark
on the moon."
est dégueulasse.
Yeah,
Donc,
he's-
tu fais un
he's
tour à
kinda-
l'entour
he's
du monde
kinda out there. I don't think he
pour
knows where he is,
avoir
honestly.
pour récolter des fonds et avoir le skatepark qu'on veut. Et là, on est
in this world,
la,
though.
la, la,
It's
la
insane.
space,
Oh, yeah,
le
it's-
genre de Space
The
Station
Alien
skate
Maker
park
mission is fun.
dans l'espace, mais qui est pas vraiment dans l'espace.
Ooh, and that's a perfect point challenge right there. Took like less than
C'est
a second.
une
That
version
was awesome.
ultime.
Oh yeah, and we finally get to finish the game with kicking off a big concert at Skate Station Alpha, and you'll get to hear a bit of it. It's wonderful. It's a musical
Donc,
treat.
on va avoir un concert à la fin pour
And we are coming up
célébrer.
on the very end of the run. It's been a fun time on the moon with all of you.
Possibly on the moon.
Yeah, exactly. Allegedly on the moon. But we get to go do our final challenge before we get to talk to the man himself, the legend, the virus, Andy McDonald.
Yeah, they couldn't afford Tony Hawk, so we went with the next best thing.
I'll be there in a second, Andy. Just got to do a couple more tricks. Okay, cool. Okay, one more trick. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. Let's get back to Andy. I'm coming home, Andy.
Dernier challenge du jeu, après ça va être le
Boston
time.
version,
Yeah. All right.
Un
time
petit
is
jeu
coming
court,
up
un petit
in about a
facile.
second here. There it
Fait
is.
qu'on finit avec un beau petit
Hey.
concert. Un 14:39
Let's go,
que j'ai
dude.
vu.
Concert with Ahmed and Amir Khan singing for us, and that is the legendary backyard skateboarding.
Backyard skateboarding game
Fait que
of the
maintenant, on
year
a fini
edition,
avec
baby.
Backyard
Best speedrun ever made.
Skateboarding. Prochain
Yeah.
jeu étant,
Anyways, I want
je
to
vais
give a huge
regarder
shout
mon
out to ESA
horaire
for having me
personnel
and letting
parce
me
que je
show
ne
off
sais
this
pas.
beautiful
Prochain jeu étant
masterpiece here.
Mega Man's
And big
Dr.
shout out
Willy's
to
Revenge,
Jamie for
80%,
tagging
rodé
along,
par
for being my
Manix86,
co-skater in
notre
this,
cher ami de
this
l'Acadie.
wonderful game. If you're
Donc,
interested in
un
running
petit
this
run
game,
avec un
now
estimate
is an awesome
de
time to get into it. The community
un
has
gros
grown
23
like
minutes.
crazy.
Euh,
And it's such
on
an
va
easy
enchaîner
run to get
des
into,
runs.
and it's so
On enchaîne
goofy
deux
and
runs de
so
suite.
fun.
Ça va
It's an
être
approachable run. Stop saying easy.
la pression de Raymond's Origin,
It's easy to
Scooby-Doo
get
Night of
into.
the
You know,
100th
and
Fright
we have
et
all the
SpongeBob
resources
Through
and
the
the
Square.
ISO files and
Donc,
everything on our Discord, and you can find it on speedrun.com.
My boy
/skateboarding.
Manix. Yeah, our boy
Anyways,
Manix.
if you like the stream, like my face, like this guy's face here, you can find me over at twitch.tv/heyitsperks.
Si vous avez toujours des runners, même si c'est des anglophones, vous pouvez toujours aller les voir sur leurs lives. Leur live.
And yeah, thank you for having us.
Si ESA les ont pris, c'est que c'est
He has
des
the world
des bonnes
record,
personnes.
or they have the world record in every category except this one. This one's mine for now.
I'm
at least.
I'm working
For
on
now. Anyways, thanks a lot for having us.
Thank you.
Keep on skating.
Thank you very much for the excellent run perk. It was a pleasure to watch, and thank you, Jamie, for the awesome commentary. Next up, we have Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge, ran by none other than Manix86. And with that, I shall leave the floor to Gamero Says to read the upcoming donations, so stay tuned for that.
Have you checked out speedrunstore.com yet? 100% of the proceeds during ESA Summer will be donated to Save the Children, including the proceeds from the fabulous event hoodie and shirt shown on stream right now. speedrunstore.com.
Every time I fall, I get back up. Every lesson learned, a new setup. I got my goals set straight and I'm nailing every frame. Nothing's gonna stop my rise to fame. Crowning me the master of the game. Look at the leaderboard, putting all the other names to shame. I've got that golden eye of a tiger. You can call me Big Champ 64. RNG could be stacked against us, but that's never happened before. I'm praying perfect, I'm praying perfect. Every sacrifice gonna be worth it. I'm praying perfect, I'm praying perfect. A million resets, but it's gonna be worth it. Carry out the run like a machine. I have never seen a 130.
J'aimerais noter aussi que cette musique est insane. Elle est vraiment bonne, cette musique. C'est un bon beat. Je sais pas si qui l'a fait, mais je pense que ça le dit à la fin de la vidéo. Mais ça va aller le supporter. Moi, je trouve que la musique est vraiment bonne. Il y a plusieurs clips venant de ESA. Plusieurs clips quand même cocasses. On est quasiment à 15 000 $ pour Save the Children. C'est quand même fou. On est jour 2 du marathon. Ben, techniquement, en heure européenne, on est rendu jour 3. Je voudrais que je marche encore. Je vais quand même. Je commence à juste spiter des heures en québécois. Corrigez-moi dans le chat, les Français. Mais... Moi, mes horloges partout sont en heure québécoise. La seule horloge qui est jouée en heure européenne, c'est l'université principale de ESA. Donc, je vais souvent dire des heures québécoises au lieu des heures européennes. Et je m'en désole pour ça d'avance. Aussi, si je sors des termes de québécois que vous avez aucune idée de quoi que je parle, dites-moi là. Je me corrigerai.
Hello, I'm Rolucion. This is Free on Planet. The stage is Battle Glacier, the character Mulia. So basically, we are mounting this guy called Sparky. What we can do with him is clipping in a corner. Normally, it doesn't take too long. We have to take care about where to escape from the wall because otherwise you can soft lock. And then this is basically how we just skip the entire section that slowly. But what I'm gonna show you today is the dark side of Sparky. So basically we can break a shield on him and get this fancy color. And now we can keep clipping, but taking care about where to go to not soft lock. So we can kill enemies on the way because Sparky is an assassin machine. And now the thing I'm gonna show you. This is a claw. When you touch this claw while mounting Sparky, basically you destroy completely the collisions in the game. That means you can actually navigate through the entire stage not caring about anything. This doesn't happen in the run because actually the claw is a lot before Sparky. So it's really fun. But the glitch is actually broken in the moment you get hit. So that's all.
Aussi, je voudrais qu'il y ait un avantage. Genre des Shadowlands. De même. Merci. Merci à notre charbot d'Idebot. Vous pouvez faire un don à l'ESA en suivant le lien que l'Idebot vient de publier dans le chat. Et regardez la liste des lots avec le deuxième lien. Okay, maintenant, Megaman Dr. avec notre cher Manix 96.
Good evening to the Night Owls. Welcome back to ESA Summer 2021. We're raising money for Save the Children today. Links to donate can be found below the stream. You can also type in !donate in the chat, and you'll be able to see a link directly pop up right in there. We'd also like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. Now it's time for Manix86 running Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge any percent. Take it away, Manix.
Thank you very much, Gamero. Alright, this is Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge as mentioned, or Mega Man 1 NES. We're going to get right into it here. So timer starts as soon as I hit game start here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So the first stage is
On va avec Cutman.
Conveniently is where your cursor starts when you hit start.
C'est la place où le curseur commence quand on passe sur start. Fait que plus rapide.
Okay.
Je vais juste commencer par là.
I'm hearing double audio. Sorry to, but I'm gonna try to work through it.
Ouais, mais c'est des petits problèmes techniques qui entendent un double audio, malheureusement, mais tout devrait bien aller, on espère pour lui. Ça donne bien qu'on commence sur le Cutman parce que le Cutman, c'est l'outil le plus powerful de ce jeu-là. Comme on peut voir, il y a beaucoup de damage boost aussi, c'est quelque chose.
One thing you want to maybe notice in the Mega Man Game Boy game is everything looks like it's really squeezed up on the screen. Well, that's exactly how it feels when you play as well. So it's a little harder to see ahead of time what's coming up. Fortunately, I did practice this game once or twice. I know what's coming.
On dit, si vous voyez que tout est squished up dans l'écran, c'est normal. Un peu aussi avec le rediff, mais c'est quand même assez squish de tous les côtés.
So I just want to time my shots. So this game doesn't really benefit from mashing. So you want to sort of time your shots, and of course
le mashing sert absolument à
it's
rien
actually a heavy reset point in
dans ce
so
jeu-là.
we'll just have a full bar now. It should be.
Il y a aussi ça, c'est un point de reset souvent dans les
So
runs.
he can either throw his cutter, which he did twice there, threw me off, or he can jump like this. But if you don't predict the jump, you don't have time to go under.
Comme c'est dit aussi, les patterns sont quand même assez random, fait que c'est un peu dur à prédire.
And just like that, we're through Cutman, which was the hardest part, or one of the hardest parts. And this is one of my favorite weapon get screens of all of Mega Man. You can sort of see the human/robot. Now we're going to Elect, which is
Elecman, par la suite.
a stage that many people hated on the NES. Well, you could equally hate it in this.
Ça, c'est une réplique du jeu original de NES avec. On dit beaucoup de personnes ont haï ce stage-là dans la version NES. C'est aussi pire dans la version Game Boy.
That's alright. We move on. Our friends, the Yuku blocks, come in a little flatter than you might remember them. Right. So you'll see me do a lot of neutral jumps like that. That's just to give myself the timing of when I need to go, and this is the perfect example. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ah ouais, il fait beaucoup de standing jumps. C'est surtout pour lui donner le timing pour savoir quand y aller, quand jumper.
This is Mega Man 1. You'll see some references from Mega Man 2, like these Thunderlords. So here what we can do is sort of do a jump ahead to make them spawn a little bit earlier.
C'est une stratégie, c'est de spawner et de jumper en avance et de faire qu'ils spawnent plus vite pour pouvoir avoir leur cycle plus vite et aller plus vite. Beaucoup plus vite.
On that Yuku block on the left before it disappears. There we go.
Le petit jump sur la plateforme qui disparaît en même temps qu'on
One of
jump.
the harder tricks of this stage that I'll be performing. If you get that small drop, which I did, you only have about 2 frames to make that jump, but fortunately we got it. So I'm happy about that. The run is now valid. One thing I did want to mention as well is, although this is an any percent run, there's not too many glitches or exploits in this game, so it'll very much feel like a glitchless run. So if you're a fan of glitchless runs, then you'll probably enjoy watching.
Même si c'est entre guillemets une run any percent, il y a quand même pas beaucoup de glitch dans la version Game Boy, donc c'est quand même très proche d'une version glitchless.
We're on the final screen. We're gonna see our friend the Big Eye again, which sadly most of the time the Big Eye gets ignored. Sorry, Big Eye. Oh, and we got the inconvenient drop. So like most Mega Man games, you sort of freeze in the air when you get a drop, which we didn't need that one. If you thought Elec was a pushover on NES, well, he still is. All right. So now we're done Elec. We're going to go in Ice, but yeah, we have time for a couple donations, Camera.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Mannix. Just a quick reminder, we are raising money for Save the Children today. Save the Children is the global leader in saving newborn lives. Save the Children continues to be at the forefront of worldwide efforts to end
On peut voir aussi Elecman en 2 coups, très rapide avec
child health
le
and
cut.
nutrition. We also have some incentives coming up. Just a quick shout out. We do have the Rayman Origins.
Parlant de donation, on a encore l'opportunité de bid pour le choix du caractère du personnage. Pardon, mes mots en français sont pas soir. Le choix du personnage pour Rayman's Origin, qui est la prochaine run. Aussi plus tard dans la soirée, qui ne sera malheureusement pas rediffusé sur Speed Gaming français. La run de Saints Row. Mais quand même une run très intéressante. Je suggère d'aller la voir sur le stream officiel de ESA. Et il y a quand même un bid war entre un lookalike de Wario et de juste.
Here's a little
Je sais plus
scary
quel
part
personnage.
that you're gonna take a little slower. You can normally take a really difficult.
Laisse-moi
time
le
first,
regarder 2
but,
secondes.
this is a marathon, and I would lose a minute and a half for a 3-second gain, so I decided to kindly cut that.
Keanu puis Waluigi.
And just like that, right there,
Aussi, je le mentionne dans l'avance.
their weakness is a lack
On
of
a
net, but
encore
their
un
idea about
incentive
the elect is
pour,
you can only have one screen, so I'm
pour
intentionally
2 runners français.
getting
Ben,
in
2
front
runners.
of the boss's face so
C'est le même
that
runner,
I
mais
can
pour
get
2 jeux,
them
c'est ça.
off-screen as
Autre, on a l'incentive pour Trackmania de tourner la manette à l'envers.
coming up with Spider-Man stage,
Pour la run.
which is,
Ben, pour la
easily
une
the
track
hardest
dans la
stage
run.
for robots and possibly the hardest stage of the
Et on
entire
est à
game.
475$ sur 1000. Et aussi pour Trackmania 2 Canyon, encore avec notre cher ami français Rasta, qui va avoir un full-time speed, ou qui va faire 5 maps consécutives avec all gas, no brakes. Tout le temps par en avant. Jamais breaké pour 5 courses consécutives. Dès que l'incentive est mettre. Donnez pour ça aussi. On veut les voir un petit peu souffrir.
I didn't cover that yet, but if you pick up a drop in midair, you can just fall straight down, and if you fall in lava, that's never a good thing.
Comme on a expliqué, si tu obtiens un drop qui est un peu unfortunate, tu peux ramasser le drop et le jeu peut juste freeze et décider de drop direct dans la lave et on ne veut jamais ça.
The beam will sort of stay on the enemy longer so that it can take extra damage, enough to do one hits on those chankies. And here we'll take a neat damage boost onto this cannon so that we can avoid this flame pillar. And we'll throw a tiny beam to kill that first one. So as you can see, there's a lot of strats are calculated before you even get to see what you're shooting at. Oops. I was supposed to shoot one there. There we go. Couple more of these copter enemies. I keep forgetting their name. So we have a couple more flame things. We got hit there. Not a big deal. We're actually doing great on health. Sometimes you can get here quite low. And you'll notice on the screen, on the floor that I'm walking on, there's a lot of little bolts and like white strip designs. I'm looking at that to know exactly when I want to throw my beams. So there's a lot of neat visual cues in this game. So I'm going to try to do something funny here. If you keep like a moderate distance from Fireman, you keep rocking back and forth, you can sort of dance and he can't do anything. He'll literally do nothing. Doesn't want to cooperate.
On a essayé pour la strat de... Le boss fasse absolument rien. Il y a une strat de se réussi à rock back and forth, à faire du gauche-droite assez rapidement. Le boss peut juste absolument rien faire.
There's only 4 in total. So we're headed straight to the Eyebrow City. And by that I mean Wily's stages. But you guys can all tell me out of 10 what you think about the quality of the eyebrows on Wily.
Ça va déjà à Wily.
7 or an 8. That's not bad. So we actually got our last weapon that we'll receive here, which is called the Carry. So if you're familiar with Mega Man 1 on NES, you would get the magnet beam, which you could cast and step on. It's sort of like this. It spawns a platform directly under you.
Aussi, j'ai même mentionné que un peu. Si vous entendez le son background que j'ai pas le temps de muter, je suis désolé. On a une température assez exécrable dehors, donc je veux juste avertir. Si vous entendez des éclairs, n'inquiétez-vous pas, à moins que vous soyez du Québec, ça ne vient pas de chez vous, ça vient de chez moi.
Just a neat screen here to show just how powerful the cut is as well.
On peut voir cet écran-là.
I'm going to switch to Buster for safety here, just so I can kill these copters a little bit earlier and predict what happens because of that, because of a drop and spikes.
On va régler le problème. On va fermer la fenêtre. Bon, donc on a vu dans l'écran d'avant, comme j'essayais d'expliquer, on voit que le cut tool, on peut voir à quel point le cut tool est quand même assez fou. Mais...
One last carry movement, and we're going to switch to cut. Because that's what we do. Cut is our friend. Oh, I should have picked up that drop. Here's most skip, which I completely missed. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this the semi-casual way. So normally you want to basically damage boost really fast 30s, but I don't have enough health to do it, so I'm gonna have to. I guess I'm gonna get a second chance. That the game decided that I was gonna have to do that again.
Malheureusement, on a pris une petite mort, on va falloir recommencer.
Perfectly fine.
It's like Dr. Wily wins this round.
Yes, for sure. Fortunately, it's not too far. There are worse deaths than that.
This is just an excuse for us to see more Bunby tanks, which I found out is the name of those guys.
Oh, thank you. I will take that refill though because carry is tightly routed, so I don't want to use extra and run out of it later on. Which was conveniently still there.
On voit à quel point la Game Boy est quand même pas assez puissante. Beaucoup de flicker, beaucoup de lag. Même si runner sur la Super Game Boy ou le Game Boy Player, c'est quand même beaucoup de lag.
Okay. Unfortunately, performance was an issue again. At least we'll just have to clear this ending segment.
Manix qui va le safer en juste clearant tout.
Like, this is just excruciating slow.
Aussi, pas beaucoup de drop de vie. C'est un peu malheureux.
Fire would be technically Cut's weakness. So we're gonna go in this portal and fight Cut quick, man. Is this Mega Man 2 now? What's going on? So, for those of you who are not familiar with the Game Boy Mega Man games, they like to include stuff from your current edition, but also from the game following it. So now we're sort of getting into the Mega Man 2 content. And
one hit malheureux.
This is very embarrassing. I have to do this whole stage. So yeah, Gamero, if there's anything to plug in, that would be perfect because I got a lot of trekking to do.
All right, we're always ready for you. Just to give a shout out to some of our prizes that we've got. We've got the biggest, juiciest prize, the grand prize. We've got for a minimum donation of $50. And
la petite mort malheureuse qui fait que on retourne au début du
stage. If you get a
stage.
total of 50, then you can be entered for a chance to win the Sony PlayStation 5 along with Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. It's the whole bundle. Estimated value of $500. Chance for that could be yours for just 50. We've also got 2 monitors from ViewSonic Elite. We've got one for a minimum donation of 25 and one for a minimum donation of 35. We also got a Nintendo Switch Pro controller made with care by Spicy Frog for a minimum donation of $30. It's ESA branded, so it's got the classic ESA purple, and it's got our logo and a bunch of different video game logos on it as well. And my favorite Mega Man villain, Bomberman, not the actual Mega Man villain, but the one with the big pink poof on his head. Bomberman Perler Bead Sprite. We've got a minimum donation of $10, and that small sprite from the NES version can be yours. So yeah, if you want to be entered in a chance to win those prizes, just get in those minimum donations, and those will be raffled off after the event once everyone's donations are counted.
Thank you very much for that. Definitely donate generously. I actually have raised money for Save the Children myself before, so it is a cause dear to me. So I appreciate every dollar that is donated towards the cause.
And we're only $10 away from 14.5 thousand.
That's awesome. Let's keep them coming. Speaking of keep them coming, let's try this for the 10th time. Okay. I think I had it. Oh, okay. Well, now I definitely don't. So we want to ideally get out of here with 6 HP or more. Come on. This game is absolutely loving me right now. No, I'm gonna we're gonna do our backup strat. We're gonna switch to ice and we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight the other Mega Man boss first instead, which is everybody's favorite, somewhat Flashman favorite song. So the thing here is every time I shoot him, he jumps. And I'm going to intentionally take the damage boost there so I don't have to get frozen. Alright, now we can finally move on to other things. We are going to go back to Quick though now that we've taken care of Flash and we have a little bit more health. Quick will be a little bit less troublesome. Oops. Gotta remember my menuing is different now. Here we go. So the one thing to mention is Quick is technically weak to Flash, but it's so slow that it's better to just use fire. He's being really mean right now. Okay, so sometimes you can just move, sometimes you can throw boomerangs, sometimes if you're not in the right place exactly, he'll sort of start running forward and go backwards. You did that there. We're finally through our woes. We're gonna go take a plunge into water and fight our good friend. If I say Mega Man 2 in water, we're talking about Bubble, which is weak to the quick weapon, which is painfully laggy. It's kind of an annoying weapon to fight with this boss, actually, because you basically always have to be in front of his face. So it's worth noting that I cannot get out of the room until I grab the health. So I am intentionally grabbing it, not because I feel like I need the health. Now, who is weak to Bubble? Gamro, do you remember?
Not Bomberman, that's for sure.
Armor Man? Well, he is in an armor. This is Heat Man.
I said Bomberman.
Yeah, Bomber. He is weak to fire. Yeah. So the cool thing is you can actually hit him twice per cycle here instead of just one. Now we're fighting Anchor, which is considered a Mega Man killer, sort of the new.
On peut voir les boss assez rapidement être battus quand on a le feel for it.
And he sort of has a sword, and every time you hit him, he sort of charges it to be even more powerful to do his attacks.
Comme noté par le bot de Speed Gaming, on a un serveur Discord, une chaîne YouTube. Faites nous rejoindre pour les prochains événements. Aussi, si vous voulez voir, qu'est-ce que vous voulez voir, les tournois, les événements, les courses. Savoir avec le petit Google Forms.
All right. We're out of the Wily One shenanigans. I apologize to that.
À noter aussi, parlant de serveur Discord, on a encore certains trous pour certaines runs cette semaine avec aucun commentateur. Si vous voulez commenter quelques runs de votre intérêt personnel, vous pouvez toujours venir nous voir sur le Discord.
I kind of like this song too.
Et
it's a little more
venir commenter des runs.
compared to the usual Wily songs. I kind of dig it. So it's worth knowing I can only have one of those platforms at a time on screen, which is why I waited before I could cast that second one and step on the ice. We're seeing a little bit more use of fire here, which is a really good weapon, mostly because it allows you to basically keep walking. And we got our good friends, the Yokus, here. These ones, there are several of them, and we just have to walk on them. There's going to be 2 segments of this. Gamera, if there's any last things to say, this is sort of like the last segment or chance.
Sure thing. We do have some donations. Let's see. We've got $10 from Carl Germ. Great cause, great event, great donation reader. Thanks, Carl. Best of luck to everyone in the marathon. Looks like that $10 is going to flip the controller for the Trackmania. We have another $10 from Frostwad. Thank you, ESA, for all you do. Happy to be able to catch this segment and hear Gamero's soothing commentating tones. Mwah! Thank you, Frostwad. We've also got $12 from Pembroke Welsh Corgi. Rayman must be Rayman. They have spoken. They are donating to get Rayman to be the character choice, which puts Rayman ahead. That means that right now, as it stands, Rayman is $1 ahead of Teensy Goth, and Teensy Goth is only about $20 ahead of Glowbox. Way in the back is plain old regular Teensy at 0, so no love for regular Teensy. But
comme dit après avoir lu la dernière donation sur le stream en anglais, Donation Incentive pour Rayman's Origin. Présentement, Rayman qui mène par un seul et unique gros dollar américain. Donc, tu veux voir autre chose que Rayman, il faut toujours aller donner.
The big eyes are weak to bubble. Normally, I try to damage boost to them. I guess I kind of did. We're not going to do damage boost to this one though. Here we go. And bubble is actually pretty strong. It's just not used too much in the run. Now we have more Yukus. These ones are a little bit more difficult because there's ones that spawn above your head. Like that. So I have to focus here. I apologize if I'm a man of a few words for a little bit.
Quite all right. We can use this time to read a little bit more about Saving the Children and the charity and everything that they do for us. Let's see. Save the Children is the group that we're raising money for. It looks like we're only... I wonder if we can get to 15K before, at least before my night is done. It looks like we're only about $478 away from 15K.
Nice. All right. Coming up is what we call normally the carry climb or the task climb. I won't be able to do it because if you look at my ammo, I need at least one mandatory ammo, and guess how much I have. But we are going to do this at least. We don't want to go down ladders because that's really slow. So we're just going to avoid that. Here I'm going to intentionally look to the right a little bit just to make the bird spawn on that side. And this is why I needed at least one carry to get up here. We're going to switch to our good old friend Cut. Alright. We're almost nearing the end of the run already, so since I did take extra time here to get here with the deaths and stuff, I just want to shout out a couple people while I get there. So I do want to shout out NDSWE, which you guys surely are familiar with. Very respectable individual in the ESA community. Was supposed to commentate today, but couldn't make it. So shout out to Andy, who is the world record holder of this game. And shout out to the Mega Man community in general, who have been supportive of me running these games. Not many people do. It's always nice to get the support. We're going to get a life here.
Nice. Shout out la communauté de Mega Man. Donc on est proche du time, un overestimate, mais quand même une magnifique run de la part de Manix.
We're gonna get hit, that's okay. We're gonna use that to avoid a second hit and just get rid of it. Alright, and we're already in the second phase.
En passant, juste à noter pour le stream français, le stream anglais fait des blagues là, sur son micro parce qu'il est extrêmement proche de sa caméra. On dit qu'il y a un micro géant. Je suis d'accord avec eux. On a juste besoin de renvoyer des petites balles. Et voilà. Un beau 25-08 de la part de Manix. Notre cher ami de l'Acadie.
Alright. This is also a somewhat easy speedrun to get into really quickly. So if you're how should I say this? If you're intimidated by Mega Man games and speedrunning, this is one that you can consider as well.
Sur ça, on s'en va sur Rayman's Origin. Si ça fait comme si présentement, ça va être Rayman, le personnage qui va être utilisé. Fait une run classique de Rayman's Origin avec Rayman.
Thank you so much for showcasing that game for us. Really dicing up one of my childhood favorites. So thank you very much, Manix86 today. For everyone, don't go too far because up next we've got Coop Sater. They're running Rayman Origins any %, and we'll be closing off the donation the bid war for the name or for the characters any minute now. So we're gonna have a quick intermission, and then we're gonna jump right into
C'est comme le stream en anglo va partir sur une intermission. Comme on va suivre.
Have you checked out speedrunstore.com yet?
Des gilets magnifiques à acheter sur speedrunsum.com si vous voulez des gilets magnifiques de l'ESA. Ça, on s'en va sur une pause pour le prochain setup. Je vais en profiter. Je vais faire une petite course à me chercher de l'eau à la toilette. Et je vous en reviens. Ça va long.
What's up, ESA? I'm Galliperal, and this is Knit Stories. Now, in this game, it's about twice as fast to jump up a wall as it is to climb it normally. However, every time we jump against a wall, Uni gets pushed backwards, and it takes her time to get back to the wall. What I'm going to show you is a technique that allows us to completely circumvent this. Basically, if we wall jump and then turn around on exactly the same frame, this backwards push will happen into the wall. We can then turn around, re-grab the wall, and repeat the process indefinitely. This not only allows us to climb faster, but also gives us more control over where we eventually leave the wall. Now, because this is essentially a sequence of frame-perfect tricks, it's really only useful in a tool-assisted speedrun. Even then, we rarely get to see it used because of the relative lack of verticality of Knit Stories levels. However, there is the rare occurrence where given just the right terrain, this technique can produce beautiful results, such as this. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to ESA Summer 2021. We're raising money for Save the Children. Links to donate can be found below the stream. You can also type in !donate if you'd like to get a link right in the chat. We'd also like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. Now it's time for Coop Sater, and they're running Rayman Origins any percent. Take it away, Coop Sater.
Man, I don't think I'm gonna have anything that tops that intro, but yeah, this is Rayman Origins, and I am super excited to show this off to you, but first, I will talk about my commentator. So, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Depressing.
Alright, one thing about him, he has done a bit of Rayman Origins, but he's also, aren't you currently second place on the Rayman Legends speedrunning board?
Yes I am.
So, yeah. It's good to sort of have all the modern Rayman together. So yeah.
Je un peu tard.
I don't really have anything else to say,
J'ai pas vu le temps.
let's go ahead and get started.
Fait que la route de Rayman Origins.
I'll go ahead and give a countdown.
Avec Coop
3,
Sater.
2, 1,
À noter
go.
pour le stream français.
Yay.
Le top 3 dans pas mal toutes les catégories de Rayman Origins est français.
Depressing.
Yeah, that was me. I have to clap. Alright, so at the very start, there was an intro cutscene that we just ended up skipping because we don't really care much about the story.
Cutscene d'intro,
But pretty
on la
much the
skip.
story of the game is Rayman and everyone, like Globox and Teensies, are snoring really loudly and upset everybody in the land of the living dead. So they're angry and they're taking over the world pretty much. So we have to go and stop them.
Ben, si le backstory de ça, c'est que
So as you can see right now,
toute la gang de Rayman
all we can really do. We lost our
s'est endormi
because Rayman and
beaucoup trop. Mais
lost their powers.
On ronflait tellement fort qu'ils ont réveillé tout le monde dans le land des dead, des land des morts. Puis ils ont décidé qu'ils prenaient le contrôle du monde.
So any Rayman 1 players,
Puis on les rallume.
you should totally see the resemblance, right?
So now we have the power to attack, and basically our main form of movement is going to be these spin punches.
Maintenant on a le pouvoir d'attaquer, on a respirer.
And there's also a slight kind
Ça.
of variation, which is a
Avec
spin
la fille.
jump, where we just spin or just jump right
Fait que
after
la
it.
méthode première va être de spinner, c'est la main la plus vite. Ça garde le momentum. Tout.
So throughout the levels, you'll kind of see these yellow
There we go.
creatures. They're called lums, and we need to collect them in order to collect the main type of collectible, the Electoons. And at the end of each level, there will always be one cage of Electoons that you need to rescue in order to actually beat the level. And at the very end of the level, there will be a lum counter screen where you can get even more Electoons.
there are quite a lot of Electoons we have to get. So the category that I will be showcasing today will be 50 Electoons. For those who have played the game, you might be thinking, 50 Electoons? Last time I played, it was 130. We're going to be playing around with death abuse and some fun little
Donc,
glitches and
Any
co-op,
Percent,
so
aussi connu sur
yeah, we'll skip
5 heures de
big
lecture,
chunks of the game,
comme le
but
commentaire
I'll save
dit.
that for later on. I don't
Ben,
wanna
la dernière
spoil
fois
it.
que j'ai fait le jeu, c'était 130 pour finir le jeu.
So this level's
Non.
called Geyser Blowout, and
On va jouer beaucoup avec les
obviously
Death
you can tell there's a lot of
Abuse.
geysers, and Coopsator
Et
has
on a
died
juste avoir
already.
besoin de 50.
Hey, Rayman's difficult, don't judge me.
Yeah, Rayman Origins is the harder game in the modern Rayman games. So, right here, there's a King Lum there. It was a rather larger Lum, and that Lum gives you 5 Lums itself, and then doubles all of the regular yellow Lums and turns them red. Which is a nice boost if
Donc,
you're in
certains
Lums
Lums
for
donnent
Elections.
un boost
Oh, I got
pour
good
les
RNG.
tourner les Lums.
Alright, so in the larger levels, there's 2 side areas where you can go into and get some extra Electoons if you find them. So throughout this level, there'll be a ton of geysers and stuff. There'll also be these
Oh, il y a des
weird
geysers partout.
red
Pas le
bulb
vite.
type things, or if you hit them, it causes
Il y a des
certain
bobs aussi qui
things
fait
to
que,
happen,
on va
like
voir,
the ground to
qui
move.
font que
And also
la
another
planche,
thing, you'll
le
see
niveau
Coopsator
change.
grabbing these skull tokens. Those tokens each give you 25 Lums, which is another nice boost.
On peut voir à chaque fois, Coopsator va essayer de ramasser les petits médaillons avec les têtes de mort dessus.
Yeah,
À
and
chaque fois, ça
also
donne
you'll be
20
seeing all
Lums
these weird
direct.
flying Cyclops type
Donc,
enemies. Those
c'est
are
un bon
parts of
boost
the Darktoon people,
pour,
I guess. I don't know.
pour
But yeah,
avancer.
they just kind of jump up and down and fly. So this level is relatively short. We're just about to hit the end.
Yep.
And yeah, you have another little like enemy gauntlet type thing. And now we get to bounce on all of them.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Alors, la plupart des niveaux
Also,
finissent avec des électrons
go ahead.
bloqués
No,
dans
you
une
go
cage
All
en
right.
arrière de Denis.
So I want to mention one thing about the opening cutscene because we didn't get to see it. I think this is pretty funny. So the whole reason that the Darktoons are down here is because Globox was snoring a bit too loud, made some older skeleton lady a little upset, and I think the funniest scene is that this skeleton somehow still has their salival glands or saliva glands, however you pronounce that. Because she's able to foam at the mouth while she's dead and nothing but bones. I don't understand that, but this is Rayman. We're not supposed to expect anything ordinary.
You're absolutely correct. Rayman is a great franchise, but unfortunately,
On va voir, imagine que,
Ubisoft
comparé à
hasn't
Legends,
really
qui a
made a new
un
mainline
path
Rayman
assez
game
linéaire.
in quite a while. It's
I heard
been
that, aren't they supposed to be coming
almost
out
like
with Rayman
8 years.
4? Because I know the developers said that they wanted to continue the Rayman trilogy and come out with a 4th game, but he's been working on other projects, and at some point he's gonna actually work on it. All I remember is that I
thought
saw
he
it
retired.
in the article, but I don't remember the title of it. Not off the top of my head, though.
But yeah, so this level is called Punching Plateaus. It's kind of like a hilly-ish level, I guess.
Yeah.
So you do like a lot of climbing in certain areas, and yeah.
So this world, I would definitely say, is sort of our tutorial world. It sort of teaches us about our new moves and stuff. That's what you'll see in a lot of the worlds. Unfortunately, it won't be showcased as much in some of the later worlds, but we'll get a good glimpse of some of the other power-ups we'll unlock, because for anyone who's played Rayman Legends, we're going to get all 5 of the same power-ups from there. We're going to get the power to glide, we're going to get the power to change size, run up walls, and swim underwater. Because for some reason, we're only allowed to swim on the surface. I don't know, magic barrier or something.
Yeah, it's weird.
But hey, like I literally just said, you're not supposed to expect anything that is ordinary.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to like those spin attacks that you normally do, you'll also see Coopsator just kicking things occasionally, like walls and stuff, and enemies, of course. But see, kicking in the air kills all of your momentum, which is really
Quand même, l'affaire qui est drôle dans ce jeu-là, c'est que la manière principale de move, c'est de spin pour aller plus vite, mais kick dans les airs, le momentum fait pouf, il n'existe plus. Donc, un peu triste.
button inputs. So a YBY basically allows you to do an air kick, but without losing any speed.
I can show it off real quick once we get into the loading screen.
They're very simple.
So I'm gonna do it real quick. This is normal kick in the air. This is a YBY.
Right, you have to do it off the ground.
I did do it off the ground.
I know, but...
Okay. I'll utilize it in the levels.
So this level is going to have a ton of water streams, and that's why it's cleverly named Go With The Flow, because you have to go with the flow.
That is true. Also, weird thing about this pillar in particular that I just grabbed onto, for some reason, Rayman is the only one that can grab on the left side. Glowbox and Teensy's hitboxes are so janky that they can't grab on either side. Well, Glowbox can grab on the right side, but Rayman can grab on the left. I don't understand.
Ok, comme il a expliqué, ce jeu-là est tellement un peu brisé que Rayman peut pogner le côté gauche de la ledge qu'il a pris tantôt. Blowbox peut prendre le côté droit et Tinsy ne peut juste pas rien prendre. Donc, comme si les persos n'ont pas toutes la même hitbox, Blowbox a une hitbox plus grosse qu'elle de Rayman. Tinsy a la petite. Donc, la seule différence, ça me dit, c'est de ces jeux-là. C'est la hitbox. Ils vont tous à la même vitesse. Donc.
It's just the hitboxes that really sort of change everything.
Yeah. Yeah, Glowbox is just absolutely broken in Rayman Legends, which is strange.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't show off any tech like that for Glowbox today, but there are some cool spots where his back kick can be pretty useful, which you'll see me have to sort of slow down a tad bit, depending on which character that has been chosen. It'll all depend on whether I'm going to get a certain bubble of lums in a certain level in World 2, but I'll point it out once we get there.
So this level is rather long, honestly, but we're coming right up to the end. There's a nice little section where we can get a lot of lums here. Like, you'll see we're 100 lums off, even though we're close to the end of the level. And now we're only 50, and there is just enough lums in this section to get enough to reach the 300 lum mark and get both Electoons at the end of the level.
On était assez serré pour le nombre d'Electoons.
Alright, and that's it with Go With The Flow.
On fait juste ramasser juste à la fin.
One more level,
Tout va bien.
World 1. Each
Tout va
world
bien.
has
Aucun problème.
a bunch of different levels, with World 1 being the longest by far.
Je me suis dit, monde 1 est un des niveaux les plus longs, avec 7 niveaux. Et tous les autres mondes ont 5 niveaux, et le 5e a 4 niveaux. Un peu bizarre, mais c'est ça qui est ça.
It's okay, that's the whole point of this game. The developers just want you to know that Rayman is just the most unusual... Wait, what's Rayman's species again? They said in the Origin launch trailer of what Rayman's species was.
Oh, a thingamajig.
Yeah, okay.
He's a thingamajig.
So the little kicks I did, those are the YBYs that we were talking about. We'll mainly use those if, oh goodness. Oh, just barely saved it. Oh my goodness.
Direct sur le bord de la plateforme.
I think it's safe to say everybody does.
I mean, yeah. That is understandable. So this little room here is kind of like Angry Birds, which is weird. They have a lot of like side rooms based off of other video games. So yeah, that one was based off of Angry Birds.
C'est montrer les side rooms avec
They
des.
also have another one based off of
Sont,
Pac-Man, but that's somewhere in World 4. I don't
sont
really
souvent
remember.
inspirés de d'autres jeux vidéo.
I don't remember it
Comme
either.
ça, comme lui qui a montré,
Well,
c'est
there's
inspiré
one
de,
bonus room in World 4
de
that
Pac-Man.
I
Non, c'en est un
absolutely
autre plus
hate.
tard.
We'll get to
Qui est
that in a
inspiré
bit.
de Angry Birds.
Dang it. Oh yeah, one more thing about the skull tokens. There's a little blue line there that sort of keeps you from... Oh my goodness. Wow. That's not what I expected. Okay.
Wow. Oh, that puts you back a little ways.
It's okay though. So, if you noticed from beforehand, the skull token, if I get hit by any enemy before that skull token despawns, then I don't get the skull token at all. And it goes back to its original spawning spot. Which really sucks, because then you have to go all the way back to the spawning spot and get it. And some of these skull coins are pretty difficult to get. There is a certain one in World 3 that I'm praying to God that I do not have to get.
Puis ça aussi, c'est montrer les scroll tokens. Si tu te fais hit avant de le récolter,
Yeah, that has
il
never
t'y
happened
spawn, il retourne au spawn principal, puis comme c'est montré qui a dit.
The way I do this room
Ça peut tellement être compliqué revenir au point de spawn du token.
It's okay, I'll
So
be able
normally
to try
I
again.
do it backwards, but Coopsator takes the above route, like that.
That's what I
And
do.
You can do
I
like
don't
a
know
little
why I wasn't
kick
able to do it
combo and
before.
hit those two bottom enemies into each other. But yeah, it just depends on how you like it.
All right. There's not really much else to say about the level or really anything
Well,
right now.
this level can be a bit tricky to reach the 300 lum requirement for both. Did
Speaking
you,
of which, actually, this will be a perfect time.
decided
So,
not to grab those lum bubbles there,
That's okay.
and now you can't get the 300 lums.
That's fine. All right, so I screwed up a bit. We're gonna have to do time trial to get an Electune, but this will be a perfect time to hear some of the lovely donations that.
Donc, on a manqué de 5 électrons. Donc, on n'aura pas le choix de faire le time trial pour avoir un Electune de plus.
Will do, and it
Donc,
looks like we're also getting ready. If I'm not
on va être en
mistaken,
retard.
correct me if I'm
Ouais,
wrong, but it looks like we're getting
j'espère.
close to the close off of that donation bid war, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So make sure to get any donations in, because we do have a couple that are trying to push, trying to tip the scales. Looks like over here we've got $5 more for the man himself, Rayman. $5 from Evan. No comment, but $5. It says a lot. We've got another $30 here from Spirits. $30 for a Chimchar named Bidoof in the Diamond Any Percent run. So yeah, we've got those comments coming in. And yeah,
Il y a des
those
donations qui sont
also go
rentrées,
toward
aucune
prizes, so
pour
that
le stream à faire.
$30 bid does get him in the running
Si vous êtes encore
for the
réveillé à
ESA
écouter la run ici,
Nintendo Switch Pro controller
vous pouvez
made by
toujours
Spicy
donner
Frog.
pour
Also gets him in the running for the ViewSonic
le
Elite
marathon.
monitor, the ViewSonic Elite
Si vous mettez votre
FG370,
FR
and the
devant
Bomberman
votre
Perla
username de
Beat Sprite.
Discord,
So,
vous avez une
thanks a lot
chance
for your
de
donations, everybody.
avoir les magnifiques prix, les magnifiques jeux
We have just finished
qu'on
that
fait
time trial,
tirer
so it took
sur le
Coopsator
channel.
37 seconds, which is relatively quick. And so time trials are kind of cool. They're basically mini speedruns of each level. So you can get an extra Electune if you finish it fast enough, and you can also get a little trophy, which is kind of neat and required for 100%ing the game, I guess. So this is one of the bridge levels, and basically all the Electunes you've collected basically help you get across a large gap with very long hair, which I don't understand how they grow this hair this quick.
Un petit niveau rapide qui n'aura pas le choix de t'as pas le choix de ramasser les électrons.
Yeah, they're rather short.
Avoir
But you get
le
to hear a lot
passage.
of lum jingles, which is kind of nice.
C'est considéré un bridge level.
And also another thing you'll notice, at the very top of the lum counter, there'll be these medals. They're literally nothing besides stuff for 100%ing the game.
Comme vous voyez sur le counter,
It's just
il y a
there,
des petites médailles au
not
top.
important for
Ça
this
sert absolument à
category.
rien. À part pour 100% du jeu. Donc.
There we go. So we've unlocked our first Mosquito level. So any Rayman 1 fans, Mosquito's back. We're not going to be using him. We're going to be killing ourselves 8 times here so that we can skip this level because it is rather long. I screwed it up a bit. All right, so while I'm killing myself, so I would like to hear who was the winner for
Donc,
the donation incentive.
le runner ici va se tuer Rayman 18 fois de suite. On va juste skipper le niveau.
Over
Donc,
here, looking at the boards, it looks like the winner is the man himself,
c'est le plus
Rayman.
rapide.
Teensy Goth Dream is dead. We are going with Rayman.
Look at that.
You know, at the very end, I was considering donating $3 just so the Teensy incentive or the Goth Teensy incentive could be at $69, just to be funny. But it's $5 minimum, unfortunately.
Are we memers or are we dancers?
C'est vrai que ça a skippé le niveau. Donc.
I'm a memer. Well, except for when I get 200 lums in an Electune Bridge level, then I'm a dancer. Because if you get 200 lums, they'll throw a little dance party for you.
It's pretty cool.
Where's that donation incentive?
Oh, don't worry. There is no donation incentive for that. I'm gonna do it anyways. It's too fun to not include.
But it's slow, and this is a speedrun marathon.
I told you yesterday, I told you days ago that I am going to include it regardless of how much you care. Because it is just too dang good to not include.
Alright, but yeah, this is the second world, the Desert of Didgeridoos, and this is basically the desert world and the music world combined. And this side area sucks, just because the drums you can bounce on are weird, and there's just so many birds.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
Il y a tellement de sauts. Pour noter runner iPhone average tree en parlant de Super Mario Sunshine 100%.
So that's good.
So many goddamn freaking birds.
So yeah, and you also see like these strings, they'll vibrate, and when they're vibrating, they can damage you, and when they're not, they're platforms, which is a really cool concept.
Ça va pas, ils ont des petits signaux de musique. Enfin, qui est quand même assez cool. C'est une plateforme, jusqu'à temps qu'ils fassent des notes de musique. Là, c'en est plus une plateforme.
Rip.
I swear, I have been dying left and right.
Hey,
that
it's
is
okay.
Not something I like.
Don't worry, it's okay. It's just your usual marathon luck.
Oh no, my nerves are just kicking in like so freaking hard. We're just here to have fun.
Just keep thinking about that dance party.
Oh yeah.
Get to the bridge level. Do the dance party. You got
I'm
this.
nervous about that dance party. I don't know what to do.
That is our second nymph.
Oh yeah. All the nymphs have their own unique names. This one is called Hallelujah.
Yeah, so the only way you can know their names, I think, is through the Xbox 360 version of the game, where it actually tells you their names through
It'll tell you the
the
names
achievements.
of the achievements. He is correct about that. I'm not sure if it does that in any other version. There aren't Steam achievements for this, but from what I know, I saw them in the Xbox 360 achievements. Like, that's cool. I'll probably never remember that for the future.
Yeah, I never even knew that because I don't own an Xbox 360.
Ooh, fun.
So, yeah, I thought
Alors,
that was
tu sais, les nymphs ont tous leurs noms. Sauf que la seule manière de savoir, c'est d'avoir la version 360, Xbox 360 et de checker les achievements. Oh, sinon, on ne sait pas. C'est un peu surprenant.
Tap glide or something like that, and get a little bit of extra distance out of our jumps.
It's always that one on the end.
Encore des maudits oiseaux.
So this level can also be rather difficult to get the 300 lum Electune on as well.
This one and the one that I had to do the time trial for, they're ridiculously difficult to get the 300 for. So I'm pretty glad that I got it here without really any issue except for the deaths. But that's not a problem. We're still fine.
Yep. And also another thing that we can do is if you have exactly like 300 lums for the Electoon or something like that, you can actually skip the little medallion animation if you... I don't know if it's frame perfect or not, but if you get the exact amount of lums, you can skip it. You just have to mash and hope.
Si tu obtiens exactement le bon nombre de lums
That is true.
pour
Sometimes
quand
when
tu
I see
te
that,
rends
I'll
pour
just start spamming the
ton
button
goal,
immediately.
tu peux juste
Doesn't matter how
spammer,
much my
si tu réussis à
finger's gonna
spammer le
hurt, I
bouton
just
assez
keep
vite,
spamming the
tu
button.
peux juste skipper l'animation de la médaillon.
Now, unfortunately, these next few levels we're going to have to skip because they're slow, even though actually this level isn't slow, and I've tried to make it like optimized as much as I could for the 50 Electoons route, but unfortunately I could only like find a fast way to do it with 3 Electoons, which if we could have gotten 4 Electoons quickly enough, that would have been good, but the 300 lum requirement is a little too far, and we would have to go way out of
Encore
our
du
way to get a lot of
ZWs pour
lums.
cette fun.
And one of the side Electoon rooms is also quite slow.
Yeah. But co-op was the co-op skip. I should probably explain how I was able to kill off the first player without doing anything. So the way that works is, for some reason, the developers thought it would be a great idea to add a kill plane on the outside of the game camera. So if you bubbleize the second player or any player on screen, any player who's off screen will end up dying. So yeah, it's weird. We'll take advantage of that for some levels to go by a bit faster. So yeah, that's about it for this world so far. So Pretzing, you got anything you want to add?
Not really. There's also these wind gusts you'll find kind of in certain places. Like this level was called Wind or Lose. Haha, because there's a bunch of wind, and if you glide in the wind, you can basically fly.
Alright, well,
Also, this level here is basically an autoscroller because there's these, like flute snakes, I guess, that you have to ride on top of. And yeah, it's basically an autoscroller, so we skip it.
Yep. Too bad we can't stay on the little didgeridoo snake, but maybe next time. Alright, so while I'm killing myself, and then we're going to be going through our next Electoon Bridge level, got any more donations you'd like to read?
Actually, I wanted to talk to our chat about that because we don't have any donations right now. So what I want to see from chat is I want to see if we can get some donations train going because we've only about 400 and math bucks away from 15,000. Let's see.
Wow.
Carry the 443 bucks. So let's see if we can't get. First of all, I want you to show me all your best dance emotes because we're gonna get to that dance party any minute now.
So
thanks to
get to 200.
I'm going to make absolutely sure we get our dance party.
If we get to 15,000, I want to see a whole bunch of dance emotes. Now, thanks to our lovely sponsor Twitch and their animated emotes, I'm sure a bunch of you have got them. If you don't have them, BTTV, I know we've got Midori Jam up there. So let's see those dance emotes out for our Lum dance party, and let's see if we can't get to 15K before the end of this run. I think we can do it. It's only 443 bucks.
Let's see.
Yeah,
we get it. We got it.
Yeah, we got it. Ooh. Just barely too.
If everybody in chat right now gave a nickel, I would have a lot of nickels.
I couldn't do the math that fast though. So yeah, we get a little dance party.
Here,
Thank God. I was really scared that I wouldn't be able to show this off on the run because I absolutely love this. It's wonderful.
You'd have almost $178 worth of nickels.
Yeah, we get confetti, we get lights, everything. It's great. And we got all of our little dancing. Guys, we got Rayman dancing and we got the little result screen guy just sitting in the beaker. So
Une petite danse pour avoir atteint le top du tube.
Alright.
Sick dance party. Alright, continue the speed run.
Alright. Only because I'm being told to. But yeah, that's what this happens for every single level. It's not just the Electoon Bridge level, but you can access that for every single level you want. You can get a dance party every time. It's a nice reward for being an explorer.
Alright, now this is yet another mosquito level that we're just gonna skip again because they're auto-scrollers.
On skip encore des niveaux en...
And to all you
Comme étant le
Rayman 1
Sudoku.
nostalgists out there, don't worry. We'll get to use them. We'll get to see them in World 4, but we won't use them.
Yeah, you'll get to see the slight glimpse of him.
Alright.
That's it.
So that's it for World 2. Desert of Didgeridoos is one of the coolest levels casually. They have a lot of cool mechanics involving the glide. So now we're moving on to our next world. Depressing, you really like this world, so I'll let you explain.
I don't know if I really like this world, but yeah, it's basically the ice, lava, and food world. I don't know why they just decided to combine all of these world types into one.
Nouveau monde. J'avais oublié de mentionner que le monde, le dernier monde, c'est le monde désert et de musique mis ensemble. Mais là, c'est le feu, la glace, mis ensemble. On va se passer à September en faisant ce niveau-là. Ouais, ils ont passé à la tune de September. Je pense.
It's really cold.
That is true.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just kind of sliding around on the ice. There's also these forks that have lemons on them, and if you stand on them too long, you'll take damage.
Oh.
And also, don't swim in the piranhas. It's not a good idea.
Hey, it actually kind of helped me, which is not usually how that goes.
A little bit, but no. So that's the third nymph. I once again don't really know the name.
I believe it's Edith Up. Ah, funny.
Okay. Oh, we usually go for that skull coin up there, but unfortunately we missed it.
That's okay. If I miss it, there's a backup one we can get.
Yeah.
And besides, there's plenty of lums in this level, and we're going for 150 anyway, so it's not really gonna matter.
Yeah, it's.
On a manqué le skull token de tantôt, mais il y a tellement de lums dans le niveau que ça
If
change.
you do a roll kick when you're going down that slope, you can actually defeat the Dark Tune, capturing the nymph without actually touching the Dark Tune. You can just hit him through the wall because Rayman. That's why.
Yeah, Rayman. So now we can change size, and the mini Rayman mechanics are completely different than the regular sized Rayman mechanics. So your attack is basically just automatically a dash, and it dashes in whatever direction you attack. So if you attack up, you actually get sent upwards, and it's kind of like
Les physiques du mini Rayman sont un peu cassées. Quand n'importe quelle direction que tu t'attaques, ça va t'envoyer dans cette direction. Fait que si tu fais envoyer un punch par en haut, ça va te faire envoyer par en haut.
I did not realize that my heart charm just decided to disappear out of existence. There's a little skip you can do, but we're gonna take a nice little ride on the raft.
Moi, tu peux skipper le raft.
It's an
Mais on
umbrella
va prendre le
that you
raft.
find in your drinks.
Mais c'est un umbrella.
It is kind of like that little party umbrella you'd find in a drink, isn't it?
I mean, that's literally what it is.
I've
once
got
again,
to be
this is
honest,
the
that's
food
not
world.
what I thought it was.
This is the food world.
Ah, c'est ça, c'est le feu, la glace et la bouffe.
Neither does
Vous n'aviez
mine.
pas faim en vous réveillant ce matin? Ben, maintenant vous avez faim.
brain to work.
Unfortunately,
I didn't get the
yeah.
memo.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be as bad as if I didn't have to teach swim lessons early at 8:30 in the morning, but I don't care. This is too much fun.
Yeah. And also, throughout the level, you could see these occasional like trumpets. Those can also change your size as well as the environment. So, yeah, basically wherever you see like an area shrinking down into like a tiny little gap, you're pretty much going to be able to shrink down into there.
Ouais, on devrait avoir assez
So that
d'électrons
level's
pour...
rather short. You only get
C'est
3
bien, ouais,
Electoons there because 300 lums is just out of reach to be fast enough, and the other Electoon side area. I don't really know what it is because I haven't been in there in forever, but I'm guessing it's long, of course.
It's long. What you do? There's there's 4 dark toons you have to kill, and the little forked people with the lime on top of on top of the fork. They act as platforms, and you have to destroy all of them without getting hurt by the spikes. So yeah, it's a pretty intense stage. It takes like 30 seconds, including loading screen. So we don't like that.
Okay. Now, the co-op skip that we were doing in that level is you have to time your spins so you don't hit Rayman, because if you hit Rayman, he'd just end up sliding down that big slope and cost like 3 seconds each death, maybe even longer. I don't know. But yeah, you want to make sure you delay your spin attack so you don't hit Rayman.
Don't worry, with the amount of deaths I've had in this run, I will make sure to count the time just for you.
Alright, now here's the lava portion of this level. So we're also unfortunately skipping this. But yeah, there's a lot of hot food cooking down here. You also see these
On va skipper cette partie-là
chef
aussi.
dragons as well. And also, fun fact, those coals under that pot have faces, which I find really weird.
You actually point that out to me during one of my runs a month or 2 back, and I have not looked at this level the same since. Alright, we're going to our next Electoon Bridge level. There's not really much to say about it, except it's really slow and annoying.
Yeah.
I do want to ask, please tell me that we got some new donations. Anything new?
Oh yeah, we've got a little bit of a hype train trying to get started. We've got $5
look at
here.
that.
Got $5 here from Nico Hart saying, "Here's my ticket for the hype train," and that money is going toward. Looks like that's going toward Katana Zero, the psychotherapy secret boss. And yeah, I know what you're saying. $5 that doesn't sound like much, but it is the start of a hype train. And for Save the Children, what that means is that $5 can provide education supplies for one child, giving him or her the tools they need to continue their education. For as little as $10, you can buy malaria pills for 20 kids. It's a lot of good you can do for not very much money. Even something as little as $1 can provide a child with treatment, with medication, including treatment against diarrhea, one of the top killers of children under the age of 5 globally, or help treat 4 children against pneumonia, the single largest cause of death in children worldwide. Any money you can give toward this hype train and to get us to our upcoming
Comme
goal
dit
of
sur
15K,
live
anything you
anglais,
give is going to mean a whole lot to somebody.
n'importe quel montant peut
Please
sauver
give
un
generously.
grand nombre d'enfants. Donc,
I'll make sure that I
que ce
myself
soit un
will
5,
keep that
un
in
10,
mind.
un 15, un 150.
So
C'est
there's
quand
probably
même
one thing that
des
I
bons
will
montants
personally be donating to,
pour
and
sauver
that
les
is
enfants dans le monde entier.
the run after me, which is I believe it's Scooby-Doo 100 Nights of Fright. I'm not really sure of the title of the game. I always get it mixed up. But the incentive is the runner will be wearing a Scooby-Doo costume from head to toe, and I really want to see that.
Actually, on that note, I can let you know that that has already been met. Looks like
Really
we will be
now?
seeing
Yo.
we will be seeing Scooby-Doo cosplay for Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. That's coming up from Nestiny, and Nestiny will be.
Ça va pas précédente. On vient de perdre le feed du commentaire de.
So
On a
Saints
perdu
Row,
le
they're gonna
feed
make their
complet
character sprite
de,
look like either
de
the two
Mike
internet
et
fan favorites,
des
Waluigi
commentateurs
or Keanu
et
Reeves.
d'autres.
So get those
Pour un
donations
petit,
in right now. Waluigi has
un
a
petit
trophy
5 secondes.
lead. So if you're interested in seeing
Pas pour penser, j'ai
someone
une
breathtaking on screen,
petite
we're
peur
gonna need a
là.
lot more donations.
Mais.
Oh man, I gotta be honest. I'd love to see Waluigi.
Tant qu'on dit pas à personne, personne va s'en rendre compte.
Game sort of like that. If it's
Just act like nothing
correct me
happened.
if I'm wrong. If it is a realistic game, I'd absolutely love to see Waluigi be made. 'Cause I think that'd be hilarious.
But yeah, this is the 4th world, the Sea of Serendipity. This is our water world for this game, and right now the level is Porto Panic, and obviously, yeah, this is a bit of a panic since everything is on fire, and as you can see here, there's like dark tunes on what I called old grandpa glow boxes, which, yeah, Coopsator found it funny, and he forced me to say that on the
I did not
stream.
force you to say that. You
did. Don't lie.
It's okay. We'll get to see more of the old grandpa glow boxes once we reach World 5. We even get to play a little mini game with them.
It's kind of poorly made, I'd say.
I don't care. Mini game's a mini game.
Yeah, it is a mini game though.
Just for my own pun curiosity, what's the name of that lum? The one that just gave you the dive power?
That is. It's a weird pronunciation. I actually don't know how it's pronounced. It's a netta fish.
A netta fish, of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't worry. World 5, yeah, that's totally gonna make sense. I was confused of why the nymph in World 5 is named the way she is. I'm still confused to this day. So, I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm not picking up.
So that was the side area Coopsator was talking about earlier, and how he hates it a lot. It's mostly because of, you just can't really see well because of how many fish are there. And hidden behind all those fish are red fish with tridents that try to poke you and kill you. So you have to try and look at where they are. You'll also see this purple haze
Comme ça a
line,
été noté avant,
which is coming from
le side level qui a été fait avant, c'est un level setter qui est fait avant le fun.
Yeah, but it's
À cause que on voit pas grand chose, premièrement. Et deuxièmement, il y a des petits poissons rouges avec des tridents qui essaient de te tuer.
I should also
Just for the
mention,
fun.
You probably saw me take damage there. I know I've been getting my butt handed to me this entire run with all the deaths I've been tanking, but that was actually intentional. So the next level we're going to be going into is another death abuse level, but don't worry, it's actually good because water levels aren't fun unless it's you got to give me a bit to think of a good example. But in this level, there's a little bit of a glitch with the Heart Charm where if you were to hit an enemy twice twice consecutively, for some reason, your invincibility frames after you got hit the first time will last to that second hit and you won't die. Because that Heart Charm only lasts for one hit and they don't stack. Because every additional Heart Charm you get while you have a Heart Charm already equipped gives you 5 extra lumps. So we always get rid of it here, so we don't have to deal with this guy.
Non, c'est ça, on avait un Heart Charm à la fin du niveau d'avant. On a vu un damage boost.
Yeah, just wanted to explain that.
Intentionnel.
Right.
Pour s'en débarrasser.
Also, the swimming physics they're okay.
The damage boost.
If you attack in the water, you'll get a little dash, but you have to time it
Parce
right
que
because
dans
if
ce
you try
niveau-là,
and
il y a un
spam
problème.
it, you won't get any
Même
speed
si c'est un
from
charge,
the dash.
ben au lieu que ça te laisse pour un hit, ça en laisse pour 2.
An interesting thing with the water,
Donc,
if you do a dash right as you enter it from like jumping or doing a ground pound, if you do a dash as soon as you enter the water, you'll convert all of that vertical speed into horizontal speed, which is really nice for getting speed as soon as you're entering the water.
But yeah, one more thing. To all the people who donated for our teensy goth, the dream is not dead. He is here for one level and one level only, so I'm going to make it worth your while.
Yeah, so everybody's not in pure disappointment. You get to see all the characters here at least. There's not much playing as them.
The only character that we're going to see twice that isn't the main one we're playing is going to be Glowbox, because we selected Rayman. If we selected Glowbox for this run, it would be Glowbox again. And Teensy, it would be, well, the regular Teensy. Then for Teensy Goth, it would be the regular Teensy. No, it'd actually be Glowbox.
So this is the 4th bridge level,
There we go.
Bad Bubbles and Beyond. This one's also kind of slow because all of the spiky vines there, they move kind of slowly, which is really
Fait qu'un
unfortunate.
niveau
So
slow
you
parce que
can't
c'est encore
speed
un
run
autre
as
bridge
much as we would
level.
like to.
Fait que peut-être qu'il
But
bouge un petit peu
I
lentement.
try to, but
Donc,
it's sometimes hard with some of these other vines because you'd have to jump out of the water over them. And sometimes the angle you get jumping out of the water isn't the one you want, and you just end up dying. So this one we have to wait.
il faut attendre ici
And
qu'elle
there we go.
disparaisse.
And
Yeah,
also,
our
we'll
staring
get to
power at the
see
vine
our
is no match.
good friend the crab.
Hey, Monsieur le Crabe, comment allez-vous? Bye, le crabe.
Crab.
Oh yeah, and it was interesting. Depressing pointed this out to me. You'll notice that when the crab gets bubbleized, his legs disappear.
That's a lie. You pointed that out to me.
I did. Wait, I thought you.
Yeah, you did. No, I didn't say anything about it.
Oh, I look like a fool now. Yeah, I pointed that out, but oh well. I just
D'ailleurs, en
remember
temps de
you,
live, j'aime beaucoup
found
la
that
camaraderie
pretty amusing.
entre le runner et le commentateur.
But
Une très bonne camaraderie. Une très bonne
Shots
amitié.
fired.
C'est
Play
très
nice
beau à
to you.
voir.
Okay.
Oh yeah, to all the Rayman 1 fans who have been waiting for Mosquito, here he is! Here's Mosquito!
Bye,
You get to see him for a wondrous 30 seconds.
Tous les fans de Mosquito.
He's just sitting there smiling. He's like, "Hey, I know you want to ride."
He's like,
But,
utilize
yeah.
me, please.
Yeah,
we,
no.
we tell him.
It's sad.
Yeah, we tell him we aren't using him until Moody Clouds, but there isn't exactly a way to communicate with him in the real world, so we're just leaving it so that we're just gonna let him figure it out on his own. All right, so that's it for World 4. We are finally moving into one of the
Un
cooler
défi
worlds,
monde
in my
4, on
opinion.
est rendu au monde 5.
It's not supposed to be a pun, I swear, even though it is sort of a snowy mountain. So this is sort of a mix of mountain and a little temple atmosphere, sort of. Because you have all these different monks that look like Glowbox recolors at the top. Oh yeah, this is the level we get to
They're
play
not
the minigame.
monks. They're the old grandpa glow boxes.
So I'm going to see if I can do something for the little mini game. I'm gonna give it a shot, but I doubt it'll work. If it does, I'll be pretty impressed. That hitbox is deceptively small. That's tricked me up quite a few times. But I should talk about the minigame real quick. That minigame has actually costed me, well, cost me, because costed isn't a word. So there's one little glitch that can happen
Tu vas avoir un mini-jeu dans pas long.
in that area. If you go too fast, the platform below you will actually decide that it doesn't want to exist anymore, despawn, and soft lock your game, because why not?
Ici, il y a un glitch
Get out of it is just by restarting.
qui peut se faire
And
soft lock.
unfortunately, I was the one to find that. I
Fait que la
still
plateforme a fait
understand
juste
how
pas
I
spawner.
found it
Pour
at
aucune
first.
raison.
I just kind of played through the level.
He
like
found
how
it.
it's
I didn't
normally
believe him.
done, and then the level just disappeared, and I'm just sitting there like, why? And it happened twice.
Yeah, it happened to me too. Because I first saw that from him, and I was like, what? There's no way that happened. And then I went through. Literally, the next run I did, it happened. Which was quite a bit of karma, but it's okay.
Yeah, just make sure that doesn't happen.
I'm going to, it's okay. I'm going to make sure by doing having a little bit of fun.
So now you can
Maintenant, on peut runner ses murs.
Yay! So wait, what's this nymph's name?
Helena Headbasket.
Right.
Makes
So-
sense. Good.
Heyo.
So yeah, now I have all 5 of the nymphs. And yeah, here comes the little mini game, I guess.
I
You
made
get
sure
to
to
run
take it
up this
this
very
way.
long wall.
And we want to get as close to the front as we possibly can. So
Here we are.
We're gonna let Glowbox join in. Why not?
I like how the other one just runs off screen.
I never noticed that.
He just
Non,
notices.
juste pour le fun,
Oh,
on
right,
laisse
you took my
Glowbox
platform.
join.
Goodbye.
Juste pour l'amusement.
There we go. We got a little bit of.
It was.
Oh,
wait.
He's
what-
just in here. What?
What?
Okay, we didn't actually know that happened. I just played around with that for fun. Well, glitch seekers,
Okay.
there's your chance.
Yeah, I didn't know about that either. I guess he just ran off to the left and then somehow got into that room.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know how he did it. He's just magical. Magic man.
C'est passé un bug qui est pas supposé arriver,
So
qui est
there's a
jamais
lot of wall
arrivé.
running in this level.
On m'a dit en
which is
marathon,
pretty
this
cool
never happened before.
if you're first
On sait
playing it, but it's a pretty basic move. So yeah, this level is pretty easy to get the 300 lum requirement. There's a lot of random skull coins you can find. There's a lot of dark tunes you can kill for lums. So it's pretty lenient. Okay, we're at 316. And also those wheels, they move like platforms if you run on them long enough. And yeah, it's an okay mechanic.
It's a little buggy because it likes to throw you back into the center. But
I mean, that's what it's supposed to do.
One more thing. This is the level that I was talking about where I did intentional, where I took some intentional damage. You'll see why in a second. Because in the next level that we're skipping, it's actually pretty useful. Yeah, there isn't really
Encore
much
une fois,
else to
damage
say about this
boost.
level. We got our 50 Electoons, so it's
Pour
really just
skipper le prochain
making
niveau.
it to the end.
Puis, comme on a déjà fait 50 Ectoons,
So,
comme disait au début de la run, c'est une run de 50 Ectoons, donc on skip tout.
I missed depressing.
Not really, because I was also not paying attention much
That's
when you were
okay.
saying that, but yeah.
So, Gamero, do we have any donations or anything new?
Yeah, we've got a couple for you. Always
Alright.
got some time for donations. Looks like we've got some donations here from Ogre498. Ogre498 sends $10. That gets them into the running for the Bomberman Perler beads. And they're putting their money toward another incentive of ours. Looks like this one's getting pretty popular. Octopath Traveler Single Story Bid War. Looks like this one's going for the Hanit storyline. And competing with that, we've got Kiovo, $50 from them for the Octopath Traveler single story. That's $50 for Tressa. So we're still getting we've been getting bids for those the entire marathon long, so it looks like that's a pretty popular one. They're only going to run one story, so make sure that yours gets picked. Thank you, Kiovo and Ogre, for your donations. The $50 also gets you in the running for the PS5, as well as the other prizes. That's a $500 value, and also I think what's more valuable is the information that the PS5 actually exists. It's a myth. It's right up there with the Yetis and the Lums. Who knows if they actually exist? You get to find out for a cool donation of only $50. You might win one yourself.
Alright, so in that specific bridge level, we just exited right out instead of sitting through the lum screen, because we don't really need any more Electoons at this point. We've already reached the 50 Electoon requirement that we need. So we can just exit out right as the lum counter pops up.
Ça, on n'a pas besoin d'autres Electoons.
Also, another
Fait
thing
que de la
that we
seconde
never
que le
mentioned,
compteur de
all
looms
of the
apparaît, on peut
characters
juste
in this game
sacrer non.
speak in Pig Latin.
Oh yeah.
Which is a weird touch. I have no idea why they did that. But yeah, now you can just hear constant Pig Latin from everybody. I don't like it.
I think it's kind of a funny touch. I find it pretty funny that we forgot about that, because I remember that was one of the main things I wanted to touch up on. Like, I was just talking and saying, "Oh, we really need to talk about the Pig Latin because it's hilarious." And no, we completely forgot.
I at least mentioned it though. So yeah.
So depressing. would you like to explain what this death abuse co-op skip is actually going to be skipping?
So this death abuse is literally skipping half of the game.
Bon.
Just because the developers were complete
Ce death
idiots
abuse est vraiment
and
drôle.
allowed you
Skip la moitié du jeu.
skip the level by dying. Normally you'd have to go out back to the 4 main worlds into like separate side worlds, I guess. It's like completely new worlds but same themes. And you would have to fight 4 bosses in order to
Ça, ces niveaux-là, c'est comme des side levels, des main worlds,
and open the way to
avec des boss,
a
avec
mosquito
4 boss.
section,
Tu fais juste...
and in order to
Just
get
skip.
to the main part of the world. But yeah, we were just able to simply die and skip it. Yeah, that just saves a lot of time out of the game.
Fait que ça sauve beaucoup de
And
temps.
also, this is Moody Clouds. It's kind of the steampunk world, which I find really cool. And also, a lot of the music in this world is great too, in my opinion.
That is also a nice thing to mention. The music in this game is pretty good. The music soundtrack for the next level, Mecha No Mistake, is actually a soundtrack that's going to be used in a sequence for the final boss, which we're getting up to very, very soon.
Faut savoir, je suis vraiment proche du... On s'approche vraiment proche.
So yeah, we're just
Je sais
skipping
plus
these
parler
last
français.
2 levels, and
On s'approche
after this,
rapidement
we'll
du
get
boss
to
final.
the
Donc,
very,
la run
very
est
last
le
level,
point de
but that one was
finir.
a little long.
I
But
got to show it off, thank God.
we'll get to see some cool things there.
Et encore, et toujours du death abuse.
I will say one thing real quick. You may have noticed that when I did my spin jump, I slid, it slowed down, and then I pressed down again, and then I went really fast. That's called a brake boost. There isn't a good way to explain it. You'd have to look up a video for it.
Yeah.
I would
brake
love to
boost.
explain it, but it's very
Ça a l'air
difficult.
explicable.
It's very
Faut regarder
difficult
la
for me too.
All right.
Because it's just so complicated. You can do it like in frame perfect ways to get maximum speed, but it's almost impossible.
Yep.
Hey,
And
it's
we're
the
at
guy
the
from
final
the
level.
Yeah, it's the guy from the Lum screen.
Yep. Hey.
No,
Wait.
what did he do with the star?
Hey, wait,
I
that's
love the
Mr.
star.
Dark.
Hey, it's Mr. Dark.
Oh yeah, if you couldn't tell it that it was Mr. Dark, there's a poster that just sort of steals the deal in the back.
Yeah. And
So
he
we've
made us get squashed because of gravity.
Yeah, we've been sent to his little death trap, which consists of 2 giant robots. And what we're going to be doing, we literally have to go through and fight our way out. There is no other way to escape. Because he designed this so well, but there's literally no other way to escape.
What are you doing?
Guarantee you there's technically no way you can do this, but yeah. I'll sort of explain what I'm doing. This is really our only out of bounds glitch.
On fait du out of
This
bounds.
is called robot skip. What this is going to do, we're going to be skipping 2 bosses. We're going to be skipping a mechanical brain-looking thing. These are actually just metal reskins of the other bosses.
Right,
that we
so the
would've
first
fought.
the first boss is actually like a plant boss. It's just really mutated.
Yep.
And I forget what the second one is because I haven't
Mockingbird.
played this game casually in forever. So yeah, that was Robot Skip. You kind of just run up the
Ce jeu
crushers
se passe.
because for some reason they just have really long poles, and the game was nice enough to put them in.
Fait que quand tu penses que le
great
death abuse
spots,
sert à
so we
rien,
could
il y a-
just
il y a
run up
ça.
that second one
Il y a ce
there
beau
and
sequence
jump off of
bike-là.
it to reach
C'est-
the starting area again, and we can just go through the door and reach the escape sequence.
Now, I'm going to be kind of quiet because I struggle with this part. This is very hard for me, so I'm just going to
Le
be...
boss final, comme dit le runner qui demande au commentateur d'être assez quiet.
So yeah, the problem with this section
On
is
peut se
that you
permettre
can't
de
really
parler ou pas ça.
you can't really go fast in it because it's all basically just
There we go, got it.
It's all segmented perfectly to where
Un problème
you just have
ce
to
niveau-là, c'est que tu peux pas aller
run
plus
with
vite
it,
que le niveau le veut.
and you can't
Parce
do
que
any
tout
spin
est un peu
jumps, or else
segmenté pis tout.
you'll
Donc tu peux
the
pas faire
cycles will
grand-chose.
just fall apart and you won't be able to do anything but die.
Tu veux le mosquito?
See,
There we
this
go.
is the actual part where we get to play the mosquito level.
Yep.
Because we're required to, unfortunately.
What do you mean, unfortunately? Mosquito's great.
I mean, yeah, but it's slow and it's an auto-scroller.
That's okay. Alright, well...
Yeah, it's basically just a shoot-'em-up section.
There isn't really much to this. I really am just pressing A to fire and X to inhale things. And I just have to make it through this onslaught without dying, which is pretty simple.
C'est quand même assez simple de juste
The last
But only
part
if you know
can
what
be
to do.
kind
passer à travers
of
ce niveau-là.
bullet helly, I guess, depending on if you've played the game or not. So you can actually stay back behind because there's a bunch of missiles at the end, and they're homing too. So if you stay back behind, you won't hit the trigger, and once you do, you can just kind of rush forward, and the missiles won't even be a threat for you.
Yep. Alright, so real quick, I would like to get a few more donations in before we get to our final section, if we got any. Do we?
Actually, we don't have any donations. We are getting super close, though. We're only about $300.
On approche encore du 15 000
Real
pour
quick,
save the
that time we
children.
well, we only have about $378 until 15K. So I was hoping we could get that by the end of this run, but it looks like you're a little too fast for us. So let's see. Maybe we can get it with our next run. We've got Night of 100.
Le stream anglais aurait voulu ça à la fin de cette run-là, mais moi, s'il y a encore du monde, le monde qui se réveille sur stream français, moi je le veux. J'aimerais ça voir 15 000 avant la fin de mon shift.
Nice.
And we're in the final part. So starting from here, this is the last checkpoint. So this part is pretty difficult. There's a bunch of homing missiles that'll spawn in, and this is where you finally get to face off against Mr. Dark's airship that's sort of been tormenting you the entire game since well, not the entire game, since World War IV. But music changed. We actually get to hear one of my personal favorite soundtracks, Destroy the Mechas. I love this soundtrack. It is wonderful. But if you stay behind these little pillars right here, you actually make it so that these bullets don't even spawn until after you pass them. And I did not mean to get hit there, I swear.
Fait que là, on est sur le boss final.
No, it's not.
On est d'avoir fini le jeu.
This is for my own dread.
Play into the
music
crowd, man.
doesn't make it any better.
I tried to give the wonderful suggestion of just staying ahead of everything, so then he gets just barraged with missiles. But
I don't think
unfortunately,
I have to. I don't think I have to kindly say that that is an absolutely horrible suggestion.
Oh come on! I thought it would have been fun.
Nah. All right, so we're getting pretty close on time.
Yep, time.
Avec le time, s'en vient.
When the first cutscene plays, that's when time's called.
On a un sub 1? On a un sub 1, je pense. On a un sub 1 avec un 59-58.
Oh my
That was taking a little longer than I expected, but yeah.
Une magnifique run.
So what you see here, they poked their energy source for Moody Clouds, and everything blows up, and everyone's dead. Except for the fact that that is not true, because all of our main characters have plot armor. They're all Ethan Winters. That's how they work. So
Yeah, and they're back to their snoring.
Spoilers.
Yep.
C'est ça. Ils ont sauvé le monde. On est retourné se coucher.
Which is probably what I'm going to be doing in like the next 4 minutes. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm going to see the next run. I'm excited to see that. I want to see...
So, sorry, what time did we get?
Oh, something good. I am praying that we got something good.
Ooh, the time, we got a sub hour, 59:58. Looks like
Let's
we got on the clock.
go.
GG on the sub hour.
Thank you. I am surprised I got that. There were a lot of deaths in this run, but yeah, I'm
It's
glad.
the power. It's the power of the dance party.
It was the dance party.
It was the dance party. That's what saved us.
See, actually, if I didn't hurry you along there, you probably wouldn't have gotten sub hour. You're welcome. for
Donc,
that.
All right. Well,
Comme il reste pour la dernière run
that's
de
it
mon
for Rayman
schedule.
Origins. There are some people that I do want to give a quick shout out to. Depressing, thank you very much for joining in. Sort of last minute ish
juste
for
pour
the
être sûr.
commentary.
Dans ma
Marcy
dernière run de
Carabao,
schedule,
who helped me, sort of, he encouraged
on
me
a
to do this.
la magnifique de run
Then there's
de
White Monster, Ian Bob 2,
Chercheur.
and
Scooby-Doo Night of
there's one
100
more sheet I'm
Fights.
forgetting, but I will make
C'est une petite
sure
run de 45
that I
minutes.
will
Et
thank
après
you,
ça,
and I will
on a
give you a big hug the next time
SpongeBob
I see you,
Through the
because
Square.
you are my,
Une run
you live somewhere
de
near me, I know that.
à peu près
All right.
50 minutes.
So,
Donc,
that's it for me.
on va voir ça. Après ça, ça va être la fin
I
de
don't
mon
really have
chiffre.
anything else to
Et
add,
comme
so,
on n'a personne
yeah.
pour commander la run de
guys,
Saints
if you
Row,
wanna run
on
this game as
va,
well, you can
après
head
que
to
j'ai fini,
speedrun.com
on va
and
fermer le
look up
live
Rayman
pour
Origins. You'll find a link to the
une
Rayman
couple
Speedrun
d'heures.
Discord. And if you need any help with anything, you can just ask us, and
On n'aura pas le choix
we'll
parce
try
qu'on
and
a
help
personne
you
pour
as best we
commenter.
can.
Et aussi,
Also,
on
go
veut
follow
donner un
Crusader.
petit peu de répit
Please go follow
à la
Crusader.
machine de stream. On a eu des petits
No, don't
problèmes
follow
avec.
me.
Et on
So, yeah.
peut la redémarrer.
I'm gonna do what everybody else plans to do.
Tout
Let's
régler les
go watch the
problèmes.
Scooby-Doo run.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo.
Let's watch some Scooby-Doo. Thank you, Poopsader. And that was depressing on commentary. Thank you so much for your run. Thank you so much for all the speed. And coming up next, we've got that Scooby-Doo run, Night of 100 Frights. And we've got that cosplay that everyone donated so generously towards. And we've got Nestiny coming up. So that'll be coming up right after the intermission. Thank you very much, everybody. See you soon.
Have you checked out speedrunstore.com yet? 100% of the proceeds during ESA Summer will be donated to Save the Children, including the proceeds from the fabulous event hoodie and shirt shown on stream right now. Speedrunstore.com.
Stream français. Je vais encore prendre une petite pause. Essayer de revenir avant que la prochaine run commence. Mais c'est ça, vous pourrez écouter encore ce magnifique montage avec une musique qui est magnifique. Tout est magnifique avant ça. Je reviens à vous d'ici les prochaines minutes. Je vais aller faire un tour. J'ai besoin de me lever un peu. J'arrive. Voilà.
Carry out the run like a machine. I have never seen a 113. I can do it faster, I can do it blinded, need no screen. Eat, sleep, and game, the same routine. Glitching through the walls just like a dream. I can do it real time, I am at my best when live on stream. I've got that golden eye of the tiger, you can call me Big Champ 64. RNG could be stacked against us, but that's never happened before.
Hi everyone, my name is Roysak and today I'll be presenting to you a very interesting sublog in the game Kirby's Adventure for the NES. You did it! You are on your way to the final fight with Nightmare, but you realize that your energy is low, so you decide to kill Kirby as soon as Nightmare spawns to have a clean fight. You jump on the hitbox of the final boss and die to respawn with full health. Or at least that is the plan. For some reason, when you do that, the game does not recognize the start of the battle as intended. Kirby shows the death animation as always, but the black screen never fades away to start a new life. After you press start during the black screen, the game still thinks you are alive, but doesn't show the final boss at all. Because of that, Kirby is now trapped forever in the final boss room, without chances of completing the game, until resetting the game. I discovered this sublog during a 90% no major glitches run, and I even was on PvPs. It's a great reminder that every run is not just an attempt of getting a new personal best, but an opportunity to discover new things on your favorite speed game. Keep enjoying ESA everyone, and see you soon.
Bienvenue à l'ESA Summer 2021 sur une rediffusion française à Speed Gaming français. Pour tous les Français qui viennent se lever, bon matin! Pour les Québécois qui vont venir parler se coucher à un moment donné, je vous souhaite une bonne nuit. Prochaine run, Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, All Monster Tokens, No Creepy Early, sur GameCube, en Estanie. J'ai regardé un peu la run de ce jeu-là. Plusieurs versions, plusieurs différences. Certains skips possibles sur certaines versions, sur certaines versions de versions. Je voyais qu'il y avait des glitches qui étaient possibles sur la version PAL de la 1.1, mais pas sur la version NTNC. C'est bizarre. On est sur version GameCube. On est aucune idée si c'est la 1.0 ou la 1.1, si c'est la PAL ou la NTSC. Parce qu'il n'est pas marqué. C'est toutes les Monster Tokens. Pas de Creepy Early. Donc, il n'y a pas de skip. J'ai dit comme bon matin. Les Québécois travaillent de nuit. Ouais, c'est vrai, j'ai oublié les Québécois qui travaillent de nuit. Je travaille de soir personnellement, fait que je peux comprendre. Mais oui, il y a des Québécois qui travaillent de nuit. On s'entend que s'ils travaillent de nuit, ça se posait faire leur job. Ils sont supposés travailler. T'es en congé. ça c'est une bonne excuse. Mais c'est vrai qu'on finit par s'habituer à son horaire de travail, même quand on est en congé. On veut pas garder on veut pas. Ah, les mots sortent de la bouche, elle dit. Oh mon dieu. On veut pas s'enlever du beat. C'est ça, on est mieux de maintenir son horaire de sommeil puis continuer avec qu'essayer de rerouter sa fin de semaine. Comme dans un speedrun, on essaie de pas reroute. Dans l'Estonie avec le beau suit de Scooby-Doo. Je l'avais oublié celle-là.
Donation reader for this run of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. Welcome back to ESA Summer 2021.
I guess qu'on est sur le menu de musique dès le départ. I guess qu'on ferme la musique dès le départ pour pas avoir de DMCA.
In the Twitch chat, and there you'll be able to see a link pop up, and you can donate to Save the Children. please give generously. We'd also like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. So Nestiny, now if you'd like to take it away with the 100%, with the Night of 100 Frights, any percent, not 100%.
Le titre, il est beaucoup trop long.
This category is exactly.
Salut Noan!
I've been trying to figure out what it means. All monster tokens, no creepy early. Let's see it.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nastani, and today we're going to be running Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, AMT No Creepy Early, which just stands for all monster tokens. And so basically, we're just going to try to get all the tokens in the game as fast as possible, and then we beat Mastermind at the end, and that's the general gist. And today on mic, I have with me two lovely commentators. I have TFX Immortal and Sam, if you would like to introduce yourselves real quick.
Hey, I'm Mortal. I'm a runner of this game as well. I have a top time in a few categories, including.
Noan, ouais, je pense que. Non.
I'm Sam. I'm third place in AMT, so I like.
Ouais, Noan, je pense que t'es un petit peu en retard. Je pense que t'avais juste besoin de faire un F5. Notre cher ami espagnol. Yeah, ouais. Notre cher ami espagnol, Fantasma, avait déjà tout mis à jour. T'es un petit peu en retard.
Meaning that there are a bunch of upgrades that we need to access new areas of the run in order to progress through certain areas. So with that being said, we're going to be collecting a couple upgrades throughout the game. We're going to be collecting 6 total. 4
Donc, apparemment, ici, on va essayer, va falloir aller chercher des upgrades pour débloquer le niveau.
Immediately is that we're actually going into this playground room. This is normally used to like teach the runners, or not runners, but teach people how to play the game, you know, dash. And but we're actually coming in here for snacks and for our first monster token of the run. So these are the monster tokens. It's gonna make that little.
Ici, le playground, normalement, est une place qui est utilisée pour montrer les mécaniques du jeu un peu à un nouveau joueur. Bon, mais ici pour des snacks et pour un monster token, parce qu'on a besoin de tous les monster tokens.
Right up here is actually a 25 snack gate, but they scale up as high as 450 and 500. And the interesting part about the AMT run is actually the first half of the run is really snack heavy, and we have to collect a lot of snacks, and we can't miss too many, otherwise we actually.
Donc, comme expliqué présentement, on a besoin de beaucoup de snacks, parce que sinon, les portes ont beaucoup de snacks. Ça fait penser un peu comme dans Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie? Non, je me trompe. Pas Banjo-Kazooie. Ça va pas bien matin. Le Geekoid 64, où il faut un certain nombre de bananes pour accéder à certains levels.
Get the map upgrade so we can work places. And we're going to jump off some invisible walls and make our way out. And we're going to talk to the groundskeeper to get the key in order to get the shovel so we can get the key and access.
Fait qu'on a besoin de l'appel pour la key, pour tout débloquer.
So have that for you. And I don't know why Scooby needs a shovel to dig, but
On va quand même expliquer pourquoi Scooby a besoin d'une pelle. C'est un chien. Les chiens, ça digue par terre.
Shout out to Don Knotts.
Banjo-Kazooie aussi. Ah, merci Drake. Mon cerveau, cette nuit, il est comme un peu. Un petit peu pas là.
So, in this game, you have to be very aware of cycles. So, every enemy and every platform is on a cycle. And you get to see an example of this with these rats that Nastani's just going to go past.
Comme expliqué présentement, tout le jeu est sur un cycle, les plateformes, les ennemis, tout. Donc, t'as pas le choix d'être aware de ce qu'il y a à chaque fois. Ça paraît pas.
In Shock 2, we have to watch an unskippable cutscene from Shaggy where he comes.
C'est gentil.
We need to swing from his legs to jump on that crate, but we actually skip this by, after talking to him, going around and just jumping up.
Oh, salut Fred.
Jump without the run button. And that's how easy some of the skips are in this game, just like simple jumps or some invisible ledges. And then
ça aide pas, ça fait quoi 3 heures?
Again, the hooks are all on a cycle like all the enemies.
Ouais, ça fait comme un petit
prepared for how the hooks.
Non, 3. Je suis même en train de parler sur 2 heures. Que je commande pour un chat vide. J'essaie de réussir à voir le chat qui scroll. Pas juste voir les messages de Nightbot puis Speed Gaming qui passent dans le chat.
We cannot run, jump, dash, or anything, but I'm actually going to use this rope to actually jump up to get that snack box. But if I want to move here, all I can do is walk in the tar. And up here, we're going to try a trick called tar strats.
En passant, je checkais pour la
I did
run.
not get it, smile. Basically, upon loading in this level, we can get
Tu sais,
a
on
very
s'entend,
perfect
c'est un
trick
jeu
where we
Scooby-Doo. Tu
jump
penses
off
que
the
le jeu
tar
est
and
meme?
onto the little small
Non,
collisions
il y a
there just
beaucoup
to
de
give
runs
us
sur
a
le
bunch of
leaderboard.
movement and
Encore
a couple
pire,
extra snacks, which is a little cushioning.
le guide
Someone
pour
wants
le
to
speed, pour tout, genre qui
pause
regroupe
storage
toutes
for
les,
everyone.
les catégories de speedrun et
Yeah,
toutes les
so in
tricks.
this game, there's actually an
Plus de
intended
10
way
pages.
of warping, which is by using
Pour un jeu
warp
Scooby-Doo.
gates. But we can actually activate a warp gate from our own pause menu by
Ça me donne
pressing
quasiment le goût de
B
le
and
runner.
disconnecting the controller at the same time. And by doing that, we can enter the map with a menu above it, which allows us to warp without a warp gate. It doesn't allow us to warp anywhere, but it just allows
Non,
us to warp
comment de voir
from
si tu
anywhere.
réussis
And that
à
saves a lot
ouvrir
of
le
time when
menu
you're
en même temps de
trying to
déconnecter la
smashing
manette, tu
monster
ouvres le
tokens.
menu et après ça tu peux ouvrir la map et warper
And
sans aller
trick,
en
it's
allant le power-up pour warper.
accidentally
C'est un
quit the
peu
game
fou.
because you need to hover over the quick game
C'est
menu.
facile.
So,
Mais pas vraiment.
it's an interesting trick.
Luckily, Nastani has saves just in case that happens, but it probably won't. Now, here's a trick called Hedge Gate Clip. And Hedge Gate Clip is basically lots of frame perfect pauses done in quick succession to clip through this gate, which he just got. Good job.
Let's go, dude.
And basically, that gate is an intended shortcut from the last level of the hedge maze. So by clipping straight through it, we actually get to the
Donc on
helmet
peut
invention
juste clipper à
much
travers le
quicker than
hedge.
It takes us straight to the second
C'est-
invention
c'est-
right after we just
Comme
got
j'ai
the
dit
springs.
tantôt, le jeu a l'air quand même
And that's,
assez
our main
cassé.
routing throughout this game, actually. I forgot to mention that at the beginning, but basically right now, we're not running into a lot of monster tokens right now. We only ran into the one, but right now we're trying to gun down as many of these inventions as possible and collect them all because we need all the ones that we're going to collect, which is double jump, helmet, and super smash, and the umbrella in order to get all the monster tokens of the
Comme
game.
noté
So
présentement,
basically, once we
on
get
trouve pas
all
vraiment
of
de
the
monster
inventions
token,
lit,
c'est plus parce
we're
qu'on va
really
chercher les
gonna
inventions, les
start
stacks,
gunning down a lot
pour
of
être capable de
tokens and
juste
collecting
runner à
all of
travers
them.
le jeu après. Tout collecter les monster tokens. C'est tellement le fun.
We're just gonna close out this level. We're just gonna get some
J'ai dit
here, and then we're gonna actually warp to
d'expérience personnelle, le jeu à Mario Kart,
the
oui.
trick known as Galoshes
Je
skip.
te confirme que c'est un jeu assez pété.
Yeah, so after grabbing the helmet, you're meant to go through all the map
Casser le
levels
jeu,
until you get to the first boss of the game, which is the Black Knight.
on fait plus
to
que
the
ça.
Galoshes, which lets you walk on the tar. But you can easily skip that by just jumping on a barrel and then jumping over an invisible wall, which was left too low by the developers. And that skips the entire Black Knight fight, and we don't need to fight him for the rest of the run, since that's the only time where you're required.
Non, c'est ça. La ligne de passe randomizer aussi, c'est quand même assez
Another spot
glitché.
where we do need the galoshes, but we're gonna do another skip so we can also avoid the black.
Quand je parlais des messages automatisés de Speed Gaming.
In this run, actually, it's
Oui, merci de nous avoir rendu compte qu'on a eu un tournoi de Super Mario Bros 2 à
we
Speed
are
Gaming.
actually gonna go to those levels later on to get tokens that are in the manor, but we're just not gonna be fighting the Black Knight essentially.
Yeah, we go to the levels around the Black Knight, but we don't want to fight the Black Knight.
C'est vrai, il y a un Black Knight dans le jeu. Pas confus dans Kirby. Mais on va aller chercher les monster tokens alentour de Black Knight. Mais on n'ira pas se battre contre Black Knight.
But by just doing that jump off the conveyor belt with the momentum, you can just grab the Time Monster token without having to come back. And again, backtracking does save a lot of time.
Yeah, and here in Fishy 2, again, like we mentioned before, we have to collect a lot of snacks, and essentially, in the beginning portion of this run, before we have to pay a 450 gate and a 500 gate in pretty quick succession here. So what we're gonna try to do is that we're gonna try to meet a snack quota here, and essentially, if we don't make the snack quota, we have to get backup snacks.
Non, c'est présentement, il y a une à la suite de l'autre, il y a une gate à 450, une gate à 500 qu'il faut se faire en assez aussi proche d'une que l'autre. Donc, il faut atteindre le quota pour avoir, ou sinon il faut backtracker et se perdre du temps.
And basically, we are on a very tight schedule here with our current snacks because since we get to the helmet so early, we basically avoid a lot of snacks that we normally get in any percent, which makes the beginning portion of this run really, really tight and snacks.
On va enseigner Comparé à All Monster Token puis Any Percent, le nombre de stacks qui est obtenu à cause qu'on va chercher le helmet assez vite fait que il y en a beaucoup moins qui est obtenu dès le départ. Donc le budget est beaucoup plus tight. Donc faut surtout aller chercher le plus loin possible. Ben pas le plus loin possible, mais le plus possible en sauvant du
So
temps.
Nastani's just going to do more sort of momentum conservation on these conveyor belts. So if you go in the direction that the conveyor belt's going, you go faster. But if you go in against them, you have to do frame perfect bumps.
À mentionner du chat anglais, il y a quelqu'un qui marque qui imaginait si on aurait en plus du cosplay de Scooby-Doo, il a mangé un Scooby Snack à chaque fois que Scooby prend un snack dans le jeu. Ouais, non, peut-être pas de bonne idée, tu sais. La run serait sûrement plus que 5-6 heures. Tu sais, si on prend en compte toutes les choses qui vont se passer à manger autant de snacks. C'est ça. C'est ça. Pour pas spécifier des deux bords.
And if we have any reads that we want to quickly plug, this would be a good time to do so.
It would be my pleasure, and I gotta say, big ups to not making the pause/pause fun, because I'm sure you're tired of that one. Let's see, we've got $25 from Nem. Leave no comment, but they're saying a lot because they do want that $25 to go toward Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
Parlant de donation, vous pouvez toujours donner avec le lien qui vient d'apparaître dans le chat. Et aussi participer à nos lots spéciaux du je sais plus parler. Du restream français. Avec plus de 400 € de jeux à gagner dans le petit de Google Docs qu'il y a en deuxième lien de Nightbot. Une donation minimum de 5$ qui vous met pour gagner le premier set de l'eau. Juste pour pas que je me trompe. Je vais vous confirmer ça. 5$ pour le premier set de jeu, 10$ pour le deuxième, 20$ pour le troisième set et un 30$ pour le quatrième set de l'eau. On a des magnifiques jeux à faire gagner sur le Restream français. On a un abonnement à GeoGuessr, on a une copie de Cuphead, du bundle de Star Wars, de GTA 3 avec San Andreas, puis Vice City, de Undertale, on a une copie de Rayman Origins. On a une copie de Portal 1 et 2, on a une copie de Baba Is You, on a une copie de Sea of Thieves, de Subnautica, de Dead Cells. Vous voulez pas manquer ça. Si vous voulez, vous devez juste donner un 5, un 10, un 20 ou un 30, dépendamment de qu'est-ce que vous voulez essayer de gagner. N'oubliez pas de rejoindre, pour ça, vous oubliez de rejoindre le Discord de Speed Gaming français et de mettre entre crochet, carré, FR à l'avant de votre nom, Discord. Et n'oubliez pas, c'est pas parce que vous faites un don pour avec les braquets de français, vous pouvez pas non plus participer au raffle du stream principal.
And sometimes the hitboxes there can get a bit messy and you can just fall through the crates sometimes with different momentum. But luckily it all worked out and you got the caveman token.
Aussi à noter qu'on voit présentement sur le live le incentive pour flipper la manette dans le Trackmania, un incentive personnel que j'aimerais voir mettre aussi avec lui suivant celui-là qui est Trackmania 2 Canyon en ayant 5 des maps consécutives en full gas, no brakes, en accélérant tout le temps sans jamais arrêter. Donc j'aimerais voir ces deux-là être mettre. Ça va être drôle. C'est ça l'est. Donc, si vous faites vos dons, mettez vos incentives là-dedans. Mais si vous voulez, pour les autres incentives, il n'y a pas de trouble. Vous choisissez ce que vous voulez.
Fishy 4, essentially what we had to do at Fishy 4 is basically not miss a single snack, and we did just that. And so now, as we mentioned before, now that we've paid that snack gate, snacks are actually pretty free. So now you're actually going to see a complete shift in my gameplay, where I'm actually going to run past a lot of snacks because they're not directly in my way. And essentially, you're going to be like, and I just think it's a really cool dichotomy in the run where it's like, first half, you're like really focused on snacks.
Non, comment ça présentement, on n'a plus vraiment besoin de snacks parce qu'on a eu juste. Fait qu'on n'ira pas chercher des stacks délibérément. Fait que s'ils sont pas dans notre chemin, on va juste pas aller les chercher.
Which is the Super Smash. Think of it like a ground pound from Mario, essentially. And oh, I'm so sad. Basically, I tried to go for a frame perfect button press there, which essentially, if you hit a button or an enemy in this game with your head, you can actually cancel the animation of you bonking and sitting on the ground if you release the button right as you hit it, which can save a bit of time, and pretty much all of those can add up over time.
Non, c'est pas ça. Il a manqué un frame perfect trick.
Again, abusing.
Mais c'est pas grave, c'est pas la fin du monde.
By aiming my head away. And it's just a thing that we're going to be using a lot throughout the run, but it's definitely egregiously shown here and in Coast 2.
This guy's going to attempt another pause storage. Luckily, he got it and didn't quit the game. And now he's going to make his way to the plunges invention.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I always forget about the plungers. Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to get the plungers.
We're getting the plungers. I forget that they exist. I'm not going to lie to you.
You don't actually need the plunges to get to where we're going, but we're grabbing them for later on when we need them for a monster token.
Extra button press there on the Smash. I like that.
Yeah. Smash has a weird hitbox, and sometimes you can hit an enemy and a button at the same time, even though they're on different heights.
Yeah, and
saves a second.
Yeah, we take those.
In Creepy 2, it's basically just grab 4 keys, and then we're supposed to save Shaggy, but we're going to skip Shaggy again, and we're just going to jump on an invisible ledge, which you'll see shortly, and we're going to grab the key which you're meant to throw Shaggy up to. And by grabbing that key, you can enter into Creepy 3, which is where the plunges is, without even throwing Shaggy.
Ça fait que si tu veux ça atteindre la key, tu peux jumper dans Creepy 3 sans même parler à Shaggy. Je l'avais Fred tantôt. Je me souviens plus mes noms de personnages dans ce vidéo, ça va pas bien.
Some backtracking. So basically, the way Hedge Gate Clip works is that if you do this run without doing Hedge Gate Clip, essentially you have to go through Hedge twice. And what Hedge Gate Clip does is basically makes it so you only have to go through Hedge one time instead, because basically we would have to go through a whole lot of levels that we don't need to go through because we have to backtrack through Hedge, and we also have to go through the Skull Cliff levels if we wanted to get the
Il a mentionné faire le Edge Clip, fait que au lieu d'attendre 2 fois à Edge, on a juste besoin d'y aller une fois. Donc c'est pas besoin de backtracking, pas besoin de perdre du temps pour ça. Donc
again, I'm ignoring those floating snack boxes just because we simply don't need them. I'm just going to keep dashing through. And one thing that you're going to notice, one thing we haven't mentioned about Scooby's movement is that you're seeing me use this charge attack a lot. And the reasoning for that is because it essentially just speeds up Scooby's movement. But the interesting part about it is that at the beginning of the charge animation, you actually slow down, and at the end of it, you speed up exponentially. So what we're trying to do is only use this charge attack over long distances of.
On mentionne aussi ça, je l'ai lu dans le document. Pour expliquer. Le charge attack de Scooby est fait d'une manière bizarre que justement, faut attendre du temps pour qu'il vienne à full speed. Mais bon, la raison, il l'utilisera seulement pendant les longues sections, parce que le temps que ça prend avant que Scooby devienne à full speed, des fois, ne vaut absolument même pas la peine de partir une course. Donc, des fois, il va juste marcher, ne pas courir. Et j'échappe déjà faire la taille.
But first, you'll see Nastani bounce on a Scarecrow and then get over that gap. And you're supposed to have the galoshes from the Black Knight for this again. And we like to call this token the Sam token because of the one time where she ran straight through it and died.
Wait, that was fake. That didn't happen. All right.
And that's SCS.
Yeah,
you
that's
can just
the
hold
gate.
up left.
Riez un peu de
You can just
la
hold-
co-commenteuse
Yeah,
qui,
you
qui a
can just
déjà
hold up
rodé
left
à
on the
travers le
D-pad and
snack, il
flip
l'a même
around
pas
there.
pris
You can actually do that one at home. It's
l'affaire,
actually
puis il l'a même pas
a
avoir
really
ça.
easy trick. And again, we're gonna jump up here, get this token real quick, drop down and get some keys. So yeah, essentially the way SCS works is that you're actually not supposed to be here for a long time because normally you would have to go through the greenhouse levels first in order to get to the helmet. But because if you go through the Skull Cliff levels backwards, it actually saves time rather than going through the greenhouse levels. Because if you know the routing from there is that there's a really long auto scroller at Hedge 4, but essentially you just skip all of that. And so that saves about 2 minutes. And then we're also, since we're also skipping the Skull Cliff levels, we save even more time because we don't have to go through the Skull Cliff levels. So we're totally just cutting out all of Skull Cliff and all of the greenhouse hedge maze levels essentially by doing this route. And it saves a ton of time because there's no tokens there.
Ainsi, on va skipper des niveaux qui n'ont pas de token grâce à certains skips. Donc ça arrive.
This is Misbehaving 3. This is the longest auto scroll in the game. It's about 2 minutes. So if we have
Donc on a un petit auto-scroller, hein, comme on les aime, nos auto-scrollers dans nos speedruns.
Let me get the old instrument ready. Okay, looks like we've got some donations here. We've got a $5 donation from Osmorn. Osmorn says, "Yo, congrats, Nastani, on being on the ESA stage and representing the Night of 100 Frights community. I've been rooting you guys on for a while now, and will support all Frights runners every step of the way. Good luck and all the love in the world to Nastani from his friend Osmorn. Donation goes to Pokemon Diamond Chimchar, nickname being Kizaron."
Yeah, thanks, Oz. Appreciate it.
We've also got $5 from Harsh. Just says, PokeW Nastani.
Let's go. PokeW in the chat. Let's go.
Clout checks, everybody. Let's see. Just a reminder that those $5, not only do they do a lot of good, that can buy medicine, that can buy school supplies. Actually, that pays entirely for school supplies for one child so that they can continue their education thanks to our sponsor, Save the Children. Or thanks to the charity we're raising money for. I'm sorry, just Save the Children.
I love that.
Yeah, it can do a lot of good. And those $5 also, if you're donating, if you want to support a lot of our runners...
Malheureusement, je te dirais merci, mais malheureusement, c'est pas le mien, c'est le costume du runner. T'es seulement sur le restream français ici, mais ouais, Nostani a un très beau costume de Scooby-Doo. C'est quand même je trouve que c'est un très beau costume. C'est un incentive pour la run. Je m'attendais pas à un costume aussi gros que ça. C'est ça que je veux dire.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Also, chat, if everyone I don't know how many viewers there are, but if everyone donates $1, just think that's a lot of money, cumulatively. So even if you have $1 to spare, that could be used to further good. If we can get some $1 spams, that would be dope.
True. Yeah, let's see some $1 spams. Like I said earlier, $1 can get some medicine. People think it doesn't make a difference, and then cumulatively, if we had it for every viewer, I think we've had a couple K viewers. We can do some major damage.
Exactly. And here, we actually just did a cycle known as Beat My Keys, named after one of the runners'
community member Beat My Bro.
Yeah. Community member Beat My Bro. So we named it Beat My Keys. And this is just getting those keys on one cycle. And here, we're actually now making our way, we're pathing our way to Green Ghost right now. Because we need Green Ghost to get the Umbrella upgrade, which is the final upgrade that we need in this run in order to get the rest of the tokens. Speaking of tokens, there's one right there. And we're actually going to grab 3 quick tokens right before Green Ghost. And then from there, it's all tokens, and that's all we're going to be looking for the rest of the run.
Présentement, on se fait un peu des snacks, on veut juste les monster tokens pour se rendre à la fin du jeu. Donc,
didn't start up when he respawned, and that's a very good trick. In fact, he's going to do it again here in this level.
Yeah, the last cutscene is like 10-15 seconds. This one's about 8 seconds. So here we're saving just a ton of time by just death abusing, and because essentially when you die in a level, it'll spawn you at the beginning or like the set beginning of the level. So essentially by just dying at the intended entrance, we just save a bunch of time because we spawn exactly where we ran off and died from. And then by just using that death abuse like that, we just save a lot of time from cutscenes. And here we're just going to get another token, the ghost token. And I'm actually intentionally getting hit twice here. That's because I want my health to be at 2. And oh yeah, also we're skipping a snack gate in a bunch of levels.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that.
This warp gate has the same activation trigger as
On
the
dit
warp
d'accord, on
gate
skip des niveaux qui servent absolument à rien.
From that one warp gate, you can go straight to Gloom and Doom 2 and skip a 600 snack gate and a entire level. Just because.
Yeah, just because it's just linked up randomly.
Yeah.
And here you're gonna see me again. I'm gonna death abuse again, and it's gonna warp me back to the beginning of this level.
On va death abuse ici pour être warpé au début du niveau. Ça garde tout ce qu'on a collected. Fait que c'est moins pire. C'est pas moins pire. C'est actually une bonne idée.
Because his initials Green Ghost, and it's a big point of RNG in the run. So essentially, we can be stuck here for like a minute or 2, or we could be out of here immediately, and we'll see.
Non,
how much Green Ghost likes me today.
On pourrait soit être sorti de ce niveau-là immédiatement, soit en 2 minutes.
Where this man goes, so we'll see. This is a good sign.
He went to the middle, which means he's going to stay in the middle.
Yeah, we should get 2 hits right now, which we need 3 total in order
and
to
if he
defeat
goes
him.
to the left, this is perfect Green Ghost. Okay,
Yo,
perfect Green Ghost.
let's go, dude!
Hey! Un bon Green Ghost. On sort d'ici au plus sacré.
That it can go. So that's very nice. We love that. We love that for us.
Yo, I wish I had Green Ghosts like that.
Yo, me too, honestly. Me too on my world record runs. It's pain out here. So here, we actually dodged one of the tokens earlier on in the run. We actually came in here earlier just to get the map, but it's actually faster for us to come back here later with the double jump and grab that token up there, just for routing purposes, because we have to come back through here anyway to go through the rest of the manor levels and get the rest of the tokens in these levels. And so by just moving that one later, we just save a bit of time, because you can get up there with only 1 jump, but it's significantly slower than rather than just having 2 jumps and just jumping up there immediately.
Yeah, and the reason we're going through Mana now instead of earlier on when we were meant to go to the Black Knight is because in the Mana there are lots of intended shortcuts. So you're meant to come back to the Mana later on once you have the umbrella, and you can just float straight like through it, through Mind 1 up to the attic levels. But because we didn't go through the first time and we already have the umbrella, we can use that intended shortcut to just go straight to the levels which we want to be
présentement, au lieu d'être obligé de passer très lentement dans ce niveau-là. Comme on a déjà l'umbrella, on peut juste tout esquiver.
Only 200, and our next snack gate is 850. Which, if you notice, I have 500 snacks, and we have a ton of levels to go through still. So it's almost impossible to undercollect in this route as soon as you get past Coast. And again, here, this is the shortcut Mortal was talking about, where we're going to hit this button and activate this fan. And we're actually going to float up there, but first we're going to grab the Geronimo token?
Yeah.
A token in this room.
So I like this room, mainly because I found the trick that he's going to do. So he's going to jump over this cutscene trigger, and then he's going to jump on the wall, and then he's going to just super smash onto the Geronimo token, and then, hey presto, token.
Yeah, and a fun fact about Super Smash is that we can actually alter the course
smash dans le token.
Like you saw
That's
there.
facile.
So, like, I hit the token and then I slid back, because if you actually just hit the token and slam down, you'll actually run directly back into that cutscene trigger that we just avoided at the beginning of it. So essentially, by doing that, we just dodge it completely. And now I'm going to shut up and try to do BKE.
So Black Knight Early is an interesting little trick. So what you do is that you need to super smash around a load of invisible wall triggers, and then to get up to the top where the token is. So let's see how it does. Nope. Bad trick. I can try.
This is so sad. F's in the chat. Nice.
Hey, well, that's third try. Third time's a charm.
One of the hardest jumps in the game, just outright. So getting it third try is pretty
Oh,
good.
oh, look at me.
First try, but we do that so we get the Black Knight token. And essentially, we do that so we don't have to fight Black
Fait
Knight.
que c'est un skip. Fait qu'on peut avoir le token de Black Knight sans battre Black Knight.
Token real quick, and then we're gonna death abuse back to the beginning of this level. That's all we're coming in here for. But normally we have to go through all of these levels up here to fight the Black Knight in order to... Actually, an easier way to say this is that the Black Knight token that we grabbed is basically you can get that after you fight Black Knight, and by doing that trick, we just don't have to fight Black Knight at all, and so we skip all the levels leading up to Black Knight and the Black Knight boss fight. So we just skip like I don't know, like 5 minutes, 8 minutes, something ridiculous by just doing that little jump because.
Ça fait que si on voit juste ce jump-là, même si c'est un 4e ou 5e ou même 6e tour, sauve quasiment 5 minutes, donc c'est quasiment mieux d'essayer de l'avoir juste aller fighter le boss.
If we have any reads, this would be another good place to do so because we're basically just going through some levels backwards just to get to a token. Not much happens.
Ça, présentement, on devrait aller par en arrière dans des niveaux pour aller obtenir un seul et unique token.
It's not the walking on water. It's that jump.
Dude, that jump's crazy, man. It's a doozy.
That is the 100th fright right there.
True.
All right.
True.
We've got looks like we've got a $5 donation from GP. Comment says donating positive number. Thank you very much, GP, for your donation. Got $5 from Lycan. Just says Pog, and that money is going toward the Saints Row any percent bid war for the character that they're going to the character they're going to pick. It looks like they're
Parlant de Saints Row sur le stream principal, à noter qu'après la prochaine run qui est SpongeBob to the Square, on va couper le live parce qu'on n'a pas de commentateur pour la run de Saints Row. Fait que la run de 4 heures, si vous la regardez, vous allez être, malheureusement être obligé de la regarder sur ESA Marathon. La run de Saints Row Any Percent sur Xbox Series X par Joe. Qu'est-ce que j'ai remarqué? D'un Twitch chat? Un peu drôle. Mais fait que la run va être sur ESA Marathon. Elle ne sera pas rediffusée ici, malheureusement. De toute façon, nous autres, on va avoir besoin de redémarrer le live. On a des petits problèmes techniques. Donc, on va en profiter pour faire ça.
Some level that I don't know the name of, it's here. Gust Bound Underground 2. And essentially, this puts us right near the Space Kook token, or as I like to say, the Space Cake on a Corona token. And essentially, we just by doing that skip and clipping out of bounds, we avoid another trick that's called basement early, which it's either you jump on a really finicky ledge and have to do another lag clip similar to Hedge Gate clip, or you go completely out of bounds instead of jumping on that ledge. And either way, you have to do this lag clip afterwards, which is actually the faster version of this route, but I'm not doing that because not very marathon safe. You know what I mean? So we're just running the OG gate clip route.
Technically doing that did skip going to the Redbeard boss fight for the first time.
Oh yeah, that too.
Because you're meant to get the gum or something.
Shoutouts to Faffy for finding Kate Skip.
True.
Now my curiosity is killing me. Can you pet the dog somehow?
I believe Shaggy pets Scooby in a cutscene that we don't watch.
Let's go. This run is valid.
True. All right, there. I missed a cycle which is basically you can collect all 3 of those keys on the same cycle. Unfortunately, I missed the button when I ground pounded. So honestly, unlucky. That's not my fault, of course. The game's just really bad. I don't know. That's definitely not my fault. Completely missing the button. And here we're actually gonna do. I think it's called soap clip or whatever. I don't really know how that trick works.
You kind of just like go on an invisible ledge, hit a button to skip soaping a ghost. It's a good trick. Yeah. Thanks, Baz.
Yeah, and basically we skip the normally we need the soap in order to hit the button, but since we don't need the soap because we can do that, we get to avoid Redbeard, which we already talked about. We basically avoid Redbeard by doing Kate Skip, but then we avoid having to pick up the soap in the basement levels by being able to do the soap clip. And here we're actually going to jump right underneath that little ship and we're gonna jump and basically skip this whole level and just go immediately into Rec 2.
If you
Because
played this
we
game
don't really use
casually,
next, so
yeah,
we
if you
can
played this
skip
game
levels.
casually, you'll definitely recognize this level because this is one of the most infamous levels for just being insanely hard, especially for children trying to play this game. But you're actually going to see Nastani just skip straight through it basically by doing unintended, like, long distance jumps over the lines of sails. And that skips hitting, yeah, that skips hitting buttons and different cutscenes and backtracking. So that saves a lot of time.
Unlucky. I'm tragic. You can normally jump over that. You can ground pound over that and skip that little sequence there, but I didn't die in that level, so I'm taking that as a huge W.
Yeah. And
Honestly, dying in Rec 2 is one of the saddest things that can happen to you.
Yeah, Rec 2 is pain. But here in Rec 3, you're meant to go over to the left side of the level and then floats up some fans, but we just skipped it by jumping on a railing, and then you're supposed to have the soap for this ghost diver to get this token, but we just jumped on an invisible ledge. And then you're also supposed to hit a button to spawn a boat, but we just jumped over the invisible wall to skip Rec 3. Lots of stuff happened there.
Yeah, lots of stuff. Basically, we just skip a lot of things in that level, and honestly, just in this run in general, we're skipping so many of the intended things just because of a little invisible ledge here, invisible ledge there, and that's a lot of the run. It's just like a lot of invisible ledges that were just, just left in, and then we just take advantage of them. I almost died. That was scary. You can actually clip through there's essentially a death plane at the top of the boat on the other side of the boat. And I almost clipped in the boat into the death plane.
Ouais,
So
si, vraiment, il a failli clipper dans le death plate du bateau. Ça aurait
It's
été un petit peu
not a good
tragique.
time. Not very cash money, not gonna lie. And here we're just making our way to a Gas by the Mast 2, where we're gonna get our the last of 3 tokens, I believe.
Yeah,
there's
there's
only
3
2
more.
tokens in the lab levels.
So you're supposed to have the gum for this, which you get from Redbeard to get the Redbeard token, but we just skipped that. And this is the final
So,
pole
yeah.
storage, so no quitting. Let's go.
No quitting. Our run is valid. Let's go. And essentially, if you were concerned if I was going to reset, it's fine because I actually set up safety saves for this run. So in the event that I did reset to one of these pod storages, I had a backup save for each pod storage that I did so that we would have been able to continue the run regardless. But I hit everyone because I'm a Chad. So, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
So in this part, you're meant to have the soap invention to soak these bats, but who wants to collect the soap? Am I right? So instead, we're gonna jump on some invisible collision and then just skip that sequence entirely, and that's RBS.
Yeah, it's called RBS because it's known as Redbeard Skip. Because again, you normally need the gum in order to get to the basement levels, and after you get the gum from fighting Redbeard, you get the soap invention there. But what? I've never seen that camera angle before. That one was new. That's a new camera angle for me. I haven't seen that one. But yeah, essentially 2 tricks, just like, again, a bunch of invisible ledges, like soap clip and everything. It basically just allows us to skip the whole Redbeard boss fight because we don't need any of those inventions in order to collect the tokens that we need. And here we're actually going to jump on some visible walls. This is known as Lido Skip. And the walls that I'm jumping on, they look invisible, but they're actually very visible. And you can actually see them along the wall. And we're going to pay the 850 snack gate, which I ended on with exactly 150. And we're going to make our way, actually. And we're going to get the last 2 tokens of the run. And I'm also going to shut up here for a little bit, so...
Yeah, so first you jump on an invisible ledge to grab the fun land robot token, which is supposed to glide down for. And then gonna jump on another invisible ledge to get back up. And this is a trick where basically you enter into the exit of Lab 3, which is another level, to grab the
Le trick qui est dans l'avant, c'est basically des jumps bien précis pour se ramasser dans l'entrée slash la sortie de Lab 3. Donc,
you try and jump on top of this pipe above Mistani.
C'est un peu tricky.
And yeah, this ledge is really finicky. And once he gets in the pipe, he can like climb across it to go over to the exit.
Shout outs to Summer for that one.
Yeah.
Ooh. And then here, again, at the bottom of this levels, there's actually a really long cutscene, which is why we do that. And then we're going to actually just jump, get that token. And normally we do another pause storage here, but because I only had 5 saves, I'm just going to eat this time loss of not doing this pause storage specifically because it's really not that bad. We're just gonna jump on this floating platform here and then make our way right back.
J'aurais pu faire un pause storage
Basically,
ici,
I only have 6 slots.
mais il a
so
décidé de pas le
I only have
faire
5 slots because I had 1 slot for
parce
practice.
que
And, you know,
il y a juste 5 safety saves, puis sa safety save est pas là. Ça ne tente pas de perdre. Il a décidé de prendre la loss de 20 secondes juste pour pas être obligé
So in this run, we don't
de
actually
tout
interact
scraper.
with Shaggy at all, really, outside of these cutscenes. So I may have a slight bias towards the next trick because it is one that I found. So what Nastani's going to do is he's going to go into the door to skip saving Shaggy from the shark because no one cares about Shaggy. So he's just going to jump into the door and yeah, so that's shark skip.
And if you're concerned about Shaggy's well-being, don't worry. He's fine from the sharks. We didn't need to help him. It's all good because he's right here in the back. No worries. He's running up. Look, he's standing there next to Holly and everyone. And we're just going to jump over the acid. And we're actually going to clip into the wall here. And by clipping into this wall, we skip the first phase of the Mastermind boss fight, which essentially just skips a wave of enemies, which speeds up this boss fight exponentially. And we're going to get hit by the lightning twice.
It also skips the cool music, if you wanted to hear that.
No music allowed?
Great, but skip that.
And essentially, we're going to go for as many frame perfects as possible here because, again, with these enemies and with these buttons, we can actually hit them frame perfect like that, and we can cancel the animation, and it goes by faster. And after this next wave, timer's actually going to end pretty shortly. Ooh, nice.
Le time s'emmène.
Essentially, what's going to happen is Mastermind's going to spawn down into the ground, and we're going to hit him into the electricity that's by those buttons. And when he hits the electricity is when timer ends. And so here we're gonna skip a cutscene, and we're gonna mash A. We're actually gonna get a better camera angle just so we can see where he's gonna spawn, because this is another point of RNG where Mastermind can really spawn anywhere. And so essentially, we're just covering our bases by this. And so as soon as he spawns, timer is going to end shortly. And I'll try to call it out as best as I can. Who's over here? Ow. And so timer is going to stop right about now.
Et voilà. Le time.
GG.
And that's
GG.
C'est fini. Pour
and on
so
my
we do
timer,
Night
that's
of
a
Nice.
40-48, which is an absolutely ridiculously good run. So I'm very, very proud of myself for this one.
That is quite a correct pace for a marathon.
Oh, all right.
Fait 40-47/48. Très belle run.
Mortal Sam wants to go ahead and give theirs.
D'abord de Nestani.
Again, I run this game too, so you can follow me at twitch.tv/tfxmortal.
So if you want to run this game, you go to speedrun.com/NOOF and you click on the Discord button and you join the Discord, and we'll help you run the game if you're interested. You don't have to do the sort of routes that Nastani did in here. We have quite a good beginner route and tutorials for everyone. So join if you want to play the game. Quite welcoming.
All right, and my shout-outs real quick is I just wanted to give a quick shout-out to my boy Ryan, or Ryan in Theory. He's the one who got me into this game and
Shout-out de fin de run.
Big shout-outs to him, he's my boy.
La transition va se faire.
I actually want to shout-out
Pas long.
another one of my friends. His name is Coley_02. That's his Twitch. If you all want to give him a follow, he pretty much streams this game like all the time. I don't really stream much anymore, so that's why I'm plugging him. He's my boy. He's also another top runner, so if you want to see high-level gameplay, that's where to go. And yeah, I think that's it. And thank you all, ESA, for having us very much. It was a real treat to actually do this route for everyone, because this is my baby. This is my route. This is my favorite route in the game, and it was so awesome to be able to help out a good cause and just run it. And so thank you.
All right, big shout out to the man Down Knots. Thank you very much, Nastani. Looks like we had some donations come in that were a little that you were a little too quick for. We have a $5 from Deathmaster here. Good luck on the run, Nastani. Awesome green ghost, by the way. $25 from JRSB saying Scoob makes a good point, so here's enough money to cover $25 or to cover 25 people. Wish I could donate with crypto to these things. Amp one day maybe. Anyway, good luck and GG's to all the runners. Also got $50 from Anonymous and $15 from Isaac. Thanks everyone for all your donations toward Nastani. I'm sure he appreciates them. And it looks like we've got, we're getting real close. We're only $213 away from 15K. Yeah, that'll be it for me tonight. That was my last run of the shift. So I'd like to thank Nastani. I'd like to thank Mannix. I'd like to thank everyone that did runs tonight. Coopsader, sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will see you guys again on Thursday. Thanks so much. And up next we have, looks like Jackalak is running SpongeBob Truth or Square, so stick around for that, cartoon fans. And we've got Mitako doing the reading. So the man, the myth, the taco, the man himself. So get ready for that one. And thank you very much, and see you soon.
Donc,
have you checked out speedrunstore.com yet? 100% of the proceeds during ESA Summer will be donated to Save the Children, including the proceeds from the fabulous event hoodie and shirt shown on stream right now. speedrunstore.com.
Donc, c'était la run de Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Sprites.
They helped me out, and here it is. Now, well,
qui était vraiment bonne.
Oh my
Maintenant,
goodness.
ça vient à.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow.
Je suis perdu. On s'en va à SpongeBob SquarePants. Truth or Square.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Mais en fait, ça va juste SpongeBob Truth or Square.
Oh my goodness gracious, and I will not get that.
Qui est un.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Et ce que je trouve qu'il est quand même un très bon jeu. Je l'ai joué sur Wii.
This game is dumb. Oh my goodness.
C'est
Oh
quand même un très bon jeu.
Oh my goodness. These slots. Oh my goodness. Yay. Oh my goodness. Who just donated? Oh my goodness. I have no rings. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did we really go back there? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So many good things. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. No. Oh goodness. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm like, what? I don't know what this even is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey,
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's not go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my Oprah Winfrey. You know what? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Cool, I'm a goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. 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 I'm so happy. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you all. Oh my
Chat has
goodness.
been-
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Of course, time is coming up. Right? About now.
On va voir la run de SpongeBob Truth or Square sur Xbox 60. 90% Nostalgie, LG. Une estimation de 50 minutes avec Jackalaka. Moi, je vais prendre 2 petites secondes, j'en reviens, ce sera bon.
You're at the peak, you're in a prime. 4 buttons on a hill to climb. It's just a box, how hard could it be? Getting to the top never comes for free. You gotta put yourself to the test. Or are you gonna fail like the rest? Take control, every button pressed. Stay determined to be the best. You gotta spread your legs and fly like a box up in the sky. Legs of candy, legs of wood, hopping all through the neighborhood. Be the hero, never stop. Make your way up to the top. It could be early or it could. But first you gotta get good.
Here's a quick way to level up in one of my favorite NES games, Rygar. In order to perform this trick, you need the grappling hook. It can be found in this building here. Once you have the grappling hook, you're going to follow these steps. In the same area, find this building here next to these 2 trees. You're going to enter this building and into the new area past it. Head past this short cliff area and then into the next section where you have these platforms. Head to the right and step on this spot of the floating platform, right here where there's no line drawn. Use your grappling hook to go up, and this will put you on the right side of this door here, preventing you from going inside. Jump over this robot's attacks. Every time he lifts his hand, he will attack, and just keep striking him until he's dead. Go in the door after you kill the robot, and then go back outside the door, and the robot will respawn. Keep killing the robot over and over again until you level up. You get 18 tone every time you kill this robot, which is immensely more than most of the enemies in the game. Have fun and enjoy.
Just begun, and the prize for the letter well could have no better still. I just wanted you to know I don't know where I am right now. I struggle to make it, but we got there somehow. You spent the time to get your coat on just right, and I hope you know the doors.
Bienvenue sur la rediffusion française du ESA Summer 2021. Je suis votre host du restream, Nico, pour la dernière run que je vais hoster. Un reminder qu'après cette run, nous allons arrêter le live pour les 4 heures suivantes pendant la run de Saints Row. Quand on a personne pour commenter les runs, on va redémarrer la machine. On en profite pour faire un reboot, mettre les affaires à jour,
Hello everyone and welcome back to ESA Summer 2021. We are raising money for Save the Children. Links to donate can be found below the stream. We would like to thank our sponsors for this event, Twitch and ViewSonic. And now we have got Jackalaka, who will be running SpongeBob's Truth or Square, any % no LSG. Take it away.
Hello, my name is Jackalaka. We're doing a Truth or Square no level skip glitch run for ESA today. I'm joined by my 2 great friends, Jaxler and Sam on the commentary, if you guys would like to introduce yourselves.
Alright, hi, I'm Jaxler.
Hi, I'm Sam, aka Bubble Bass.
Yeah, and I think as far as just like, introducing this game, it's probably best to just give a little bit of context. This is the 3rd in the Heavy Iron developed trilogy of SpongeBob games, and unlike its predecessors, Battle for Bikini Bottom and SpongeBob Movie, this is built on a different engine, so it plays a lot differently than those two. So if you've seen those runs, but not
Truth or Square a une place quand même spéciale dans mon cœur. C'est un des premiers jeux SpongeBob que j'ai joué. Et aussi, comme ça dit, c'est le 3e jeu développé par Heavy Iron, mais c'est développé sur une autre engine que BFBB et The Movie. Donc, le jeu joue vraiment différemment.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'll count you off.
All right, awesome.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Good luck, Jack.
Good luck, dude.
Appreciate it, guys. All right, here we go. So, it's probably best to just kind of like talk just quick about like how this game is laid out. So basically, like the whole plot of it is that SpongeBob forgot the Krabby Patty's secret formula. And in order to remember it, he has to go through a lot of his like old memories from back in the day. So that's the excuse that the developers gave us to be able to go through a ton of just different levels.
Le backstory de ce jeu-là, c'est que Bob l'éponge a oublié la recette secrète du Krabby Patty. Puis il faut qu'il retourne dans ses mémoires pour retrouver, pour se rappeler.
Robot like ambush sections. So there's gonna
be bon, il y a beaucoup de robots comme ça. C'est même la grandeur du jeu.
And in this game, we have the only abilities we have right now are just like jump and the spatula attack.
C'est vraiment notamment le jump puis la spatula.
Like quite a bit of like lag on its animation.
Puis, la spatula a quand même beaucoup de lag. Donc, j'espère être capable d'en ramasser beaucoup plus en même temps dans la même attaque.
So we try and shoot for like doubles and even triples if we can manage it, but I mean, getting a double in that situation was like totally fine.
Yeah, for context, every time you get a double, it saves about a second per hit. So Jack will be doing a couple of things to manipulate.
J'espère avoir des doubles pour sauver des
précieuses
secondes
à chaque fois. Find a straight path towards SpongeBob, so you can actually
la plupart des déblocs, des gates à débloquer sont faites par des ambush ennemis. Les ennemis sont extrêmement faciles dans ce jeu-là. Les zéro difficulté.
Yeah, there we go.
Got it, nice. So there's a little bit of the cliff that extends past the fence there that allows you to get up to the button.
Je dirais qu'il y a un moment en tant qui joue un peu ces gens en mode speedrun, même en first playthrough. Je te dirais que le jeu est quand même assez prone à des skips. J'ai commencé présentement, le bouton pour la première est la seule et unique instance que le bouton n'est pas actif avant que les ennemis soient morts. Donc, le jeu est quand même assez cassé.
But the barrel decorations in this level actually have physics, and they can be pushed around by just sort of walking into them with your body. And so Jack's going to be rolling some barrels in order to create platforms.
Les barrels ont des physiques assez bizarres, donc que tu peux juste littéralement pousser. Donc, techniquement, tu peux juste pousser des barrels pour faire la plateforme. Comme ici, on va voir, il va pousser le barrel pour être capable de faire un double jump puis skipper la section au grand complet. Donc, ça fait une belle place sur un jeu.
And now coming up, we have the legendary barrel 2, which Jack is going to go for because it's a bit faster than some of the other ways you can get through the cavern segment. You're going to see Jack cancel his slam on the wall to make sure that he doesn't break any of the barrels. And in order to get the height he needs the barrel to be above horizontal. So what he's doing is he's trying to ramp the barrel up using the wall, and then that
faut littéralement obtenir des...
Yeah, good back up
there.
Like the barrels can be like
des barrels dans les bonnes places.
Like with the first one, it can like fall off that platform, and it's really difficult to back it up from
there.
Ici,
très
and if you get
facile.
like the second one in that corner, like horizontal, you could just get it stuck forever and have to get like one of the other barrels in the room. So I'm really happy
Patrick
about that.
avec Bob le plonge comme un hammer. Je détruis les ennemis assez rapidement ici. Pas trop compliqué. Ça spawn des waves d'ennemis.
So this fight is really complex under the hood, so I'll try to kind of briefly explain some of the manips. The way that the fight is programmed is that the game will try to spawn 3 blue robots and then fill in with green hammer robots either until the arena count of enemies reaches 5, or it is they have enough, so you have just enough robots to fulfill the 25 counters. So what Jack is doing is he's actually counting spawns and kills using the little counter in the bottom right corner in order to know where the last robot is going to spawn.
Je retire le jeu spawn ses ennemis de manière différente. Il va spawner des ennemis bleus, puis après avoir spawné les bleus, il va essayer de spawner des verts qui ont des hammer avec 2 conditions. Jusqu'à temps qu'il atteigne le compteur à 5 ennemis présentement sur le level, ou à en avoir assez pour avoir le nombre exact de l'objectif.
You just have to have done this enough times to have learned all of the variations for the fight.
Yeah, but like right after this, we're going into Kelp Forest, and this is going to be the first instance of a hammer clip that we're going to be using to get out of bounds. If one of you guys want to explain Kelp out of bounds.
You got it, Sam.
Yeah, okay, sure. So this is a variation of the Kelp out of bounds trick called the juke. It's like the current fastest setup for this trick, and it's like, I'd probably say the least consistent, but Jack's really consistent as he found it.
Yeah.
But we're gonna walk into this corner here to manipulate all the robots to follow him to the corner. And once he gets them in the corner, he's actually gonna walk across to the other side of this area, and then once he's in the corner, he's gonna jump up at the bottom, like, bottom of the ship.
Un beau petit out of bounds.
Just
Oh
like
my god.
Once he jumps up,
J'ai encore un
yeah,
qui
that is
s'appelle le
very
Juke.
hard.
Mais c'est que tu lures tous les ennemis dans le même coin. Tu vas dans un coin, tu vas dans l'autre coin, puis après ça, en plein milieu, tu réussis à aller out of bounds. Tu vas jusqu'au checkpoint, tu respawns, tu t'actives le checkpoint, puis après ça, tu respawns le checkpoint. Ça skip une minute au complet d'ambush. Donc c'est un immense skip. C'est quand même assez dur aussi.
I'm just so super happy I got it.
Yeah. So right here, Jack got a power up. We'll explain what it does later. You just saw him do what's called a spin boost. When you spin into a spinner robot with the spinning blade attack, it will clank you off and bounce you away.
Présentement, quand t'as le gros le SpongeBob buff, qu'est-ce que ça fait quand tu spins dans un ennemi qui spin? Ça clank. Sauf que si tu réussis à jumper en même temps, ça fait juste te faire envoyer dans les airs.
Also, now that he has this power up equipped, you're going to see him do a form of movement tech called spin hopping. I know the names are a little bit confusing. But essentially what spin hopping is it's tapping A to do the shortest possible jump height and then spinning. So when you have the buff power up equipped, the spin move mid-air that we unlock in this level, it sends us further by moving us faster. So if we jump and then try to land on the ground as soon as possible, we can maximize the amount of speed that this move gets us. So right here, Jack is manipulating spawns. He's getting this blue spinner robot to spawn right in front of him. So you can
faire un
spin
jump
boost
le
to gain
plus
height,
petit jump
and then
possible,
hit the
et après ça spin,
Normally, you're
et ça
supposed to
va
hit
plus
a
vite.
bunch of buttons in order to bring that paddle switch down.
Et on va
But instead, you can
encore
just spin
utiliser
boost to the top of it, and it's still
le
active.
spin dans les ennemis qui spin pour jumper
And
plus
you
haut.
point notice there's like when he spun the
Ça
paddle,
va.
he actually
Ça va,
propelled
ça a juste
forward a little bit. It's like what we
fortifié
call
les sections au
paddle
grand
boost.
complet.
A lot of like different boosts with a lot of spinning and
Yeah.
whatnot. But yeah, like, it's a little swag try to do. Speaking of swag tries, she's another one called like
Hey, let's go.
there we
Save a second.
So it takes 1 second, but it's really awesome.
All right, now right here, this is really interesting. These flowers act like Venus flytraps. If you get too close, they'll suck you in and take your buff power up.
Very nice.
But their hitboxes are very small compared to what they actually look like.
C'est ça, les fleurs sur le ground, les box sont vraiment petites.
You're supposed to do. There's like a whole bunch of
Ils ont
stuff
l'air
that you're
immenses,
supposed to
mais
do
actually,
there.
les box c'est tellement petit que tu peux juste mécaniquement marcher sur le côté, puis jamais avoir de problème.
But you're not supposed to have this buff power. One of the properties of it is that all of your attacks deal double damage, and because Jack successfully kept the buff power up into this fight, he'll do double damage here. So normally this is a 3-phase boss fight, but now it's a 2-phase boss fight.
Regarde, tu m'as dit, on s'est dit en anglais. Dans le jeu, t'es pas supposé avoir le buff juste ici, t'es supposé l'avoir perdu tellement longtemps. Hein? Et ce fight-là, qui est normalement un 3-phase, devient un 2-phase boss. Parce que, quand t'es buff, tes attaques font double dommage. Donc t'as pas besoin.
Oh, that looks perfect. Nice.
Un beau petit skip spawné directement sur le chest, donc pas besoin de bouger, rien, fait que ça va juste hit le.
This cup was really solid.
Yeah, so for context, we get a happiness object at the end of each level. I guess they're supposed to like refresh SpongeBob's memory. But basically, the definition of the category is you have to finish each level by grabbing the happiness object from that chest. So, like, for example, we mentioned hammer clipping. You can actually use a hammer clip in the first level and just completely bypass it with something called a level skip glitch, which we'll go into a bit more detail later.
Yeah.
But now's just kind of a good time to explain that you have to beat each level by going and hitting that happiness object from its source location for this category.
Non, ça va
Which
être.
essentially turns it into like an all levels category because it allows you to use like any like out of bounds.
Fait que no level skips, qu'est-ce qu'il y a de. C'est any percent quand même, mais il faut que tu fasses tous tes levels. Mais la seule différence, c'est que le. No level skip means que t'es obligé d'obtenir les happiness objects, qui est le niveau. Fait que les objets de happiness. T'es obligé de les obtenir de leur point de spawn source, pas nulle part ailleurs. Et le level skip glitch va être expliqué plus tard.
For him to be vulnerable, you can see like on his belt, his like a little like buff symbol, implying that we only hit him with buff.
Aussi, le boss de Patrick est comme vous voyez sur sa belt, il y a un symbole du buff icon. Ça signifie vraiment que la seule manière de le hit, c'est avec le buff power up.
The damage as quickly as possible. But this fight, compared to everything else so far, is rather straightforward. So this would be a great time for any plugs that you folks got.
Sure
Comme
can.
je dis, c'est littéralement straightforward comme fight.
From Black Magic Banny. It says, always had a soft spot for Truth or Square, and I'm happy to see it in this marathon. Big love to the Jackalaka.
Appreciate that. Absolute legend.
And that is going to the Star Fox 64 score attack. We've also got $50 from Pyro Cheesecake. It says, watching ESA with my wife's cousins, friends, girlfriends, brothers, nephews, sisters, husbands, dogs, nieces, uncles, cousins, boyfriends, aunt. Love this event. Thank you very much for the $50, and that is going towards Octopath Traveler single story bid war for Therion. Thank you. Keep those donations coming. Don't forget, later on today, we have got 2 massive $1,000 incentives for Trackmania and Trackmania 2. Check those out. Keep getting the donations in. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, with that,
Parlant d'incentive, on vient de dire vraiment anglais. Vient d'être mentionné les 2 incentives pour Trackmania et Trackmania 2020 et Trackmania 2 Canadian. Pour Trackmania 2020, qui est la catégorie Track of the Day du mois de juin, si je me rappelle comme il faut.
Super difficult and obscure, but
laisse-moi checker 2 secondes.
We will judge you harshly.
Je vais confirmer mes informations. Ouais, les Track of the Day du mois de juin 2021. L'incentive, c'est que pendant une course, la manette soit flippée par l'envers. Et pour Trackmania 2 Canyon, c'est pour que 5 des courses consécutives soient faites en full gas, pas de break. Donc, toujours appuyer sur l'accélérateur, ne jamais appuyer sur le frein. Donc, c'est quand même assez hard. Si vous voulez voir ça, les 2 runnés par Rasta et 2 Canadiens qui est en une race en plus. Donc, si vous voulez voir Rasta souffrir, notre cher ami français, vous pouvez toujours donner pour ça.
The happiness objects for a given level are located outside the boundaries of the map. But if you get out of bounds and grab them, the game considers that as having beaten the level. So you can use that to, skip
cinematic cam.
Yeah, cinematic cam. That happens sometimes. So you can use these out-of-bounds glitches to skip major portions of levels. But an interesting exploit, normally you can't beat a level more than once for story progress, because the game replaces the happiness object with a blue wart. But if you revisit a level and grab the end level happiness object from out-of-bounds over and over, you can actually advance the story progress and trick the game into thinking you've beaten levels that you
J'ai commencé présentement les happiness objects sont quand même assez fous parce que l'affaire c'est que quand tu vas un niveau pour pas être obligé de le faire, le niveau fait que le jeu fait que quand tu rejoues le niveau, pas la happiness object qui est à la fin, mais une orbe de warp bleu. Sauf que si tu réussis à l'objet de la happiness object est quand même spawné out of bounds. Donc si tu es capable de le hit out of bounds plus qu'une fois par niveau, fait que mettons que tu le hit, tu rates le niveau 3 fois de suite et tu hits le niveau tu le hits 3 fois de suite, tu peux juste skipper les niveaux à n'en plus finir. Bon matin, Grink.
That lets you get across. Those propeller platforms are constantly spinning, so Jack has to adjust SpongeBob's angle depending on where he lands. And that's
c'est ça, comme les propellers, ils spinent tout le temps et la physique, elle spin aussi. Donc, faut que tu s'ajustes à chaque fois que tu essaies de humper dessus.
But this rock is not completely solid. You can just phase through the left side, jump to the rock, and then jump over the top.
There we go.
Yeah, that saves about 7 seconds. Now right here, he's going to jump off this barrel to get up to this part of the puzzle early, and he's actually going to hit the switch on purpose. This will keep the propeller fans locked down to the ground, so that he can jump off the second one.
Et voilà, hit le bouton tout de suite pour que les propellers restent exactement ce long qui permet de faire du boost et de juste skipper la section grand complet.
It's constantly tricks all the time.
Yeah, the gauntlet is just very scary. It's like those propellers, if you wait too long on them, and if you're on the outside circumference of the of like the actual propeller itself. You can just get like launched horizontally.
Ça sert de laine, encore une fois, tu peux juste être lancé à une vitesse horizontale, vraiment,
I'm
vraiment
basically
grand.
holding upright during this cutscene, and then when SpongeBob appears in the top left, that's when I like know that I have control over SpongeBob and I can like kind of jump during the cutscene. It's like a small movement optimization, but
Aussi, une manière de savoir c'est quand tu as le mouvement de SpongeBob. Quand SpongeBob, quand tu vois l'icône de SpongeBob apparaître en haut à gauche, c'est que tu peux courir.
Anything that spins gives you momentum. So if you do if you instantly cancel a jump with a spin, you can actually ride on top of the paddle as they're activating it, and that can give you a huge
Ça n'est vraiment
boost
pas
to
mal
speed if you're
tout,
standing on the correct
pas mal
side of
tout
it.
qui
You
spin.
almost did it.
Yeah, that would've been sick.
Pas mal tout qui spin dans le jeu donne un momentum de
Trying to
spin.
go for ricochets off the incorrect side of each of these switches, and that will allow him to skip rotation cycles.
Ce qu'on va voir ici, il essaye de hit les switches qui tournent. On va commencer par là. Il fait des ricochets sur les mauvais côtés de la plateforme qui spin pour être capable de hit les boutons plus rapidement.
Where you stand, or not karate, in Kelp, where you stand where the treasure chest is, it'll actually push you inside the bus and soft lock you. It's really bad. I've lost a run to that.
C'est certain que j'ai pas eu le temps d'entendre, mais c'est possible de se faire pusher dans le boss et devenir softlock. Donc, on ne veut pas ça. On veut pas être softlock.
And you like go back to practice it. Instead of like having like the treasure chest, it's just like a blue like warp thing from Ocarina of Time on the ground. And if you just stand on it, you don't actually get clipped through. But we're going into Santa right now. This is a really like just kind of tough like platforming level. We're going to be doing a lot of out of bounds stuff, but unlike the other ones where you have to do like a hammer clip to get out of the level, we're just gonna like jump on these ice blocks here and then jump out of bounds really easily because the developers forgot to put.
Donc le jeu est tellement cassé que tu peux juste jumper ces headlocks, jumper ces et juste passer à travers le mur.
Jack immediately takes a right. He's actually heading back towards like the start of the level by using some geometry that sticks through the invisible walls. So you're gonna see him get on top of some of these wooden boxes to gain height, and then he's gonna double jump and spin over to the platform with the opening door, or like door at the start of the level. Then this canister back here barely sticks out of the wall, so we can do a blind jump through an ice wall in order to get on a very small piece of collision out here. Now, what Jack is going to be doing is a similar strat to what he did in Kelp Forest, where he's going to try to reach a checkpoint trigger from out of bounds. That's the really scary jump, and the barrier between like where you can stand and where you just fall to your death is very thin.
Non, c'est vraiment la barrière en s'enlever sur une plateforme puis tomber dans le vide. C'est quand même assez tight.
You lose all of your jumps instantly. So that section is very scary.
Yeah. Also, like you can kind of mess up like the camera pretty easily on that gumball section. But they recovered like okay, so it only probably lost like a few seconds.
A lot of the pipe geometry here also just doesn't exist.
On voit ici que les tuyaux, la moitié du tuyau n'existe même pas.
Fan favorite boss.
Juste pas ça.
Oh yeah.
The tenderizer.
Tender scoop.
Yeah. So
Be
this
sure
is
not,
a
be sure
really
to blink.
Yeah, this is a really cool strat that was found by complete accident by a runner named Cube. So what Jack's gonna do is he's gonna hit the first attack of the boss. This is normally a 6-phase fight without buff power. He's gonna double jump into the boss when he gets clapped back, and the boss instantly vaporizes and dies.
Comme expliqué, tu hits le boss une fois, tu fais knockback tellement loin que le boss fait juste. Ben, c'est vaporisé.
We believe that there is a developer trigger hidden in the roof of that room that they used for testing that just instantly ends the tenderizer boss. The reason we think that is that Heavy Iron did that a couple of other times.
Comme dans Backup of Bikini Bottom,
I think it's confirmed because also in the Robo Patrick boss fight there is an end level trigger, but it's surrounded by death.
Il y a des end level triggers, comme dans la première phase du boss final de Battle of Bikini Bottom. Si capable de voir plus vers le haut, qui est actually facile, tu hit le level trigger, puis ça veut juste skipper le fight. Dans ce fight-là, c'est prouvé qu'il y a ça aussi. Puis aussi, c'est quand même confirmé parce que dans le Patrick Fight, il y en a un aussi, mais il est inaccessible parce qu'il est entouré de deathline.
And then I'm gonna try. Now I'm out of bounds. I just went over like a little invisible wall.
So once Jack gets up this rock, he's going to be doing some level loading manipulation. If you get too far away from a segment of the level, it unloads to save on processing. So he's loading and unloading parts of the level so that he can gain height. And now he's standing on top of the ceiling of the second to last room in the entire level.
Fait que là, on skip le niveau avec le Out of Bounds. Puis on faisait en plus en même temps, présentement, on utilise la manipulation de l'autre. Donc, on peut juste skipper les levels. Fait que là, on est direct dans le Final Fight. On n'a même pas eu besoin de jouer le level. On s'est juste rendu
I
up.
will say, if you're interested in running this game, there is a way easier method of getting through here quickly via out of bounds. It's not that hard for beginners, but that strat saves about 15 to 20 seconds compared to that version. So
Something I will say is that you got to the end level pretty quickly. That's because like most levels in this game actually just wrap. Like the start of the level is actually really close to the end, so like save on like. I guess I'll save on processing power, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Puis une affaire aussi, c'est que pourquoi la raison, c'est aussi que c'est facile de skipper les levels. Pour être pas long, c'est que les levels se wrap around sur eux autres. Fait que la fin et le début sont souvent proches de nous autres. Ils sont juste pas accessibles techniquement avec les en normal. Mais c'est à out of bounds, c'est qu'il y a pas de temps.
Yeah, that happens sometimes in this fight. Again, with all these fights, Jack already kind of knows where all the robots are going to spawn because they spawn in a set order. That's kind of the rule of thumb with. Except for that first fight in JF. That first fight, like, I pretended to, like, explain it. Nobody really understands that fight.
Yeah.
Something else I'll mention is that you normally don't get to see, like, that. Even though we just, like, broke straight to the end of the level, in any percent, that level is 8 seconds long. Because you can actually go out of bounds to an out of bounds trigger that just ends the level instantly.
Puis aussi, la fin qui est drôle, c'est à 1% avec les out of bounds. Le niveau qu'on vient de faire dure un gros 8 secondes pour la simple et unique raison que tu es capable de out of bounds, dans un out of bounds, dans un out of bounds pour hit le trigger out of bounds.
Like some of the gameplay that I've been doing. And we found a way to do it without spinning, so we saved like a second on the IL. But 7 seconds definitely is not possible.
Yes, now we're on our favorite boss fight in the run.
Oh, yeah.
The Robo Squid. This one's actually kind of cool because from concept art, we know that developers of Battle for Bikini Bottom really wanted a Robot Squidward boss fight, and we're in like the process of concepting it, but unfortunately it got cut from the final release. Probably due to unlucky. Yeah, so
that's annoying.
But speaking of luck, yeah. So Robo Squidward is very mean sometimes. Yeah. So if you get damaged out, you're gonna have to kill it. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, welcome to Robo Squid.
C'est la fin qui est fun avec Robo Squidward. On sait que du concept art de Battle for Bikini Bottom, les devs sur Heavy Iron voulaient un Robo Squidward. Ben, ils l'ont eu dans le Later.
But it's like he still has full health.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, I gotta play this super safe. Oh, okay, never mind. I got another health.
Yeah, you should be good. So this fight is normally a casual killer, but something that's really nice is that you can actually clank off of the Robo Squid's spinning attack.
Oh, that I was going completely blind there.
He can either go complètement blind.
2 or 3
Ça a marché.
hives, like with you know his I guess fins. And if you mess it up, then you just kind of like hit his fins, lose your buff power up. So I just kind of had to go completely blind there. I just guessed it was like 2.
Yeah, before it becomes too late, you also might have noticed that Jack is already on the next gumball. You can actually get control over SpongeBob during the 3rd phase, during the walk-in. And you can just, if you kill all the enemies, you can actually just get straight to the gumball.
C'est possible aussi à la phase 3 d'avoir l'instant control de SpongeBob, ça permet de juste rentrer dans le gumball. Puis juste être correct.
But you can if you die, which does not make any sense. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, I've also just kind of like crashed on this boss fight. Like I once fell into the water and it tried to like send me back up, and then my game just like hard locked. It was really unfortunate.
C'est genre là ici que ça on joue déjà crash. En gros, qu'il est tombé dans l'eau, ça a essayé de la spawner, puis je juste freeze.
We probably all agree that the hardest level in the run is coming up, which is not to say that the previous levels weren't already really hard. This is a pretty tricky run, but this level, like, it has a lot of small and interesting skips throughout the way, but this is like the biggest test of spin hopping movement and of buff preservation. The big key
On est
here is
maintenant
that
rendu au
Jack is going
niveau
to be
le
a
plus
buff power-up
technique
about
dans
halfway through the
termes de
level,
out
and
of
there's a point of
bounds.
no return where Jack is really going to try to not take damage so he doesn't lose the power up. It's going to make several of the
C'est un point
fights
que ce
and some
niveau-là
tricks
a un point of no
like
return
basically more
que
possible.
on va avoir le
Yeah.
power up.
Are you going to go for the
On
fast
peut
gumball
juste
strat?
pas revenir.
Sure.
Let's go.
Let's go! It only saves like a second, but it's super swag.
It's swag.
Swag, 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 swag.
Fait comme expliqué présentement avec les co-commenters,
Let's go!
le swag strat, c'est la grosse seconde.
I have lost a run to that. Oh, no, not a run. Runs to that before. So right here, this pull is weird because it's still considered part of the jelly goose. So Jack has to angle himself in a very specific way to boost over those pillars. Yeah. So like we mentioned, no coyote frames. So sometimes you just slip off of things even though it looks like you're still standing on them. It's part of the learning curve of learning this run.
C'est une affaire qui est à faire apprendre aussi. Certaines affaires qui n'ont pas l'air d'être des plateformes sont des plateformes qui slip. Donc c'est un peu chiant.
Nice. Okay. So Jack jumps around the left side to skip a enemy spawn trigger. And now he's waiting. There's actually like a rising and lowering tide effect in this sort of stomach area
Fantasma.
of this monster. So in order to get the height he needs to actually skip the puzzle, he actually has to wait for it to rise up to a certain height in order to make the height.
Yeah, so like if it's too low,
I'm thinking a few English words.
Almost
Fantasma, thanks for your work,
I think
man.
It actually is impossible if it is too low.
It is, yeah. I also
love you,
learned that
man.
the hard way.
Yeah.
So we've entered the monster's mouth and now leaving his other mouth.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Where his heart is located, obviously. Is his heart here? I don't know.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
Heart's
so
up
we're
there.
actually gonna break his heart, sadly.
Unfortunate.
But that's, it's required to do so.
Ben,
It
c'est ça, on
actually
casse le
breaks
cœur
all his teeth for
présentement.
some reason. And we're gonna skip
Parce qu'on a
food
pas le
and
choix.
find a tentative actual way to complete this room. Actually, jump up this slope here and just go right at the end of the level, or not level, end of that room.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit.
This level is quite long.
Ce niveau-là, il est vraiment
Jack is
long.
actually moving in a very specific way to manipulate robot AI. So if he does it right, he's actually able to put the robots into an attacking animation as he gets there, which leaves them vulnerable to attack. So he can kill the robots and get the boxes out of the way so he can hit the switch.
Fait que si avant de manipuler les bots comme il faut, t'es capable de move les robots out of the way, puis en plus des box. Fait que c'est pas pire.
We've skipped a lot of them already, but there are these projectile enemies called screwballs that are really good at sniping your buff power up. There is a backup in this next room over here, so if Jack loses on a geyser, it's whatever. But after this copy of the power up is what we call the point of no return in this level.
Fait qu'on a pas passé le point of no return. Il n'y a plus d'extra buff.
So Jack, if he wants to do this the fastest way possible, he has to play this completely damageless.
Il faut qu'il complète le reste du niveau damageless.
It is scary, but Jack also
Pour aller
has backups
plus vite.
For not having buff, which is something that everyone who runs this category knows, because it takes a long time to get to a point where you're good enough to get the buff power up to the end of the level in the first place.
Yeah. You gotta memorize where robots spawn, just like Jack is doing now. Like, he knows where all these robots about to spawn, so he can kill them as soon as possible.
That's actually in a really good spot. You kind of want.
Et voilà la run
be,
défaite.
Over by this trampoline,
Ça...
because sometimes it can be, like,
ça
all
fait
the way
rire.
back. So that probably saved like 2 seconds over, like a bad manipulation.
Donc ça va pas pire.
Now,
on continue à
we got
avancer.
buff through here, which is really exciting. This is one of my favorite parts in like any category. This is the Boneyard. It's a giant valley of death and despair. You've got all of these like electrical hazards and giant iron fists, but it's also like some of the sickest spin hopping movement in the whole run. So
Beau spin hopping.
I'll let you all enjoy.
Yeah, basically just gonna like try and jump in this like middle one right here, and then just go over here. Yeah, like these platforms like the bones, they're kind of like angled down on the ledges. I'm gonna jump over that.
On dit que
So,
Battle
if
for
you go
Bikini
on-
Bottom est un des meilleurs.
What? I
Non,
thought it was
malheureusement, on a
inside.
pris le dette.
That's unfortunate. Alright, so we're going the rest of it without.
On dit que Battle for Bikini Bottom est un des meilleurs d'Ivy Iron. Non, Tutosker prend définitivement une médaille.
He's been killing it. This run's pretty cooked.
Le jeu est tellement plus cassé que Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Yeah,
Ça me surprend qu'il y ait
that's like-
moins de
I
runners.
haven't seen those. I don't know if hitbox are that bad, but
On retrouve avec l'accessibilité à ce jeu-là qui est sur Xbox 360. Donc c'est un peu moins pire.
That just means you'll have to get the Squidward power up at the end of this level.
Oh yeah, Squidward strats. My biggest enemy in this game. There's a Squidward power up that you can get. Kind of like actually it's the one that's that you saw in like fry cooking. I just usually don't use it because like when you shoot like a spinning enemy with the clarinet, for some reason, or actually, I mean, like they just deflected. That's how they're programmed.
Yeah.
And so I just always like end up having like the Squidward power up and just shooting at nothing for like 30 seconds. But maybe I'm just not doing it right.
Yeah. So Jack right here is going to do another spin boost. You're supposed
Les
to
spin
use
boosts,
a tub to
assez
make a platform,
facile.
but spin boosting is way faster. Additionally, if you have the buff, you want to go for that strat because using a tub actually removes your buff power up. So the devs kind of don't really intend you to have a buff in this area. But we're playing this buffless, so we're actually going to be seeing some different strats here. There's like a whole bunch of different ways that you can tackle this level.
I thought it was like I
Le
thought
petit
it
skip
was like
manqué de départ, on va la réessayer.
fast setup for like eel jump. This is a kind of like tight jump. There's
Yeah.
A very small like area on the railing.
C'est
That you
un-
can
c'est
actually,
un-
like,
un
land
job
on.
assez
It's
tight.
super slick. It makes no sense.
There we go.
Et voilà, fait
Alright,
second try.
With buff, it's like not too bad, but yeah, I mean that's
without buff, it's pain.
That's
Et quand t'as le buff, c'est pas trop compliqué, mais quand tu l'as pas le buff, c'est un peu plus dur.
You go slower than normal.
Yeah, so I sadly don't get to go for the cool strat here. It's not possible.
Yeah. Well, it is possible. It just sucks
Yeah.
really bad.
So
but what Jack's
I'm
gonna
do
yeah.
is just kind of I'm just gonna kind of manipulate these guys over to here. Just do another spin boost. They get dizzy, so just do that one. There we go.
Yeah, you just
Et voilà, un
boost
petit skip
yeah,
bien
you just boost
facile.
over the wall. Normally, this is a set of puzzles where you're supposed to roll a bomb bot and then you do like a cannonball ricochet. But luckily, the switches are always active, so you can just ricochet from point blank.
Un problème dans ce jeu-là,
Oh, you almost got it. I appreciate
les
you
switches
going
sont
for it
toujours
for
actifs.
culture. So that's
Fait
like
que tu
a
peux faire un
swag,
peu
that's
n'importe
like
quoi,
a
n'importe
swag
quand.
strat, spin boost that doesn't really save any time, but I always go for it.
Hey!
because
Je l'annonce avec le stream avant que l'annonce. On a atteint le 15
I was gonna
000
try and do like a thing where like I spun into it in between the bomb.
GG à la commu française. J'ai mis à toutes les autres communes.
Like, oh, like maybe it could like stop me and then I
On
could
a
just get,
atteint
like, a
15
quick
000
hit on it, but
Road to
dreams
20K,
sadly don't
esti.
come true. No, I'm just kidding.
J'ai lâché un sac, je suis désolé.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just kind of got this
Mais
final fight here, and then
c'est ça,
kind of be on the end of the level.
on va encore des argent pour save the children. Tout mon temps, je peux sauver un enfant n'importe où dans le monde.
If you got anything.
I would love to. Let's get to it. Right, we have a $100 donation from Otwald.
Donc un simple 5$ peut sauver plus qu'une dizaine d'enfants alentour de la planète. Donc c'est pour une bonne cause.
Appreciate it.
And this is amazing. So in the next run, we've got Saints Row. There is a bit of a bid war between having the character look like Keanu Reeves and Waluigi, and with a $100 donation.
Great combo.
We're not. So there was. I mean, Waluigi was well in the lead, and now with if you two at home for one small amount of $171 could definitely snipe the Keanu Reeves. So I mean, anyone just throw that in. That'd be great. We've got $5 from definitely Mr. Krabs. And he says, ravioli, ravioli, donate your dollaroni. And that's towards Waluigi. And then we've got a $50 donation from Fallen Duma. That's going towards the secret boss.
And Fantasma, thanks for raiding here.
Stages. Thank you so much, everyone. Keep getting those donations in. And let's see if we can get Keanu Reeves to the top.
I'm Team Waluigi, to be honest.
I
think I'm Waluigi as well.
Why do I have to choose?
I won't sway the audience's choice.
Yeah.
What if we got Waluigi with the John Wick hairstyle? Oh.
yeah, just do both.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be whack. Yeah, no, just compromise there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Sam, do you want to cover Karate Island?
Yeah, I'll do that. So this is the final major platforming level in the run, and as I previously mentioned, most levels, like pretty big levels, will actually wrap.
Hey, good job,
from
man.
Where you start, and that's the case for this level. And in this level, we're actually doing another hammer clip at the start to actually go on top of this like tunnel area, and then go right to the end immediately to the boss. and it's pretty fast.
Oh,
So,
fantasma,
I'll be quiet because Jack needs to manip robot to do.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm basically gonna like get rid of like these
Oh, yeah.
guys first because like the big
Thanks
enemies
for
are hard to actually use to
helping
kill,
us
it's really
tonight.
annoying.
Really
So I'm gonna,
appreciate
like,
it.
Get the hammer bots over to here. Then I'm gonna stand on these little like flowers from My Pretty Seahorse. What?
Ooh.
What was that?
You got damageless.
Damageless clip.
I
was gonna
never
mention
seen
how
that.
this clip can't be done without taking damage for some reason, and it just happened right now.
That is
That's so sick.
That's a first for me. All right.
You take those?
Yeah,
I've
and then
seen it once. I think I saw it happen to.
Thanks, Fantasma.
Exotic
As
Sponge
always,
once.
thanks for helping.
Yeah.
That's
Also, it's worth mentioning Exotic Sponge, a really great runner. He was the one that found that setup.
Yeah, drink
for
water.
the wall clip. Yeah. He's
And
just like a
Pepsi.
great glitch hunter and just overall just great runner for the game.
Yeah.
Good old
It's really
Pepsi Man.
too because that whole sequence.
I had to. I'm
was,
sorry.
Like, discovered part by part. It was Exotic Sponge who put the final pieces together for
Great.
it. But like
No.
different aspects
Pepsi.
of like getting up the wall and like the
Quebec.
jump to get back in bounds were found by like
Pepsi.
at least, like 5 or 6 different people combined, including like myself and Exotic Sponge. So it was just that's like a skip we were like trying to find for like 2 years. So it's really cool to like start to see that at marathons. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it could
so
be
this
fun.
can happen
You be
sometimes.
Pepsi Man is always a good run.
Sliding, though.
Why did Demento just not stop after the second one? Like he
this
went.
Oh, because you took a hit. That's why.
Oh, but like he went down and back and like he just like kept going. He didn't, like, stop.
Boss? Hello?
Come on.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
If he like gets
He's
interrupted-
going
Oh no.
this way. What the?
Oh no. Yes, it's...
Yeah, so
Full
if he-
soft lock? Oh
if he's,
no.
like, interrupted by like the boxes
Hey,
or barrels, he just like gets stuck.
Oh my god. La bad luck.
Yeah, it's god, it's.
Il a slidé ben trop
The only time
longtemps.
that's happened to me like a few times, and they've all been on like 44 pace. Like back in the day, they only happened when I was like. ahead.
Mon
So annoying.
dieu, ça a tellement été... Man, j'avais peur. Oh mon dieu.
That was
Almost like that happened to me.
J'avais peur pour
Yeah,
Jack.
I think I was actually in Call of Duty Jacks. I was just like, why is this happening to me?
The Cha-Cha slide. But yeah, Demento is a really straightforward mini boss. We don't really have any.
We fine,
major
we
skips
fine.
for this yet. This is kind of like the last holy grail. Is like some way to either speed this up or skip it outright in this category. While
Yeah.
still getting like the happiness objects. So maybe one day, if any of you prospective glitch hunters out there want to help us out,
This is a cry for help.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Jack is actually doing some manips on the boss. I thought he was going to cha-cha slide again for a
Bro,
moment there.
That'd be amazing. I
That
would
would be
absolutely,
hilarious
would
at this
absolutely
point.
love that.
But what Jack is doing is he's manipulating the second charging attack such that the boss is in the middle of the back wall. Just so that when Demento's on his way to become vulnerable, he takes the shortest path possible. So
Yeah.
it's a pretty straightforward fight, but it just takes a little bit because we're not allowed to have a buff power up here.
Yeah.
So if you got anything to read, this is a good.
Yeah,
time
this
to
is a
read.
great time.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. So we've got a $10 donation from Pato, and it says, if Mitaka wants Keanu Reeves to get to the top, I'll help Keanu Reeves get to 300. Memes hype, ESA, aïe aïe aïe. And there's towards Keanu Reeves, that is my boy.
Ouais,
That's
c'est
what
ça,
I'm
parlait
talking
de
about.
Keanu
for the life.
Reeves.
It's gonna be
On a
amazing
présentement
wins.
la
It's
run
just for
suivante qui ne sera pas diffusée
$161
ici,
now.
à moins que
to get
Grink
Keanu Reeves to the
ait
top.
changé d'idée ou quelque chose.
And just to remind everyone, we are raising money for Save
Mais
the Children.
la
They're
run
global
de
leader in saving
Saints
newborn
Row.
lives. They continue to be at the forefront of
Ah, je
worldwide
parlais
efforts
pour la
to
run de Saints Row.
preventable child deaths with a focus on maternal,
Parce qu'il
newborn,
mentionnait
and
le
child health
donation
and
incentive sur
nutrition.
le stream
So
anglais.
wonderful cause
Ouais,
we're
c'est ça, on va
raising
couper le
money for.
stream.
Keep the donations
C'est bon,
coming.
je vais
Thank you
continuer le
very much,
speech. La run de Saints Row qui est présentement une incentive.
Alright. Yeah,
Keanu versus
we're
Valuigi
approaching the end
en
of the
tant
boss fight. We just have
que
one more hit here.
character. Elle sera malheureusement pas diffusée ici sur Speed Gaming français. On va redémarrer, on va prendre une petite pause pour la run de Saints Row. Le petit 4 heures pour rafraîchir la machine, rafraîchir nos bouteilles d'eau, prendre une douche, bien se calmer. Et on redémarrera plus tard dans la soirée. On a des petits problèmes avec la chaîne, donc c'est ça, on va plus se prendre plus 6 heures.
Just
Je
like
pense
hammer
que
clips,
c'est.
really, like, just after that, like we found like so many more hammer clips in the community. It was like really awesome to see.
I guess de Saints Row jusqu'à.
Shout outs to him for doing the science
Chemical.
that nobody else wanted to. Because
ça,
laughing hammer clicks
je suis bon.
sucks.
10-16 heures.
Because you have to
C'est
like
ça,
get
Chemical,
within,
right?
like basically like
Ouais.
the way we think
C'est ça,
they
Chemical.
work is that
Fait qu'on sera pas
you,
retour
like,
dans la run de
basically
Chemical.
get hit in between,
Donc,
like, the
non
hammer's
diffusé
hitbox
ici
and
sera la
the
run de
hitbox
Saints Row,
at
Skygunner,
a really
Amagon,
specific angle.
Sherlock Holmes
Right now, they
Mechanical
move at, like,
Contest
very
et
specific distances away from each
Masagoro.
other. So that's why, like, when I was doing like Help Out of Bounds, I did that like really specific setup, and not to like get them in the right
On va vous envoyer
position,
sur
like,
le
on the
live
ground, but just like
de
the
ESA
correct
Marathon.
distance away from like
Je
the
pense.
ship, because you can get it like
I
anywhere
guess.
on the ship.
Je prends des
It just kinda
déductions.
depends, like, how far away you are. But
Je sais pas ce qu'on va faire
now
comme
we have the final
le
boss,
stream
like, robot
espagnol.
fighting. Basically just kind of works as like
Donc,
three
mais en tout cas,
phases
si vous
of
avez,
just kind of an
la
auto-scroller.
regardez,
There's a lot of
ce
those
sera sur
endless
ESA
sections that we
Marathon.
were talking about throughout the run. Here I'm
4
gonna
heures
kinda
de
go in,
Saints
like, a
Row,
pretty
de
specific spot, 'cause
l'original
all their
à
positions are
Before Everything
predetermined.
Went
So
to
if I
Hell.
stand here, and then spatula, I
J'aime
can
dire.
hit
Ouais,
like,
c'est
a spinning
ça.
enemy and a hammer
Moi,
bot.
je me suis dit,
And it's actually kind of, we actually
j'avais
probably
vu
should mention this in the chat,
Speed
'cause,
Gaming
you can actually
portugaise. Ouais,
enemies
portugaise
with
qui
the
avait
hammer
raidé
ability, even
tantôt
though they're, like,
sur,
behind you. For some reason, like,
sur le
their
main
hitbox,
channel.
like,
Fait
extends,
que
like,
je suppose
basically, like,
je
all
supposais qu'on
around
allait faire
SpongeBob.
exactement la même chose.
What about the janky hitboxes?
Mais ouais.
Yeah, hitboxes in this game are interesting to say.
On va être de retour
But yeah, so Jack,
dans
again, this is
à peu
like
près
this is like the rooftop
plus de
phase.
6
We can't
heures.
do too much
Mais
to speed up the movement of the boss from
tu vas monter au micro. Parfait.
when we actually go inside the boss,
Fait,
deal damage in the core phase.
la run est en train de finir, c'est le boss final. Fait que c'est un peu pretty straightforward.
He went for the swag for the people. I appreciate the effort.
Pas mal réutiliser toutes les manières de hit qu'on utilise depuis le début du jeu.
Get a buff power up, and he's gonna really try to not take damage. So that
Donc on
he
se
can
prend
keep
dans
his
le
spin-hopping movement
dans le
and
robot, il va
damage
falloir
output until the, like,
damager le
back
corps
half of the third phase, pretty much. So he gets the power
en
up
enlevant
there,
le
and
power
he's,
partout.
going in a certain order so he can make sure that these hammer robots are out of the way, so that he can destroy them by the time he breaks the third generator. And so he's good to go, because you can actually lose your buff power up during the cutscene for some reason if the enemy gets too close to you. It's whack.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of funny because like you don't really want the hammer bots still there, like as Jaxor just explained, but the spinning enemies can actually attack the core.
Le bot qui est rendu fou, il détruit tout.
So you can actually like save
Méchant
like,
bot.
a second if like they actually cooperate and just get some extra hits, just wombo combo the core.
And because Jack has the buff power up here, a lot of these like super chunky robot enemies just go down
Ça
instantly.
fait comme on a le boss, on peut juste tout détruire en 2 secondes.
Super overpowered, super broken.
Juste passer à
Just
travers
kind
le
of
tout.
waiting there just to make sure I don't lose buff, because like the steam and just like all like things that can take away buff are always there in the level, even if like their model isn't showing up. So I just like to wait a bit just to make sure I keep it.
Le boss
Although
qui
it's not too big
est
of a deal if
avec
I
les
have
mesures
to use phase three,
désespérées,
'cause there's,
lance des
like-
boules partout.
Like for some reason when you, all right, now that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, so Jack is gonna. Luckily, there is a backup in each phase of the core. It just means Jack will have to. Go out of his
Chaque
way
cour,
first.
chaque,
Normally, if you had
il y a
the
plus
buff,
qu'une
you just go straight
phase.
behind.
À chaque phase, il y a des.
Yeah, I haven't had that in like a while, so I kind of.
Il y a l'électricité qu'il faut couper pour attaquer le corps.
Again there, but still had the iframe, so we good.
Yeah, there's a small iframe window when you get the power up. All right, good. You didn't. That hammer, that big chunky hammer robot has actually put multiple runners through the floor before, so that scared me a little
Ouais,
bit.
les
But we're
gros
good to go in
hammers
the third
qui
phase.
mettent des affaires à travers le plancher, c'est
Oh
pas
yeah,
nouveau.
it happened to me in a marathon run once. It's
Yeah.
awesome. And
Yeah,
also not awesome.
I was about to ask, like, because didn't it happen in like Speedruns Rochester?
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Il explique aussi que c'est déjà arrivé en plein milieu de marathon que,
That came out of that situation.
que le marteau a mis un renard à travers le plancher, donc c'est un peu unfortunate, mais il n'y a pas grand chose que tu peux faire dans ce temps-là. C'est le jeu qui décide d'être le jeu.
Like, this is a really great introductory speed game for people who are looking to get into the hobby. Probably don't want to start with this category because a lot of the stuff Jack is doing is pretty advanced. But the any percent run for this game is really easy and straightforward to get into. It's like for your first run, it'll be like 40 minutes or so. We actually have a new tutorial for it with a new route on YouTube.
Ouais, mentionné aussi, je checkais cette semaine. Pour Truth or Square, les tutoriels sont fraîchement sortis du four.
This is a really easy and fun run
Le jeu est actually vraiment bon. René.
Looking for a new speed game to pick up, we would highly recommend it.
Personnellement, si vous avez un choix de mon opinion personnelle, si vous avez un jeu de SpongeBob à speedrunner, c'est celui-là. Je trouve qu'il est vraiment meilleur que Battle for Bikini Bottom, puis il est quand même plus accessible.
Yeah, this is all planned.
Yeah, and timing is actually coming up in a bit. Basically, when I attack the core the final time, there's like this white cloud that appears for an explosion. So
Donc le time s'en vient.
It's coming up in a bit.
Yeah, in a couple seconds. Get ready on time.
So here we go. Basically, time.
Et voilà, c'est fini. 46:05.
On my end, I think 46:04. So that sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
très bonne run.
I was just hoping for anything around a 45.
Un petit peu de problème,
Just with
mais
that
quand même une très belle run d'un très bon jeu.
Really solid, so I am very happy with that run.
Yeah, that was super sick. Congrats.
Thank you guys so much for being on commentary. That was just a massive help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess just other shout outs, just everybody in the SpongeBob Truth or Square community. You guys are just awesome. I'm just really, it's just really awesome to see just a super dedicated community built around this game, and just we've gotten it so far.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. Shout outs to Tedious.
Shout outs to Tedious.
Shout outs to Tedious, the squadron.
C'est Krabs qui est pas très content que Bob l'éponge a perdu la recette, mais c'est pas grave. Il a
We
trop.
also have a speedrunning Discord for most SpongeBob games. So if whether it's this game or Battle for Bikini Bottom or what have you, go check out speedrun.com, and if you find the leaderboard for any individual SpongeBob game, they should be able to point you in the direction of the Discord. For this game, it's /SBTOS. And our community is, like Jack said, super welcoming. We'd be happy to sit down and help you learn the run. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and a final just thank you to ESA for having us on. It was an absolute pleasure to be on here, and hope the rest of the marathon
Yes,
goes well.
c'est notre fin pour nous ici pour l'instant.
Right, well, that was a fantastic
Grinch va venir vous voir,
la
cher chat. Ça de vous expliquer.
Bonjour
Grinch.
Hello, ça va bien?
Oui, toi?
Ça va, je vais dormir. Ça fait oublier. Ça a été les runs? Du coup, je n'ai pas écouté.
Le live a semi-planté du côté du bout de ESA, mais ça va.
Ah ouais, bon, bah ça, on peut rien faire.
Dans le sens qu'on avait encore le gameplay, mais on a perdu tout le feed audio côté commentary. Donc,
ah, ok. Ouais, bah, ça, c'est normal, hein. Au bout de 40.
Ouais, les caméras, on dirait que les caméras sont en train de planter de leur bord, ça va pas bien. Là.
Ouais, c'est pas.
Ils vont avoir du bien à redémarrer le live après Saints Row.
Au moment où je monte évidemment au micro, il y a un camion qui décide de faire des travaux. Merci beaucoup Nico pour
ça
le
fait
commentaire.
plaisir.
Écoutez, voilà, il y a ton lien dans le chat qui va apparaître. Hop, n'hésitez pas à suivre Nico. Toi, tu fais pas mal de jeux.
Wow, je suis un multi-gamer. Je fais pas juste du speedrunning, mais faut que je me remette là-dedans. J'ai plus tant le temps que ça, mais.
Ah, mais le streaming ça prend du temps. Mais écoute, merci infiniment.
Ça me fait plaisir.
Comme tu l'as dit, on va couper le live, on va prendre une longue petite pause parce que une longue mais petite. Mais voilà, on va revenir vers 10h du matin côté canadien, 16h de l'après-midi côté France à Kamiko. Parce que ça nous fait du bien de faire une petite pause. En même temps, on n'a pas non plus de commentateurs. Donc voilà. On va aller raider ESA Marathon directement à la chaîne. On va leur dire coucou. N'hésitez pas à dire voilà, que vous êtes contents, que l'event vous plaît. On va faire ça tout de suite. Donc merci encore Nico. À tout à l'heure. Ouais. Donc Kamiko avec Edep.
Moi, je vous dis à demain, 10h30 heure canadienne, 16h30 heure de France.
Minecraft
je vais voir
Dungeons.
pour Minecraft Dungeons, la petite one-off run qui va être ma run de réveil.
Ah, mais ça va être fan.
Oui, Minecraft Dungeons, c'est quand même un très bon jeu. Donc,
voilà, bah écoutez. Donc, pour toi à demain, et pour tout le monde à tout à l'heure, vers 16h, dans 7h à peu près. Merci tout le monde.
Ciao le stream.
Salut.
Hey there, my name is Joe, and I'm going to be showing you an application of the Groundhog Day glitch in Saints Row 1. First, go to a mechanic and spawn in a police car. Drive out of the garage and spawn in a second car that can be customized. Using that first police car, ram the second car back into the garage and proceed to blow up the police car. After you've parked the second car in this specific spot, attempt to customize it. The police car wreckage will be the car that's stored in the game's recent memory and teleport to the player. We're going to wait for the wreckage to despawn and exit the mechanic. Because you can no longer exit your car normally, we'll have to blow ourselves up. When we do, we'll spawn at the nearest hospital in a glitched state. You can tell that the glitch has been successful because the player no longer has a shadow. Spooky. From here, we're going to go to the cinema. This is an in-game mechanic for replaying missions. We're going to choose a mission that we can easily fail, and then exit out. We'll now be floating in the air and unable to sprint to move faster. We're going to find some ground that is higher than our current elevation, and turn into Superman. Nice. Thanks for watching, and I hope everybody has a wonderful ESA.
You can back to the ground, spinning around on
I literally asked ESA staff if there was some way I could track the donation counts. They helped me out, and here it is. Now, well, yay? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Where am I at? Oh my goodness gracious. What are you all doing? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh
no.
my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my good.
Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious. And I will not get that. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. 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 You know what? This game is dumb. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. These slots. Oh my goodness. Yay. Oh my goodness. Who just donated? Oh my goodness. I have no rings. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did we really go back there? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So many good things. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. No. Oh goodness. Oh my.
That'll be.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm like, what? I don't even know what this even is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey,
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's not go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Mythical.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my Oprah Winfrey. You know what? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my
$24.
goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. 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 I'm so happy. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you all. Oh my
Chat has
goodness.
been.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Of course, time is coming up. Right? About now.
Hello and welcome back to ESA Summer 21. My name is Sam Without a Plan, and I'm excited to be your host today for Joe's run of Saints Row. We are raising money this week for Save the Children, and of course, links to donate can be found below the stream. We would like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. We also had a incentive bid war here for the character creation in Saints Row with Keanu Reeves versus Waluigi, with Waluigi coming on top at $365 donated. So thank you so much for those generous donations. And Joe, let's bring it over to you. Good luck with the run.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, so here is Waluigi. Obviously, it's a perfect recreation. Sadly, there's no Waluigi hat, so I had to give him a purple afro, but I'm sure you'll agree, basically the same thing. But yeah, no, I'm ready to go whenever. The timing will start. There's gonna be an opening cutscene. The timing starts 3 seconds from when I skip the cutscene. So I will give you a countdown. I'm really happy that Waluigi made it. Okay, here we go. So 3, 2, 1, go. So we are off. This is Saints Row 1 for the Xbox 360. I hope you all enjoy. And I hope that you like Saints Row. Because if you don't, well, I'm afraid you're in for like 3.5 hours of it. So we're going to start off the run by getting our bottom handed to us. It's faster to lose that opening fight than it is to do it successfully. There is actually a different outcome if you do the fight. If you were to fight all the enemies and win, you actually get $1,000 as opposed to 200. But we only need 200 because we're going to buy 2 lots of ammo here. We're going to shoot the store to get a wanted level, and a police car will follow us. And you will notice during this run, oh my god, did we actually get a 69 cop car straight off the bat? That is ridiculous. Troy, could you get in? Troy, could you get in, please? Okay, that's amazing. So obviously there's 100 permutations of cop car numbers that you can get. And obviously we got the best one straight off the bat. Oh, I'm getting owned by traffic. But anyway, as I was saying, the cop car is a car that we get a lot during this run. It's not the fastest car in the game, but it's definitely the fastest readily available car. Every car in this game has a speed rating from 0 to 100. The cop car sits at 85, I believe. So it's, it's pretty damn up there, pretty high up there in terms of overall speed. And we can get it pretty frequently because, one, they spawn fairly regularly on the overworld, but also they can be like sort of manipulated into existence by like robbing a store, because robbing a store gives you 2 wanted stars, and 2 wanted stars is the level of wantedness. It's not really a word, but the level of wantedness that you need to have the police come and chase you. So that was the first mission of the game done. The cool thing I think about this run is that it's only very recently sort of been worked on by myself and another person in the community by the name of Caster TM, who roots a lot of GTA games as well. They're very, very clever, and this game would be nowhere near as fast as it is if it was not for Caster. So I just went into that store and I bought a knife and some grenades, which are going to be very important very shortly. One thing that I should explain about this run is sort of the mission structure in terms of how Saints Row works, because it's not like GTA in that you can just go and accept any mission at any point. To accept a mission, you need to have at least one respect. The respect bar is the bar that is up in the top right-hand corner, the purple one underneath my health and stamina. Could you get in the car, please, miss? Thank you very much. So the way that you gain respect is by doing certain side activities, and during the run we will be doing the activities that are both the quickest and that give the most respect. I'll be sure to call out those activities as they go. I'm going to run over this pimp and pick up these ladies. This activity is essentially you're meant to be taking away territory from other pimps. And it is donezo. So when I was getting the grenade earlier, it is for this strat now, which hopefully I don't mess up. I've gotten it pretty consistently recently. There's a fairly easy lineup, but sometimes the gang member can... Okay, that should be fine. There you go. So we know that he's dead. So usually you're meant to do that mission. You're meant to sort of go into that shop and storm the enemy gang members and kill them all. But we don't actually have to do that. We can just go around the corner and throw a grenade over the fence, which is where the enemy lieutenant was living. Well, not living, but it's where he was. And just like that, the stronghold is over. So we're going to park in a specific place here to hopefully teleport these guys into my car. There we go. If they teleport into the car, there is no door opening animation, so that's nice and fast. So along with activities that we use to gain respect, there is also another thing that we can do, which is tagging up enemy turf. And a lot of the route that is involved with this game, a lot of the fun, I suppose, in the route is we are going to be taking the tags that are sort of, you know, optimal to get, as it were. So I'm going to go get that one. And then we're going to go get this one over yonder. Also, a small little tip is that I am double tapping Y as I get out of the car, because it gives you a faster car exiting animation. Also, usually, what you'll see a lot during this run is me jumping on top of cars to get in them, because it skips the door animation. We don't do that when we have companions, however, because companions start getting into the car from the moment that you press Y. So if we were to jump on the car and car warp into the vehicle... Oh, nice, we got that run over. That's really nice. That guy likes to jump out of the way because he's not a nice man. We got that run over, but we unfortunately did not end him. But we can finish him off with a quick 1-2. And then this guy, who blew himself up on the barrels. So sadly, very, very sadly, very sadly, we have to say goodbye to the 69 cop car, because we need to lose the cops here, and the way that we do that is by shooting that poor man in the face. Come on, Julius and Troy. We need to get in the car. But that effectively loses the cops, obviously. So I'm going to try and get a quick dialogue skip here. Did not get it. There's a chance that if you hold handbrake as you enter a mission objective, that it can sort of skip to the next phase without having the dialogue to fully play. Didn't get it that time. Cool. So now you can see that I've got 1 respect, and I'm going to use up that 1 respect. During the early game, the respect is very sort of thin on the ground. Can't think of a better way to put it. Here I'm going to car warp in. That's the car warp. That just works on every car ever. Nothing special. But yeah, so the early game, you'll notice that I am sort of between missions. I'm running between sort of like 1 respect to 1 respect, and doing it that way. But that does change shortly. Eventually, we're going to stop doing missions and have a bit of a grind for respect. You know what it's like on that grind set. So we're going to go get some tattoos here. The reason why we're getting these specific tattoos is because they give me a bonus to my respect. They give me a 10% modifier to my respect. And later on, we're going to be getting some fancy jewelry because, again, gives us more respect and we can bump ourselves up to a 15 respect modifier. I don't know about you, but I also respect people that have piercings because I could not do it myself. It seems like it'd be really painful. So hopefully I've got not that much ammo here. So I'm going to have to do this combat fairly slowly. There we go, it's probably fine. Oops, Daisy, I didn't walk into the marker. Okay, so we have to go get the keys from TNA. Now this is actually a really risky, what I'm about to do is going to be a really risky strat. The reason why it's risky is because there's lots of enemies that shoot you and they have stronger weapons usually than I do. And I'm going to just casually crash into that poor civilian. I'm sorry. But hopefully my aim is true. Hopefully my aim is true, he says. Oh, my health, my poor health. Okay, so I'm taking a really slow route out of this club, but that's only because I am so scared for my health right now. I would have come out the way that I went in, but if that would have meant sort of running back across more gang members, and I am a weenie, so I didn't do that. Thankfully, this game has sort of auto health regeneration. I'm going to hope that that gang car does not block the door, but he's probably going to because he's a nasty man. I'm going to go rescue these hostages. Come with me, ladies. I do like that when you rescue them, they're cowering on the floor, but then the moment that they actually get out of here, they just, like, run towards these enemy gang members with guns and try and punch them in the face. I mean, I suppose I would probably also try to punch someone in the face if they tried to kidnap me. Whoa! That dude just threw a pipe bomb! Okay. So, unfortunately, he just destroyed my homies. And I am on fire. Okay, this is less than ideal. I'm gonna have to deal with these gang members because I'm gonna need to revive these homies. Don't get in the car. Revive the homie. Okay, here we go. Revive this homie. Revive this homie. And get in the car. And then everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Perfect. Flawless execution right there. That's actually how that mission's meant to go. Genuinely though, the cause of many shenanigans and hijinks and tomfoolery in this run, it's pretty much all caused by the AI companions in this game, who very often will not do the thing that you want them to do, and in fact will do the very opposite of what you want them to do. But that's part of the fun of running the game. Just the absolute sheer chaos. Thankfully, we don't have any gang members following us, which is really nice. Again, because they can cause lots of sort of shenanigans with these ladies. They can stop them from getting back in the cop car, things like that. But not too shabby all round. So again, I was taking those specific tags because I had to get back up to 1 respect. I needed to get back up to 1 respect because I need 1 respect to take the next mission. But after this next mission is accepted, which is just around the corner. Oops, Daisy, I did not mean to reverse. My cop car is going to be a little bit further away than I would like. But yeah, it's quite annoying whenever you do get set on fire in this game, because when you're set on fire, you're essentially rendered helpless. I mean, I guess it's game's super realistic in that regard, because yeah, you can't sort of interact with anything, and all your animations sort of, they don't take priority over the being on fire. So the reason why I swapped out my cop car there will become apparent very soon. I will talk about that more when it actually becomes relevant, but for now, I need to get on with doing the mission itself. So there's 2 gang outpost stations here, and they're essentially cooking up something that they shouldn't be cooking up. I'm going to hope that this guy does not pop my tires, because he has a penchant for doing that. Okay, so I'm going to stop production at this warehouse. And he did not pop my tires, that's really nice. Driving with pop tires in this game is basically the worst thing ever, so you really want to avoid it whenever you can, especially because the section that we're going to do after this bit is very heavily driving focused. But there we go. That's that mission donezo. So now, the reason why I swapped the cop car will become apparent. I'm going to do one of the side activities called insurance fraud. And what insurance fraud entails is... I'm actually going to quit out the level and restart it again, because it's not a good starting zone. I got the same starting zone again. Okay, that's a bit of a better zone. Where's my cop car? There you go, just phasing out of existence. Don't worry about it. So the whole point of insurance fraud is that we need to cause ourselves a lot of damage, more damage than playing Saints Row anyway would give us mentally. And we are rated on the severity of our crash. You can see up in the top left-hand corner, you can see our total that we need to hit. Those totals are... they are increasing per level. I'm actually restarting the activity again because I got another really bad zone. But that one is pretty good, so I'm going to carry on with this one. Essentially, there's two zones in this activity where we really don't want to visit if we can help it. Also, insurance fraud is a good activity for finding tags, because generally insurance fraud takes place over a pretty large area of a specific part of the city, which lets us go around and visit lots of separate parts of the city, and basically gets us lots of opportunities to take tags, which is again good for our respect. And the reason why I have another reason why the cop car is so important is that when we're doing all of these crashes, we actually get a bonus to our money gained in insurance fraud. If we do it in a cop car, you get a civil vehicle bonus. You can do it with both you can do it with a mail truck, with an ambulance, and with a garbage truck. But the reason why we do it with a cop car is, one, because they're one of the fastest cars in the game, and two, because to actually eject through the windshield like we were doing, you actually need a pretty decent amount of speed for that. So it's much harder to do that with the other civil vehicles. We're taking a small detour from our insurance fraud activity to pick up the Hitman activity. Now, this is actually a really recent development in the run. We didn't used to do Hitman, but when we were doing our initial rerouting of the game, because when I started running this game, just for context, the record was 5 hours long, 5 hours and 13 minutes, something like that. And then when I started running this game and Caster helped me route it, we have sort of really decimated that total. The record at the moment is 3.5 hours. So really brought that time down a lot by almost two full hours. But when we did our initial rerouting, we didn't use Hitman, but then another runner who, unfortunately, they don't interact with the community too much. I don't know if it's... I don't think their English-speaking ability, they don't seem very confident in it, so unfortunately we can't ask them questions or something, but they uploaded this run to YouTube where they were doing a much faster route that was including this Hitman activity. And what Hitman entails is that throughout the world, there are certain civilian models, like actual gameplay models, that you have to kill with specific weapons, and when you do that, you get a bonus to your respect. So if you can weave those Hitman targets in between insurance fraud, you can get a faster rate of respect gain, essentially. So unfortunately, these are not good crashes right now. Ideally, like level 1 to 3, you really want to do sort of like straight off the bat. There we go, so that's a little bit nicer. That man just hit my car. So again, whenever you can see on the minimap, whenever we get that triangle, that blue triangle in the bottom left-hand corner, the that means that the zone is above us, and we know if it's above us that the zone is over yonder. And that's whenever it's done that, I have always changed my activity and restarted, because this zone is much further out of the way than the other zones. Sadly, because of the location of when I got this zone, it wasn't really feasible that I could restart the zone, or at least it wouldn't have been quicker at any rate. So we have to drive all the way over here and get 100,000. I do want to say that's pretty much insurance fraud explained. The rest of insurance fraud, there's 8 levels of it. I'm on level 4 now. It's a really good time for donations, because all I'm doing is going around and crashing my car. So if there's any donations or anything you want to read out, now would be a fantastic time to do it.
Yeah, we definitely have some donations. We have a $5 donation from Clowns that says, "I love you, Joe."
Aw, I love you too, Clowns.
We have a $6.90 donation from Josh Munz that says, "Nice."
Hell yeah.
And really quickly, I just want to let everyone know that we are having an incentive here for the Saints Row a GameStop t-shirt to the moon for just the cost of a single stock. Joe will equip a GameStop t-shirt for the run. The goal is $180, and right now we are sitting at $6.90. So make sure to get your donations in for that. I personally want to see it, so let's get that going.
That wasn't when I initially submitted the run, I didn't think about it, but I was playing around casually with the game a couple of days ago, and when I'm playing around casually, I was checking out the cheats like a dirty cheater that I am, obviously. But the in-game cheat is actually a promotion that they ran with GameStop when the game came out, that you can actually get a GameStop t-shirt in-game. So I suppose this would be the opposite. I want everybody right now to have paper hands, not diamond hands, because you need to donate to the run. Or to the incentive. So this insurance fraud is pretty slow at the moment. I'm not getting any great crashes. But it's sort of just expected. There's a lot of variance. In fact, I actually can't take that zone. I'm going to have to go and change my cop car, which does waste time. You can see that there's 3 levels of sort of car health. There's when your car is healthy, when your car has white smoke, means that it's pretty bashed up, but still doable. And then when it's got black smoke, it means you're essentially 1 crash away, or maybe 2 crashes away from blowing up. And we do not want to blow up, because despite the fact that we do want to damage ourselves, we don't want to kill ourselves, because that will actually end the mission. Are you kidding? So I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. The amount of times that I've been running this game for, I don't know, probably like 7 months now or something like that. Probably put in, or I'd say probably like 100 hours or so. I've gotten a 69 cop car, maybe, I don't know, I want to say like 3 or 4 times. So to get it twice in one run, especially in a marathon run, it's sort of a meme on my stream. So the fact that it's actually happened here is, I can say nothing other than very nice. Apparently I can't get in this cop car. Please let me in, sir. Okay, there we go. This zone is not a great zone, honestly. There's not many good places. Oh, he says as he proceeds to get 381,000, but that's pretty nice. So I'm on level 7 now. I've got 2 zones left of insurance fraud to go. And this, honestly, it's an average insurance fraud. There's a lot of variance into how good an insurance fraud can go. For reference, in my PB at the moment, which is like a 328, that's a really nice crash. In my PB, which is a 328, I can save almost 3.5 minutes on this split alone. So that should give you sort of an idea of the kind of variance that you can expect with insurance fraud. Something that you might notice is up in the top left-hand corner, sometimes rather than just counting the money that I get, it will just say plus lots. When it says plus lots, that means that I have met that that level of insurance fraud's activity in one crash. And that's a really nice, to be fair, so this insurance fraud wasn't great, but the level 7 and 8 here have been fantastic. If we could get it right now, okay, that one was only 7,000. That's a weenie crash. Weenie Hut Jr. Okay. Let's get that bread. Okay, again, not a great crash. And level 8 is obviously the zone where you want the highest amount of money for your crashes. That's fantastic. Just 15,000 more left, or 12,000 even. Hopefully we get it off this wall. We did get it off that wall. Fandabby dozy. So that's not actually too bad, not too shabby. I'm gonna do something now which may or may not be the right idea. And to be fair, so I'm not sure how to explain it really, but part of the reason why I love this game so much, why I've loved running this game so much, is that in every other speed game that I've ever done, the route is always, you know, sort of fairly rigid. There's always like an optimal strat to do, and you're pretty much always aware of the optimal strat and the backups in certain situations. The reason why I love this run so much is because there is a lot of thinking on the fly about what might be the best thing to do, and how to essentially making the best of a bad situation, or even making the best of a good situation. So something that I could have done after that mission, after I finished insurance fraud, something that I could have done was take a taxi to this mission. Now, taking a taxi takes about 1 minute. From calling up the taxi to getting in the taxi and then going to your destination, waiting for the load screen, etc. So I made the call that I was less than a minute away if I was to just drive in a police car. And I was correct in that assumption, which is really good because that means that I now have a police car for this mission. Whereas before, I would have only had a taxi, and a taxi is very slow compared to a police car. I'm not actually sure what the top speed of a taxi is, but it's not 85, I'll tell you that much. Or 80, no, I think a cop car is 80, maybe. As you can tell, very experienced runner. I'm very bad with the stats. There's actually there's a regular in my chat called Cadnaz. He's much better at remembering all the stats, etc. than I am. I do try to learn them, but I've unfortunately got a memory like a sieve, so it tends to be that I forget certain statistics. But for this mission, we are going to take Troy to hijack this truck. And now there's a huge skip actually coming up. It's actually a 1.5-minute skip, which is entirely random. At least, well, no, sorry, it's not entirely random. I can manipulate it. However, I'm not sure what causes the manipulation. Again, very serious speed game. Please, everybody, run Saints Row. While Troy is hijacking that truck, hot wiring it, I'm going to go take this tag down here. There's going to be a gang member out here, and I'm going to steal their car. Unfortunately, I need to be, if you look on the on the minimap, I need to be in that red circle for Troy to follow me. But he is now following me, so that's nice. The one thing that is quite good about this game, specifically Saints Row 1, is a lot of the stats and information about missions is actually contained within the wiki. Unfortunately, the dude's name escapes me, but there is just one dude who like makes all of the edits on the wiki, really dedicated to making sure that the Saints Row wiki is accurate. So shout out to that guy. You are more dedicated than I am. So this man is pushing me. I do not want him to push me because he could push me out of the red zone. So here is the skip, the fabled skip. Hopefully Troy keeps on driving down the road. Troy is stuck. No, Troy is going to be nasty today. So he's taken this route, which is a lot slower, which means unfortunately we do not save 1 minute and a half. But as I said, that skip is very strange. You can park your car in a certain way to try and manipulate him into dodging your car and being sort of, pushed onto the correct AI path. But in terms of what causes that, or in terms of what causes that or makes that happen, I unfortunately do not know. I am stuck. I am stuck. Please help. Car stuck. Car stuck. I need a help. I need a car that is not that. That would be nice. Game. Thank you. You are a car that is not that. I just robbed that lady by jumping. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if you were just going about your day, some dude jumps on top of your car and all of a sudden you're out on the pavement? That'd be scary. And also not possible. Let's stop that man from shooting us. So now that we are doing this the normal way, we just have to wait a little bit for Troy to actually sort of catch up to us. This person's going to shoot us because they are nasty. Just trying to escort a truck, bro. Could you please... Why'd he get out his car? Seems very unintuitive, but the AI in this game has... There are wonders untold. Also, something that's interesting during this mission is you can see up in the top left-hand corner that the truck has a health bar. You're pretty much never in danger of that ever being blown up. The truck is so tanky. I don't think it's ever blown up for me, actually. Touch wood, maybe. But it's very, very strong. Troy, are you stuck? Troy, sir. There you go. So we're gonna escort... Oh, I want that cop car. I'm gonna shoot him. Oh! Oh, that cop car's... I don't want it anymore. No, Troy is now stuck. Oh, no. Okay, so that's less than ideal. That's less than ideal. But never mind, we have finished the level. Cool. So now, another side effect from doing that insurance fraud activity, it does give us lots of respect, but it does also give us lots of cash. And we like lots of cash, because it lets us buy things. And we are right now... So, remember when I was talking about that Hitman mission, that Hitman activity earlier? And that we have to kill certain civilian models with certain weapons? I'm going to go and buy those weapons that I need. I'm going to buy one of these, lots of SMG ammo, because SMG ammo is pretty much the, not the gold standard. I can't think of a good word for it. What? I mean, okay, so I wasn't expecting to explain that for another 2 hours. I have never gotten a gang pushback this early in the run, and I have no idea why it's happened. Okay, we'll forget about that for now. That's really interesting. And to be fair, that might actually come back later on in the run, and that could actually be a problem. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm really confused. Sorry, that's completely thrown me off my kilter. Why did it do that? So anyway, let's just forget about that for now. Let's go and attack these men. So these men are attacking the row, and we have to defend the row. which we are doing thusly. Hello, sir. Okay, no. I have to just... I have to take 2 seconds to process what's just happened. The gang pushback is a mechanic in the game where essentially as you do your missions in the game, you take over certain parts of the map, and there is a random chance for the enemies to do what's called a pushback, and for you to have to go back and revisit that area of the map to go and reclaim it for your gang, the 3rd Street Saints. But yeah, it does not happen that early, ever. This man has a rocket launcher, which we want. And that is the mission done, and my car is stuck. Oh no, that man has a burger. Ah, we should have gotten the burger. But I was not thinking on my feet quick enough. All of these cars suck. I'm going to take the one that is least suck out of all of those. Actually, to be fair, the slingshot was probably the better call, but never mind. Anyhow, so the way that we have done our route, the gang pushback shouldn't happen for about 2 hours. So the reason that it's happened now, I have no idea. But the good news is that there is obviously a lot of variance that you can have with those gang pushbacks. Because depending on the zone that you might get one that takes a long time, or you might get one that takes a short amount of time. Now, the one that we got is actually the best gang pushback in the entire game, so I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just very confused what happened now, and I am slightly concerned about it. The reason being because I'm concerned that if I got one this early, I might still get another one later on, and then obviously that's more gang pushbacks than we would usually have in a normal route. But we'll see. On this mission, we have a bomb in our car, and this crazed man is trying to follow us. We do not want him to follow us. I'm going to try and do my best to lose him. He's still following me. Okay, oh, we might be good. He might have just messed himself over. We're going to take a small little shortcut through this area and hope that he does not follow. Yeah, we should be good here. Should be fine. Okay. I'm just trying to mentally reset from whatever just happened, because I'm gonna have to go back and see what I did differently, and because getting a gang, like the good news is that if that gang pushback counts as our first gang pushback in the run, and we don't get another one, that would be fantastic. Because at this point in the run, there's only so many different. We've only done like two or three missions, which means that the acceptable amount of places that we can get a gang pushback is reduced. And like I said, getting the mills is literally the best one that you want because it is the shortest. Sadly, I have to say goodbye to this officer because he has a fast car. As I rode away from that man, the guy with the shotgun took out my wheel, which I'm very upset about because it's going to make this cop car harder to drive. But no worries. Just about to take a small detour before doing some more insurance fraud. The detour that we're taking now is to get extra. I remember I did actually say earlier, just like we got tattoos for 10% respect, we're about to get some bling jewelry and some pimp shades. That's not just me trying to sound cool, that's actually what they're called, to get 15% respect. There's the pimp shades.
Do we have time for a couple of donations real quick?
We do indeed.
We have a huge donation of $200.69 from Gridline. No
Holy.
comment, but thank you so much for that donation. Also, that means that our GameStop to the Moon incentive has been met.
Nice, lovely. I can equip that fairly shortly, actually. So that's actually pretty good. After I've done insurance fraud, I can equip that T-shirt. So that's good. Thank you, Gridline. Gridline is both a member of a big member of my girlfriend's community, and is an extremely charitable person. Thank you so much. So we're doing more insurance fraud now. So, I mean, if there is anything that you want to read out, because I'm just going to be crashing my car a bunch of times again for the next, like, 5 or so minutes.
Sounds good. We have a $5 donation from Peppermint Bubble that says, "Thanks for helping me sort out my sleeping schedule after ruining it to play video games. Much love to the ferrets and good luck on the run, Joe. Love from Finland."
Thank you, Peppermint.
We also have an anonymous donation of $6.90 that just says, "Nice 2.0."
Amazing.
We have a $73 donation from Steno. No comment, but thank you so much for your donation.
Damn, some big monies.
We also have a $50 donation from user Namuels. "Why doesn't the truck blow up after a couple gentle taps? Didn't these game developers know what escort missions are all about?"
That's not a bad shout, actually. Trust me, this game has its fair share of that kind of thing, but thankfully the truck mission is not one of them. Oh, so something that I'm going to do now, please don't crash into me, sir. I'm going to cancel the activity because I need to kill Julia. I'm so sorry, Julia. It was not meant to be. So she is one of the hitman targets that I was talking about earlier. And again, is part of the reason why I do like this run so much. Not because I get to shoot old ladies, but because I have to constantly be vigilant and aware of the civilian models that are around me, and also be vigilant in terms of, because there's 3 lots of the hitman activity, so there's 3 sort of sets of characters that you can get, or that you have to find. The ones that you have to get is dependent on the weapon set that you currently have, bought or equipped in your inventory. So it's always sort of like a bit of on-the-fly thinking as to whether you can actually get that person or not. So hopefully we get some big crashes from this wall. This wall is one of the most consistent walls in the entire game for getting crashes. I've actually before managed to get like a $2 million crash from this wall. So hopefully we can get some of that. Okay, that is the opposite of 2 million. That is 0. That's not really the opposite, but you know what I mean. Okay. Well, we got level 4 in one go, basically, but I'll be honest, usually the crashes against that wall are a little bit more spectacular. Sadly, we didn't get it this run, but let's go. So what kind of cop cars do we have? We have 70 and 81. Neither of those are funny numbers, but we'll take the 81, I suppose. Also, I should probably mention, with Peppermint's donation, they said, much love to the ferrets. That's not just... if you don't know that I have 3 ferrets, who are lovely tiny boys, but probably needs a little bit of clarification. I wonder if I could actually get because actually there was an ESA run not too far back where he had his ferret on stream. I'm unsure if there's going to be a large enough like there is some downtime during this run where I don't really have to do anything and I'm just waiting for stuff to happen. I'm not sure if it's going to be long enough for me to go and grab one of my ferrets, but I don't know. Maybe we could. Maybe there's a possibility. Maybe I can recruit my. I can maybe recruit my partner to go and retrieve a ferret at some point, but we'll see. Because I don't. If other runners are showing their ferrets on ESA, I want to show my ferrets on ESA. That's a fair enough request, I think. A ferret off, if you will. Although all ferrets are kind and gentle. So this insurance fraud is actually going really well. I'll be honest, the Vice King insurance fraud usually causes me the most issues, I would say. But this is going absolutely swimmingly, he says. So usually when this happens, yeah. When I get that long load screen, it means the game does not know where to put my ragdoll. And unfortunately, it puts me a very, very long way away from where I actually crashed. What's the best course of action here? I think I'm going to try and steal this lady's Jeep. Something that's really nice about this game is that if you just press the button to get in the car, if you press Y as the car drives past, the AI that was in the car sort of freezes and lets you catch up to them, which is really nice. The games after this do not do that, which, you know, I get is more realistic in terms of, you know. To be fair, I think if you're ever comparing realism in Saints Row games, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. But we got 2 more levels of insurance fraud to go, so let's hope for some big crashes. That's a pretty good crash. Only 56,000. It should have probably been a little bit more than that, but the entire, like, I can never be too angry with insurance fraud, with like getting bad crashes or what, because it's essentially you know, it's pot luck. Whenever I'm doing like lots of if I'm consistently streaming and doing, oh, that's a really nice crash. Thank you, sir, for crashing into me. If I'm doing lots of streams like day after day and I'm doing lots of insurance fraud, it can start to get a little bit grating when, you know, you feel like it feels like the game can be against you sometimes. But thankfully, not actually happening this run. That's a really nice beginning crash as well. I'm actually going to steal this man's cop car. Wait, why is this civilian robbing the... What? Dude, so that's part of the reason why I love this game is just... the AI for the civilians is fantastic. There is never a run of Saints Row that does not have something funny happen with one of the civilians, basically. I need to be careful here, because that policeman, he is desperately chasing me. And the bad news is that if he actually chases me when I am ragdolling on the floor, he will instantly bust me and I will lose all of my progress for this level of insurance fraud. And considering I'm on the final level of insurance fraud, in fact, I'm going to run him over just because I'm that nervous. Oh, actually, no, I've lost my wanted level, never mind. He can live. I am... Oh, no! Oh, that poor police officer. I don't think he's living anymore. Yeah, no, he's sleeping. I'm so sorry. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, the zone has moved. So that is actually... well, that's really frustrating, because it's moved... it's moved to one of the zones that is furthest away from the next mission. Which means that we will lose some time on the next mission, just by virtue of the fact that we're quite far away from the next one. Okay. So we have now finished the Vice King's insurance fraud activity, and we can go on. I should also say, up in the top left-hand corner at the moment, when I was referencing Hitman earlier, you can pin one Hitman target to your HUD, and if you do that, if they show up in the overworld, they will appear on your minimap as a little crosshair, which is really nice for us because it means that I don't have to pay quite as much attention to the civilians that are on the side of the street. And it basically finds it for us. Unfortunately, you can only have one of those active at one time, so sometimes that can be a cause of frustration, but most of the time it's fine. So yeah, the drive that I did just then, usually if I can get a zone that the final insurance fraud zone of the last activity, I would hope for it to be closer to where that mission starts, so that the drive is shorter. But hey ho, what you gonna do? It's also maybe a slightly bit concerning that my cop car is smoking, but it's probably gonna end up being fine here. What I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna corral a bunch of Vice King patrol cars. I'm just gonna shoot at them once so that they all start following me, and then once they're all grouped up is when I can deal with them all then. So I'm gonna shoot that guy, shoot this man, and shoot this man. So yeah, like I thought, the cop car is indeed going to blow up, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world.
Well, so much for Tanya's hired help. Now get your ass over to the whorehouse and drop that chicken head.
So now we're going to clear out a building full of gang members. You can see all of the gang members on the minimap. Okay, that was nice. So these gang members can be in random positions. Don't worry that these gang members seem to be in compromising positions. Ask your parents about it, I guess. There we go. Just a few more people left. Just one more person left. So that was actually despite the fact that the mission ended quite far away, our combat there was really smooth, which means that we didn't end up losing that much time. Which is nice. Because I don't like losing time. I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I'm just weird that way, I guess. Okay, so now we actually have a sort of... So the first gang pushback of the game, actually, I misspoke earlier because I said it was in a couple of hours. Technically, the first one is the one that you get here. I'm going to steal this empty police car. No idea why there's an empty police car on the road, but I'm not going to waste it. I definitely would like an empty police car because, again, it's a big, fast vehicle. So this is sort of like the tutorial to gang pushbacks, is after you have completed that mission and driven one region away, you get this phone call, which is meant to be sort of the introduction to gang pushbacks. Yeah, like I said, this is technically not the tutorial for us because we got one earlier completely out of the blue. So I aimed in a specific place there because obviously I knew where these enemies are always in set positions. Oh, I tagged that guy with the back of my car, but he did not die. I thought he was going to die. Okay. So I'm going to try... This is a pretty hard grenade throw. Oh, I got it in one. Nice. So there are enemies over that wall. That saves me from having to drive around the wall and go and find them that way, which is really, really quick. That's a really hard grenade throw, so I'm pretty happy that was successful. Cool. So I'm going to pick up the second lot of activity, the second lot of Hitman contracts. You're going to see a brief list of all the ones that I can possibly get. Usually, if I've killed Teresa by now, Teresa's the one that I'm currently tracking. Usually, no, did he just kill Dick? No. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. So that's really unfortunate. So that man on the floor right there, he is one of the hitmen that we have to kill. His name's Dick. We need to kill Dick with a knife, but unfortunately, he got run over before we could get to him. Which is really unfortunate because he's one of the lesser spawning NPCs. I feel like he's one of the NPCs that I don't get every run. I'm parking the car in a specific place here because after I've gone up these stairs and killed these people, there's going to be other gang members that try and get in the house after me. But parking that car there prevents them from coming in. So here we have. Unfortunately, a section where we have to rely on console aiming. Blech. Not a big fan of console aim. Oh, please, sir. Please stay still. Please stay still so I can shoot you. There we go. Okay, not too shabby so far. Honestly, this might not look like it, but this is actually a pretty decent sniping section. I've missed twice, though. Missing twice is pretty bad. Okay, not too shabby, not too shabby. I wish more than anything else that this game would get a PC port. Sadly, it does not look like it will ever be the case. Cool. So that is that mission done and dusted. Was pretty fast. Why is my police car blown up? Okay. Okay. Okay, it's fine, I guess. Thanks, game. Instead, I'll have to take this Mini Cooper knockoff. And so we're going to take this tag, and then we're going to do a new activity, which, again, even though it's not insurance fraud, it does involve blowing up a bunch of cars and ramming my cars into things. That tends to be a running theme. And I hope you guys... I hope you guys... are not wearing headphones. I'm going to give you a small headphone warning before we go into this activity. Personally, I love it. I think this voice actor gives it his all, and it's fantastic. And in fact, I fully support this voice actor's wish to be a cowboy. And I too will join him. So here we go. 2, 1, go! I hope you I hope you like that man yeehawing, because you're going to hear it 8 times. Possibly more, honestly. You can possibly hear that more than 8 times if I fail the mission. But hopefully I will not.
3, 2, 1,
I hope chat is filled with cowboy emojis. It's my only wish. I should actually say... during this section, I have to take off my headphones I have to take off my headphones so I can't hear my reader because the headphones don't fit with the cowboy hat. So actually, what I'll do right now, I will not talk for the rest of Demo Derby. So if you want to fill in with any potential donations... Actually, wait, can I... I'm not sure if there's a way that I can... This is the best I can do, I'm sorry, if there's any donations.
We do have donations, and hopefully you can hear me at some point, Joe. We have a $5 donation from Harvey is a good boy. 2 nice cars. Bless this run. Consider this my investment in GameStop.
Oh no, I forgot to get the GameStop top. That's entirely my bad. It's not a problem. I can get it after... I'll have to remember that. Not after Demo Derby, but we're going to do a mission after Demo Derby. And... Oh, that's bad. I'm on my back. Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to have to restart. Yeah, after Demo Derby, we're going to do one more mission, and then I'll have to get GameStop t-shirt. I'm totally sorry. I forgot about that.
Would you like another donation?
I would love another donation.
Okay, we have a $20 donation from YT Sat Run that says, thanks for that wonderful run right now. Saints Row is a dream. The quote, Dawn Civ is happy too, smiley face.
A dream? I would honestly go more with Nightmare, but, you know, whatever floats your boat.
We also have a $25 donation from Snowy that says, hey Joe, good luck with the rest of the run. Here's hoping Saints Row keeps the shenanigan levels to a minimum.
Well, I think we've already gone past that, but thank you so much, Snowy. I can't believe that this is what it's come to. I have to press the ear. I completely, you know what? I really probably, because I've had this, believe it or not, I've had this cowboy hat prepared in advance for about 2 or 3 weeks. You'd think that maybe I would have thought this could potentially cause issues, but my foresight apparently not very good. This is probably going to be a failed mission here. Because I need to kill one more dude. Okay, no, we just about got it. We got literally the last possible car there. Yeah, you have to just give a lot of respect to how this voice actor, he just gives it his all for the yeehaw. And it's actually really sad because Demo Derby is actually included in Saints Row 2 as well, but they really nerfed the announcer. It's a lady who just basically casually says 3, 2, 1, go. It's like, way to downgrade. I want my yeehaws. Oh, I'm gonna try and snipe this dude. Just about got him. Nice. Oh, my phone alarm for waking up in the morning just went off. Sorry if you guys could hear that. I'm up slightly earlier than I would be. Not getting good luck on this Demo Derby, sadly. My car is stuck. Hello? Hello? Okay, well that's a restart. That's unfortunate, but my car is stuck. Oh, I'm gonna have to switch ears, you know? That was actually hurting my shoulder. Oh, is that gonna count as my kill? It did not count as my kill. That's sad. Only 2 more levels left of Demo Derby. It's not going great, I'll be honest, and this one might also be a reset because a lot of the cars have already blown up. We might get lucky here. Let's get this guy. Okay. 1 more level, and then I can ditch this cowboy hat, and then finally wear my headphones normally. Okie doke. And then I'm gonna have to keep reminding myself to get the GameStop t-shirt. Okay, that's 1 car out of 3. 1 car out of 3. Let me get that guy. Yes, just about. And finally 1 more car. And then we are done with the Demo Derby and we can say goodbye to the shouty man. Goodbye to the cowboy hat. There we go. Finally. I can finally hear again. Hello. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do, just so I remember. So this is actually how you do cheats in this game. So it's GAME STOP. Activate cheat GameStop. What you don't know is that's actually not a cheat code for Saints Row. That GameStop cheat code is a real life cheat code to inflate the stock price by $10. That's not true. Just for clarity, it's not true. I have no bearing. I have 0 bearing on the GameStop stock price. Okay. So now that we have GameStop successfully activated, we're going to do this mission, which is called Stacking the Deck. This mission is notorious for messing me over during runs in very interesting ways. So, this truck that I'm about to steal, this truck has turned invisible. This truck has gotten stuck in the floor. This truck has gotten stuck in a tree. This truck likes to get stuck in places, is what I'm trying to say. We have to go take it to the Saints Row garage, or garage, depending on whichever one floats your boat. It's a fairly linear trip, and not much happens other than, again, because so this is actually like a similar, it might actually have a little bit more health than the truck that Troy drives. This is a pretty tanky vehicle, and it can withstand a lot of punishment. So you can actually just plow into cars and they will explode beneath you, which is pretty good, honestly, for like normally whenever you hit a car in this game, it spins you out, but not in this bad boy. I think this truck's called the Peter Liner, I believe. So it does require a little bit of finesse here as we come up to this corner. Not this corner. I've said that way in advance. Not even this corner. Okay, so it's this section now. It requires just a tiny bit of finesse, because those trees on my right-hand side are not actually destructible, and then we quickly go in the corner there. There we go, and we complete that. So now what we can do, because we're actually pretty close to our house, we will go and get GameStop. Actually, I wonder if I start this hostage mission. Oh, dude, this is going to work out really well. So I've started this hostage mission. This is, again, so when I was talking earlier about thinking on your feet, this is sort of one of those moments. So because I'm taking a trip that I would not normally take to this section of the map, I'm going to do this. Now, this actually gets us a little bit of respect. Not much. It's only an extra 300, but, you know, it's pretty nice. No, special t-shirts. GameStop. This is the GameStop t-shirt, lads. What's happened to my arm? What? Okay. Cool. Yeah, we're wearing it. It's a shame that it doesn't actually say, like, GameStop on it or anything. Let me take your car, because you are faster. Yo, that man just tried to shotgun me. Actually, I think it was a woman. Okay, so now we can actually go and continue with the route as we normally would. Cool. So yeah, small detour there. Just a small one. Honestly, actually, I like this top a lot. I think it's got a really nice version of the Saints Row Fleur de Lis.
Let's go put some motherfuckers in the grind.
Okay. Unfortunate. Oh, actually, is that Louise? Okay, so this is, again, yeah. Goodbye, Louise. You shall be missed. Get in the car. Stop doing circles, please. That's, I actually almost missed that lady. And if I would have missed that lady, it's not the worst thing in the world, because she actually has a set spawn later on. But getting her now is good for my respect generation. But it's always good just to have keep an eye out for potential hitman contracts that are around, because yeah, you have to take out Louise with a rocket launcher. So this mission, we are taking back this factory, or not taking back, sorry, we're taking over this factory. Unfortunately, my followers just sort of desperately tried to catch up to me here, but I just say goodbye to them. Like, we get little pop-ups that are like, you have 30 seconds to revive your follower, and I'm just like, no. No, I will not revive my follower. Goodbye, buddy. Your service is noted. Okay, so we gotta kill all these people. That's a pretty fast clearing out of them all, but not too bad. Okay, so now we have yet another respect generator, another way to generate respect coming up soon. It's another activity called Chop Shop. Kind of similar to the fact that with Hitman, we need to kill people with specific weapons. With Chop Shop, we need to deliver certain cars. Now, I'm going to do that by... One of the cars that we need is a taxi with a street hood. So I'm going to call this taxi. Unfortunately for this poor taxi man, I'm not going to get in the taxi. Instead, I'm going to say goodbye to them, because it's slightly quicker than robbing them of or hijacking them. But we're going to visit the car mechanic and get a street hood. And that's the only modification that we actually need for any of the cars for Chop Shop. Hello, officer. Don't mind me, just passing through. So the cars that we get for Chop Shop specifically are cars that have set ways to spawn them in. There's a long list of cars that you can actually deliver to Chop Shop locations, but they mostly would, if you're doing the game casually, you would have to rely on them to spawn randomly in the overworld. And during a speed run, we do not wish for them to spawn randomly, or we wouldn't want to try and base the route around something spawning randomly in the overworld. So we're going to get the taxi, which is a set spawn, and deliver the taxi. And then we're going to call an ambulance, but not for me.
Don't worry, we'll send the first available medical team.
Oh, that's entirely my bad. I skipped, unfortunately, if you skip the call before it actually ends, they don't actually come, so.
We'll get someone to your location stat.
That's entirely my bad. I wasn't really thinking straight there. Hello, lady. Sadly, meets the same end as the taxi man. Because we want to deliver an ambulance. And then, last but not least, is that a Destiny? Is that a Destiny? No, sir. Okay, so this is actually, remember when I said that we don't want them to spawn in the overworld? I lied. We do want them to spawn in the overworld if they're a Destiny. Because a Destiny is we don't have to make any modifications to a Destiny, but we can deliver it straight away, which is really, really, really nice that we actually got that. That's quite lucky. You can get a Destiny in a set way, which is why it is one of the cars that we do deliver. Usually you would have to call your friend the Wheel Woman, and she would come and deliver a Destiny to you. But if we can skip that phone call, then we definitely will, because it's much quicker. Okay, so this next stronghold can go poorly, but most of the time it's fine. We've got to ram a bunch of shipping containers into the water. And I'm going to be trying to, because this bulldozer is extremely hard to maneuver, it takes a long time to reverse, the route that we take is going to require as little reversing as possible. That's pretty much the only optimization for this mission. Ooh, I almost fell in the water there. That would have been less than ideal. So this shipping container is always... Oh! The RNG! Dude, the Los Carnales are helping me out. He just rammed it into the water for me. Okay, this is... Oh, no. Okay, so that was almost definitely gonna be a best split. It was going to be one of the best times I've ever done this mission if I didn't just, for some reason, randomly miss the shipping container. It's a big enough target. I really have zero excuse for missing that, but... I don't know. The sun was in my eyes. Let's say it. And then the final one, and we want to quickly get out and kill this guy before he despawns, because he's got a rocket launcher. And we want a rocket launcher. Oh, that's actually, believe it or not, that's actually still a best split. I don't know what that says about my run. I am, obviously you can't see the splits on screen, but I am running splits on the side because the mission order for this game, remember when I was talking about the fact that my memory is like a sieve? Having the mission order in the splits makes it so that, you know, I don't have to put all the mission order in my head. I can just glance over to the side and see the mission order. Okay. So we're going to take a taxi now. I think is this the first taxi we've actually taken in the run? I think it is. So taxi is a service that you can do within the game. to go to one of any location. And we're going to take it straight to this store because this store is where the next mission is located, which is McManus Says Hello. We're going to rob this taxi because after we take this mission spawn, there is no cars on the road. So if we rob that taxi, it means that the taxi waits there for us. And the taxi man tried to get back in the car, which I don't know why, but he did. So right there on the right-hand side of the road, there was a man in an orange t-shirt. Now, he is actually a hitman target as well. Sadly, we can't get him right now because he needs to have a baseball bat to fulfill his contract, which is unfortunate because he's a nice hitman contract to get out of the way. And he's a pretty common spawn, but for the first half of the run, we generally, because you can only have one melee weapon at a time, we generally stick with the knife because there are more hitman contracts that you need to kill with the knife. There is Teresa, Dick, who we almost got earlier, but was run over tragically by the random pedestrian. And then Alan as well is another knife hitman contract. We're going to take 2 tags on this mission. Oh no, Julia. Okay, so that lady, she ran in front of my car. I specifically tried to swerve away from her. Like, I literally, I tried, Julia, I tried. We're going to take this tag as well. And then onwards to the rest of the mission. So Teresa actually can spawn in here. She has not spawned in here, though. That's a shame. Teresa is one of the hitman contracts that I really do like to fulfill earlier on because she's a big chunk of respect. But sadly, not today. I almost failed that jump, and that would have made me restart the mission. So it's good that I didn't, but hello, Joe, what are you doing? Okay, I tried. You can skip that last climbing animation, but it actually requires a bit of a precise jump, which I did not achieve. This is another one of the sniping levels. But we're not going to use a sniper because we've got rockets, and rockets are better than sniper. This is if you guys ever played GTA 3. GTA 3 copied this game. If you ever played Bomb the Base, that mission, you might be questioning the time dates of releases. Trust me, GTA 3 copied this game. Okay, so we're going to wait for these guys to get out the car so that they're nice and stationary. We're going to pop a rocket, pop a rocket, pop a rocket. Then we're going to retreat slightly to dodge that rocket. And once again, we are back to console aiming. And that was honestly pretty clean. Pretty clean. Considering like how that mission can go sometimes, that was pretty clean. Okay. And now we say goodbye, cruel world. We take that death intentionally because it's a death warp to the hospital, which is a little bit quicker than taking a taxi. And if we've done everything correctly, a tram should be spawning in shortly this way. And again, so even though we have to wait for this tram briefly, this is still faster than taking a taxi to this zone because you can only take a taxi to places that you've actually visited. We haven't visited this zone, which is where the next mission that we're going to take is located, which means we couldn't take a taxi there even if we wanted to. But as a side effect, the tram also, for some reason, has 0 loading times, which does make me question, why does a taxi have a loading time? Because if a tram can have a no loading time, then, you know, why can't taxi? But Troy. Thank you. So during this mission, our AI partner here is going to try and shout at the enemies until they blow up, and that is legitimately that's legitimately what's happening in this next level. What's actually happened is one of our gang members has rigged their cars to explode so that when they go above a certain speed limit, their car explodes. So our AI companion here, Troy, he goads them until they get so frustrated that they hit the nitrous button, and then when they do, they blow up. And I hope you guys like Troy's accent, because we're going to hear a lot of it about very shortly. Okay, this mission is very random, because you've got to deal with a bunch of traffic, and also the route that the enemies take is not set. I do think I can outrace you, although I don't actually really need to outrace you. I just need to. So he's just about to trigger his nitros. There he goes, and he's exploded. Now we need to go back and get the other men. Doesn't make you a tuner, buddy. I'm not sure why Troy thinks he would become a fish, but... This mission's fairly easy, but like I said, it's a little bit monotonous. Wait, what happened to the other driver? What? Okay, now that I just best splitted that by like 5 seconds, because for some reason, for some reason, the other car just exploded. I don't know why. Okay, so we're going to take a trip here to the mechanic, because it's the closest zone to the next mission that we need, but also because you can rob the mechanic and get a police car from it, which, as we said before, is one of the faster cars. Wait. Thank you. For some reason it didn't count first time round, I'm not sure why. So not only is this the location of the next mission, it's also the location just before we take the mission. We're going to go in this place because it's the third and final activity for picking up Hitman. Cool. So now we have all of the Hitman targets that we need, and we need to, as we go through the game, keep an eye out on the specific people that we need to take down to fulfill those Hitman contracts. I'm a little bit worried about the time of day. I can't tell if it's just foggy or if it's actually nighttime. If it's nighttime, we might be in trouble. My character just fell over. Okay, no, it looks like it's just a little bit foggy. If it was nighttime, then we wouldn't be able to get into this this building. So we've got a lot of money now from all the activities that we've done so far. So I'm going to go ahead and just refill all of my weapons, as well as getting a bunch of grenades and swapping over to the 44 Shepherd. The 44 Shepherd is a really, really good pistol, really, really strong. And also, we don't need a Vice 9 anymore, because there's we've already gotten the Hitman contracts that we need for the original pistol. So now there's two more contracts that we need with the revolver. Also, the revolver is one-shot kill, pretty much anywhere on the body. This next mission is super boring. it's meant to be like you're meant to be like chasing this character, but you don't actually chase them because they're on a set spawn, and you can take a detour from them, and it takes like 30 seconds. So if there's anything to read out at all, now would be a great time to do it.
Yeah, of course. We have a $50 donation from Snowy. Hey, Joe, good luck with the rest of the run. Hopefully there's not too many more shenanigans from the game. We have a $6.90 donation from Anonymous that says, hello from Ham Stream, Joe. Have a good run. Also, can the reader give us her best yeehaw? So my apologies, Joe.
No, go for it.
Yeehaw!
Oh, that was fantastic. That was proper cowgirl yeehaw. Okay, so yeah, this mission super boring. You're basically under no threat at any point. Like the mission even says, like the little mission objective, if you get outside of their red circle, it's like they're getting away. It's like they're not getting away. I am 10 meters in front of them. They're definitely not getting away. But we are going to say goodbye to them briefly. Actually, I'm not going to go quite that far ahead. I'm going to quickly just drop back a second. Okay. And now I'm going to speed ahead, because even though you have to chase them up to this point, basically this mission is all a farce. You're not actually chasing these members. For this, so I should actually probably say the entire game revolves around taking down 3 different gangs: the Los Canales. Sorry, not the Los Canales, just Los Canales. Don't say the Los Canales because that doesn't make sense. Oh, Hot Dog Man. Oh no, we need to blow up the wiener, because he is a lot of respect. Oh no, he's dodging. He's weaving. Okay, if this happens, then there's a... We knock him down, and then do that. Okay. So sorry, yeah, there's 3 gangs that we have to take down. Los Canales, the West Side Rollers, and the Vice Kings. And they all have their own different stories, and they all sort of, you know, culminate in the end of the game. And specifically for the West Side Rollers, the quirk, I suppose you would call it, the quirk with the West Side Rollers is that one of the members of the Saints is trying to breach or work undercover of the West Side Rollers as if she was one of them. So all of the missions that we're doing right now are sort of like ways for... The purpose of the previous mission was, even though we were chasing that car, it was sort of set up as a farce because we wanted Lynn to be painted as a hero, even though obviously she's working for us. So we arrive at this mission called Escort Service. Now this is the highest reset point for runs. And this mission is one of the few down points of playing this game on the Series X. Or at least as far as we can tell. So obviously this game came out on the 360 originally, but it is playable via backwards compatibility on the Xbox One, the Xbox One X, and the Series X. Now the Series X is actually the best console, you know, for replaying it, because it gets rid of all of the frame rate stuttering that was plaguing the original game. But the one side effect that is really bad is that whatever sort of drives the AI, it seems like their AI has more ticks to activate, and they're basically just more aggressive. It's actually a pretty common problem that you usually find with remasters of games, or something like the Halo Master Chief Collection as well. I believe suffers from the same issue, where the AI sort of become more aggressive as a side effect of the frame rate or the game running faster than it usually does. Okay, so the good news is that this has actually gone really well. However, when I was talking about the AI being aggressive, The one that is really, really problematic is this third stage. Now, the health bar for the truck, the final truck, can literally be gone before I even get to the truck, if I am really unlucky. It is seemingly random, and we've actually... That's really good. The fact that the truck has barely been hit so far, that's actually fantastic. This is not going to be a problem. Which is a big... that's a big relief for me. I believe... When I ran this game at GTA Marathon, I think I failed that mission twice or 3 times from just not being able to get to the third and final truck. But thankfully, we got it first try here, which is really, really nice because definitely one of the pain points of the run, I would say. It's a very worrying mission. Always causes me worry. So we're about to do the third and final round of insurance fraud. But thankfully, this is because of the new Hitman route that we're doing. Before we did Hitman, we had to do all 8 levels of all 3 insurance frauds. Thankfully, we don't have to do that anymore. We are going to do this insurance fraud, providing I can do this tag. We're going to do this level of insurance fraud up until we have around 15.5 respect. There's some leeway on how much you can gain, but we'll see how it is. Okay, so we got a really good starting zone. Because we don't want to do too many zones for this insurance fraud, getting zones that are all closely grouped together. Sorry, I got hiccups. Getting zones that are all closely grouped together is super beneficial. And my character fell over. Okay. Oakley dokley. Let's do the second zone. Hopefully the second zone goes okay. Also, again, just as a reminder, I am keeping an eye out just in case. Ah, that's unfortunate. See, I rammed directly into that car, but no eject. Thankfully, we've actually been spared a lot of... That happens a lot during the run when I'm doing my streams. Thankfully, it hasn't plagued this run very much, which is nice. Okay, so again, 15.5 respect is... Oh, that's going to be big money. Ah, sad. If I'd have gone just a tiny bit further, I think the game would have given me a distance multiplier and I would have finished level 3 in one go there. But sadly, just a little bit out. So because my cop car is actually smoking, I'm going to trade cop cars with this dude. I hope that's all right, mister. Yeah, thank you. And then, yep, that's enough to get level 3. So that should take us to 15 respect-ish. Oh, no, 14.5. That's not too bad. So this is probably the last zone that I need to do here. In fact, because it's a marathon and I want to play things a little bit safer, I'll probably do 2 zones. I'll probably do this one. Even though I have 15 respect now, 15.5, I'm just going to do another zone just to be safe. Marathon strats. Because there is technically a world where I finish this with 15.5 respect and then I get screwed over because I don't... like, there's a possibility that I just miss every other Hitman contract that I need to get for the run. It's unlikely to happen, but, you know, the possibility's there, so I'm just going to play it safe for the marathon. There's another Bucky right there. I took a dive out of the side of the scoring zone. Oh, look at the minimap. That's so unfortunate. That's very close to being inside the zone. Okay, probably one more crash should do it. One more crash. Sadly, all of our speed got killed there by that oncoming traffic. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we've got definitely. What does definitely probably even mean? But we've probably got enough respect now to finish the run. Providing, I mean, there is a chance that we just, don't get any other Hitmen contracts, and we might be in trouble if that happens. But thankfully, for this mission, for this run in general, I actually put my estimate quite high at 4 hours. The reason being is because there is a ton of variance in this run. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. There is a lot of things that can go right as well, but there's a lot of things that can sort of really, really mess up a run, and you can end up losing several minutes from sort of like a simple mistake. So I thought I would play it safe, and I think it's the right choice to do a higher... what am I doing? To do a higher estimate here. Okay, so we're going to track John. I'm sorry if anybody in the chat's name is John, but unfortunately I have to kill you with a sniper rifle. It's nothing personal. During this mission, I'm going to do 2 tags as well.
I got a good feeling about this. I think it'll be a nice bonding experience.
So I don't know if you heard there, but if you were listening to Johnny Gat, the AI character that is currently alongside me at the moment, he skipped his lines of dialogue. Now that is actually something that happens a couple of times during the run. It didn't seem to happen to me too much when I played on the original 360. It seems to happen a lot now that I play on Series X. So again, I think there's something frame rate related there. It's not honestly useful for most of the run, but literally the final mission of the run, or the final gang mission of the run, it's actually really, really useful. So hopefully we get it there. For some reason, I didn't... Usually, I just run over this fence. I don't know why I didn't this time round, but... Lost a little bit of time. Yeah, so even though my PB is 3 hours, 28 minutes... and 2 seconds... The estimate is about 30... Oh, that's not good. That's actually really not good. I might be in trouble here. So, do I have any food? I have a burger. Thank God. Praise be. So yeah, if I didn't have a burger there, I would be in big trouble. In this game, you can recover your health by chowing down on a big old burger. And I had one, which is very lucky because I was very low on health. There was a chance that I could have died. Oh, no. Do not bust me. Do not bust me. Do not bust me. What's happening to my neck? Okay, we're good. We're good. Panic over. Come on, game. Come on. It's a marathon run game. Just be a little bit kind, please. So here is John. There goes John. I have no idea what happened to my neck there. I sort of, I got crushed between the lamppost and the pavement, which is that's a horrible way to go. Well, I suppose I didn't actually die, so it's fine, but... Okay, pretty clean mission overall. Not too shabby. We got a little bit lucky with the fact that we had a burger. Because health pickups in this game are random, so sometimes you don't actually have them.
So this guy's the mouthpiece for the Colombian.
Oh, I was too busy drinking. I forgot to skip the cutscene.
Do we have time for a donation?
Yeah, this is just a big long drive, so go for it, as many as you want.
All right, so we have a $50 donation from Dragon Seal that says, "Love the run. Very fun. Good commentary. Thank you." Thank you so much for that donation.
Thank you.
We are raising money for Save the Children, and if you'd like to get your donation in right now, links to donate can be found below the stream. Let's go ahead and get those rolling in.
It'll probably take him a while before he's got the crew organized enough to make a move on us. If and when Angelo finally steps, he's gonna send Victor to do the job. Now I know you think you're all badass.
Oh, okay. So, oh, please don't despawn. Okay, so just out of when I was, wait, why did that guy not? Okay, so I killed Jose there, but for some reason it didn't count. Okay, that time it counted. Very strange. I killed. It was the same civilian model. It's a good job that I kept a lookout for it, I suppose. But yeah, the first guy, for whatever reason, didn't trigger the hitman activity, because this is a very stable game. Very stable. Always works. Everything goes as intended all the time.
Oh, fuck the Colombian. We gotta get out of here.
This so I have to dodge. I have to drive back to the row. And this is actually a pretty nerve-wracking drive, because if I drive slowly or if I crash at all, it means that I probably won't lose the guy on my tail. So I really need to make sure that my driving is stellar and that I don't... The problem is that sometimes the AI traffic can really mess you over here. So hopefully that does not happen, because, well, that would make me sad. If the AI does mess you over, you lose about... I don't know, anywhere between sort of like 40 and over a minute, because if you don't lose them now, you have to wait for them to get to you at the church. Okay, fantastic. So I've already lost them, which is really, really good. That means that I'm gonna be going pretty fast into the next mission, which is fine and dandy. Although the next mission, I'm not out of the woods yet. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that that civilian said that he's seeing things, and I also must be seeing things, because I thought I saw a hitman contract, but I didn't. Okay, this next mission, one of the hardest missions casually, I think. It's not too hard for a speedrun, but sometimes you can be really messed over by stuff that you sort of don't have much control over. Usually it's in the later half of this mission. There's lots of bullets flying around and lots of people with submachine guns. If you haven't noticed by yet, enemies with submachine guns are always the most dangerous in this game. Their high rate of fire means that if they are at all accurate with their bullets, they can really, really lay into you. Something that we also want to do during this this mission, is if we can find an AK-47 at all on the floor, we do want to pick it up. If we don't find an AK-47 from one of the downed enemies, we're going to lose about a minute, unfortunately. I could have prevented that minute time loss by buying an AK-47 before the last mission. Sadly, I forgot, because I'm a professional speedrunner. We're going to use the revolver here to take these guys out at range. And then we're going to dive back into the church, because I tend to... This seems to be pretty consistent. If I dive back into the church for a little bit, hang out for a couple of seconds, it seems to trigger the AI. They seem to spawn in a lot faster than they usually would otherwise. It's a nice little bit of AI manipulation. There's a few types of AI manipulation that we can actually do during this run, but sadly, a lot of the time they're not super consistent. Okay, so we've probably got 1 or 2 more waves of Carnales. Carnales, just in case, just to clarify, Carnales are the red gang, one with all the red colors. Oh, my health is super low. Okay, I'm gonna have to regen. I'm gonna have to regen here. Oh, sorry, Julius. I did not mean to do that. Oh no, no, no. There's an enemy gang member in here. Oh, please don't shoot me. Okay. The health regen takes a lot of time to kick in. I'm gonna have to hope that the Saints are doing work out there before. Like, I need a lot of health for this section. Thankfully, it looks like they actually did pretty well. Good job, Saints. So we're gonna spam our grenades that we bought earlier, because blowing up cars is pretty much the fastest way to kill people. Okay, unfortunately I keep blowing up my followers, which I'm not intending to do. Oh, is that an AK-47 on the floor? It is, it is, it is. Thank you very much. So we need, the reason why we need an AK-47 is for a hitman that we're going to do in the mission after this one. Okay, so that was actually a pretty fast mission. So hopefully I can get the double rocket on these dudes. Oh, just about got it. Just about. And I'm going to go kill this guy, finish him off with a shotgun. Thank you. Okay. Nice. That was very good. And we are now going to do a mission, which is sadly, this mission is very boring. It's a bit of an auto-scroller, or at least the second half of this mission is a bit of an auto-scroller, so I do apologize. But there is stuff that we can do whilst it is auto-scrolling, because essentially we have to defend an area for around 3 minutes. Oh, hello, Don. Goodbye, Don. We're going to be searching... the area that we have to defend. There's a lot of hitman contracts that can actually spawn in around that area. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for those, and hopefully getting some more respect generated for the run so that we can continue. So actually, I have to be careful that I don't crash into anything right now because I have a bomb in my car. We're planning to blow up a part of the police station so that we can store some goods into a truck and steal them. Oh, no, 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 that's not good. You see, I don't want to do any bad crashes like that. Stuff that can make your car spin out into weird and wild ways is very bad when you have a bomb in your car. That's what my dad always used to say anyway. It's famous saying in our family. When you've got a bomb in your car, don't spin out in wild, crazy ways. Okay, so we're about to deliver the bomb to the police station. No! Okay, I got so... No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 this is a soft lock. Please don't soft lock. Okay, it's soft locked. I have to restart the mission, I think. Or not. Okay. Well, it's not a soft lock. That's all I care about. You know what? It didn't work how it was meant to, but it worked. If it's dumb and it worked, it ain't dumb. At least I tell myself that. That was, I'll be honest, was kind of worried because that is a pretty big time loss. It's about I lose 2 minutes if that fails. So sometimes when you get out of a car, sometimes it will like accelerate or decelerate away from you. If it happens in that position, there is a chance that you can't get back into the car, and it's too far away to be considered next to the police station to blow it up, and then the mission times out and you lose the run, and then you curl in a ball and you cry. Or at least that's what I do. Maybe that second part is optional, but it's my preferred method of how to run this game. Just take up the fetal position, try not to cry a lot. You know how it is. You know how it goes. But yeah, again, if there's anything to read out at all, or any reminders about the charity, we've got nothing to do for about 1 minute and 30.
All right. Well, I just want to give a quick reminder to our audience that ESA Summer 21 is raising money for Save the Children. Save the Children works with communities to create safe and creative preschool environments to keep children well fed and healthy, and to take teaching materials into homes so the whole family can support a child's education. You can help give children a future by donating during this event. If you'd like to donate, you can find a link to the donations below the stream. We also have some wonderful prizes that you can donate towards. So get those donations rolling in right now.
Yeah, definitely. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic cause. And obviously, I mean, I've always loved the work that ESA's been doing with Save the Children. I mean, the shirt that I'm wearing right now is actually an ESA 2016 Save the Children shirt. I've been going to ESA now since 2015. 2015 was my first one. So it's been 6 fantastic years. Okay, so we're going to jump on top of this police car and then on top of the truck so that we can get in it instantly. Oh, something that I'm also meant to do. I'm meant to be tracking Bill, because Bill is going to show up in an FBI van, and when he does that, we're going to jump out with an AK-47. And in fact, there he is. There is Bill. So, some of you may have seen the Tarantino film. This is the sequel. It's a lot shorter. There's less Uma Thurman in this one, but only marginally less. Oh, there's a helicopter. Hello, helicopter. Goodbye. Sadly, my follower did not get in my truck in time, so he's just been left behind, which is a little bit sad. I need to be really careful on this mission, just because these FBI vans are actually really relentless. And despite the fact that the truck does have quite high health, like we said earlier... where am I? Okay. Despite the fact that we have quite high health, if the FBI vans are relentless enough, they can damage it enough that they can blow it up. So we really want to make sure that doesn't happen, because that would give me the big sads. The medical term. I'm just looking out. Sometimes on the corner here, there's a hitman contract called Juan, who we can kill with a shotgun, but sadly, he is nowhere to be found now. So when I was talking about relentless FBI vans, it's right now. This is less than ideal. Yeah, look, so you can see my van is already white smoke. That's pretty bad news, because the van is super tanky, but when it gets white smoke, it means that there's not that long left. Thankfully, our mission objective is just this garage up here, so we are fine. As the FBI van rams me straight in there. Blimey. So, now we have this mission called House Call, which is another mission where we have to rely on our AI companion. Now, you may have noticed there's a bit of a theme with this run, in that the AI companions tend to be less than useful, shall we say. In fact, I would go so far as to say downright useless.
I checked out that address Manuel gave us.
But we persevere. We persevere. Okay, so we're going to pick up Dex from the church. There we go. Weirdly, one of the few missions where you don't actually have to wait for like a load screen or anything. Dex just comes straight out the church. Oh, there's a cop car. That's fantastic. So I was gonna rob that gun store. I was gonna rob it, but thankfully, the fact that there's a cop car there anyway means that I don't have to rob it, and I can just steal this dude's, which is nice. during my stream, this is usually where we run a prediction for whether our AI companion will hit the utility pole. So the second half of this mission, we have our AI companion driving us, and he is actually the worst driver of all time, and he very frequently hits a utility pole that is just like, you know, straight in the middle of the road or whatever, which is always really funny. But he's dodged it quite a few times recently, so maybe he'll dodge it this run. We shall see. I don't know if ESA runs predictions at all, but if you wanted to run a prediction for if Dex will hit the utility pole, then yes or no. But I'm not sure if ESA does predictions. I'm not sure. Probably should have cleared that before the run started.
Alright, the mansion's coming up. I got your back. Just make sure I don't get killed, okay? Here we go. Hey, I really appreciate
Okay, so there's a high chance here that Dex dies, and if he does die, this is one of the few times where we actually have to go back and try and revive him. Because if we try and enter this cutscene while he's dead, then the mission ends. It fails, which is weird because not every mission works like that, but this one does. Anyway, this is the AI driving companion section. You're going to notice that I'm going to be utilizing a glitch to rapid fire my rockets. So if I fire a rocket and then change to another gun and then change back to the rockets, it classes as like an instant reload. Whereas usually, so like if I was to fire, my car health is really bad. This might be a fail. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, the usual fire rate is this. So this is without that's without instant swap. But with instant swap, it's kind of hard to get the rhythm, but once you get it, it's pretty good. Yeah, there's a chance here that we do die before we hit the pole. So the pole is coming up. The pole is this pole that I am looking at right now. You must be thinking, surely there's no way he can hit that pole. I regret to inform that Dex has in fact hit the pole. I have no idea why his AI pathing is so poor there. Oh, Dex, please don't kill the run here by dying. I would be very sad if he was to blow up this car by his bad driving. But I think we're good. Crossing my fingers, I think we're good. We are good. Whew. Whew. Oh, sorry. I was paying attention to Twitter on my phone. Sorry. Forgot to skip the cutscene. Again, I'm a very professional speedrunner. I've been doing it now for many years. You can probably tell by how professional I am. So this mission is one of the harder ones. It's a gang take back called Charlestown Warehouse. It's not actually hard until the very end, but the ultimate section of the mission of this stronghold is one of the hardest. So hopefully it goes okay. We shall see. This is also where we're going to find out if you remember that gang pushback that we got earlier. This is where we're going to find out if we... Okay, yeah, so unfortunately, it looks like this run we're going to have 3 gang takebacks, which is really bad, and is a bit of a shame, but never mind. Oh, that guy's got an AK. I want it. So yeah, sadly, we got 2 minutes now of basically doing nothing. And then, like I said, the end section of the run of this mission is really difficult. I'm actually just going to camp out here for the most part and take a small... This is a quick reminder, if anybody's been watching along for the entire run so far, We have now had 2 hours pass, so if you haven't taken a small break to get a drink of water or anything like that, do make sure to get it right now. This is your official hydration reminder. It's very important to stay hydrated. Especially when you've been talking for 2 hours. It's definitely feeling it a little bit in the throat, you know? So I am gonna periodically pop out of my cover here and just thin the herd, because if I don't, then they will cause me issues in the final section of this this stronghold activity. They seem to all be chilling out behind this truck so that I can't get them. Just a little bit of a pain. How many rockets do I have? I have 5 rockets. That's not too bad. Also, I hope you guys like Rainy Mood. I actually really like the rain and thunder sounds in this game. I think they're really soothing. Which is a little bit discordant with the actual gameplay, I suppose, but okay, so this is the part that is hard. So we have to kill 2 people with rocket launchers. And that went through his legs. That one also went through his legs, and I'm gonna die. Okay. Okay, cool game. That's how we're gonna play it, huh? That's how we're gonna play it. Unfortunate is the only thing we can say there, but that's a bit of a 3-minute time loss. But I did warn you, the end of that mission is difficult. I cannot believe both of them went through his legs. Both of them. Unfortunate. Unfortunate is the only term I can describe. Actually, no, there probably is other terms I could describe. I'll refrain from them. Oh, blimey. Okay. It's a very good mission to stay hydrated on, because there's a lot of downtime where we're not actually doing anything. Looks like the AI of the enemies has stopped here briefly. Just let's check out Waluigi's side profile. That is glorious. Thank you guys again for choosing Waluigi. I think he's probably my favorite character. He's my favorite canonical Saints Row character. As we, you know, Saints Row, you've got all your favorites. You got Julius, you got Troy, you got Dex, you got Johnny Gat, you got Waluigi. We got all those characters. I just realized that I've not been thinning the herd like I should be. Okay. That lady just threw a pipe bomb. Please don't do that. Okay, here we go. Try this again. Okay, there's one guy down. And there is 2 guys down. So you can see the variance of the end of that mission can be pretty high. Sadly, we did lose 2 minutes for our troubles. But it's not the end of the world, it happens. We've just got to accept that it is Saints Row. Okay, so now I'm going to do something that's hopefully really, really big brain. So this man has a baseball bat, which I'm going to steal from him. And then Thomas, for some reason, has despawned. That's sad. Okay, no, it ended up not being Big Brain. So I thought I saw Thomas in, but maybe he despawned. Oh, no, there is Thomas. Okay, here we go. So, unfortunately, I do need to kill my gang member here, because if I don't kill my gang member, he will try and kill Thomas for me, which I do not want. Because if he gets the kill credit for Thomas, then we don't, so... Okay, that's a big brain move that can help you. It's something, again, that you have to think about if you can do it on the fly. But that situation has actually happened to me before, which is why I had it in mind. This section of the run is probably like the most consistently hard section of the run. This mission can be really difficult to do correctly. Mostly just because it requires good aim as well as dodging rockets. So those two things combined often cause issues for me. Okay, so that's those guys dealt with. That was honestly pretty fast, because remember again, we are contesting with console aiming here. There we go. Not too bad. Not too shabby. That really that can go pretty badly sometimes if we don't do that correctly. So I did not throw that grenade far enough, and then I fell on the floor. Okay. Okay, not the worst stronghold that's not the worst that's ever gone anyway. But yeah, right now we have a string of four Carnales strongholds that we have to take from them, and they're all pretty difficult in their own way. The one that I'm about to do now is probably the easiest of all of them. But even this one has its issues, because the enemies in this stronghold can use explosive barrels to kill you instantly. It doesn't happen often, but it happens often enough that it scares me that it can happen, so... We shall see how it goes. So specifically, the first barrel to be scared about is that white barrel on the right. But we managed to get past that one just fine. There's not much you can do during this mission to make it go faster. I'm going to blow up that barrel preemptively, because if I don't blow up that barrel, then the enemy does, which ends up being quite bad for my health bar. And just 2 more tags for this stronghold, and we are good to go. I'm going to try and jump over this barrel. I did not, but I tried, and that's what matters. It's the taken part that counts. So this mission is done now. If there's anything to read out, this would be a great time, because I am going to have to do the gang pushback, which is kind of boring, so...
All right, yes, we have a $150 donation from Adion. It says, utilize lots of hope.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. That's crazy.
Yes, thank you so much for that generous donation. Also, I'd like to tell our viewers about some of the prizes we do have that you can donate towards. We have a very cool Bomberman Perler bead sprite that you can put your donation towards. Also, we have the This Is the Run, a custom ESA themed Nintendo Switch Pro controller. And that is a minimum bid of $30 towards Save the Children. And we also have a very, very cool Ratchet & Clank PlayStation 5 bundle. So if you'd like to know more about those prizes, you can look at the links to donate below the stream. Also coming up later today, we do have a Trackmania run that has an incentive where Rasta will actually flip his controller upside down for one track as soon as this incentive is met. The goal is $1,000. We currently have $529.49 for that incentive. We just need $470 more.
That actually sounds crazy. I really hope that gets met. Okay. So I'm not sure if anybody... I'm not sure if you saw, but during that section there, I got really lucky, which is nice for this game, I suppose. But my gang members basically completed the pushback for me without me having to drive over and do it for them, which is really nice. Probably saved, I don't know, probably a good 20 or so seconds, which is quite nice. There's a nice bit of good luck in the run. Maybe the person that donated about the hope, maybe that was the reason why. So just taking a look at my overall respect right now is almost 13, which is a really nice point to be. It's a really nice place to be at this point in the run. So that bodes really well for the later stages of the game. Thankfully, during this mission, we get a small reload of our rockets, because there's a rocket spawn that's on the floor. My controller just... Okay. I thought my controller disconnected there, but I don't think it did. It was just a weird Saints Row bug. I'm just going to travel to the very top of this this weapons plant and place a bomb. If you ask me, the structural integrity, I don't think that bomb really does anything to the structural integrity, so I don't really know why I have to place it, but I guess it's a video game. We hand wave it away. And that is that activity, or sorry, that's that stronghold dealt with. Okay, so now we have the next mission in the run, which is called Green with Envy. And this mission can either go really badly or really poorly. So, hopefully it doesn't go badly. I feel like that should go without saying, but you never know. It's also where we are first introduced... Oh no, I mean it's not first introduced, but it's sort of the first point in the speedrun where you really get to hear Mila Kunis, who did some voice work for this game. I do wish that I had a better car than this. This is a pretty poor car. So I'm not even sure if I should really take this car, to be honest. I'm going to ditch this car. So it's pretty bad. And hope for a better car to spawn. You know what? We'll take a halberd. I like a halberd. I always like these cars because they're clearly meant to be like knockoff Mini Coopers. And I like the Mini. I always think Mini is really cute. I don't have one. I can't drive in real life. But when I learn to drive, I will get a Mini. Okay, so during this section, this is sort of our first properly... We did go here back when we were... doing insurance fraud. But this is the first time that we really sort of spend a lot of time with weapons in the downtown area. So there's a lot of hitmen. Oh, there's a lot of hitmen contracts that we need to watch out for. So do keep an eye on the minimap. I mean, I would say if you see it, shout it out. But obviously, with delay and everything, I wouldn't see it. And also, ooh, okay, yeah, like we're never staying in one place for too long here. So, gonna pick up Mila Kunis. Don't know why her actor is so slow here. She like really leisurely just walks out here. Anytime. Anytime. There we go. So my voice is definitely going. We've got an hour left of the run, so we'll see if my voice holds out. But I can feel it, man. I can feel it in my bones. We'll see how it goes. So these voice lines are they're always in the same order, and they're always at the same tone and cadence. And honestly, they're kind of grating, but it's sort of meant to be what her character is. So we'll give her a pass, but I do like that she directly contradicts herself in her voice lines here.
Stop by friendly fire. I'd like to pick something up for Tony.
Oopsie daisy. I did not take that corner very well.
King really should start listening to Warren.
So King should really start listening to Warren.
That's coming out of your tip. Warren and Anthony are both so clueless.
But Warren and Anthony are both so clueless. I'm not sure how both of those things can be true, but there it is. You heard it from the Mila Kunis's mouth. I missed! In what world was that a miss? Oh no. So this is actually a section where we're gonna try and get dialogue skip. Hopefully we can. We did. Nice. So you can tell that we can get dialogue skip by, like, Tanya's going to get in the limo. So you can see that her dialogue lines are all sort of being played over the top of each other. That's exactly what we want. Because basically when well, to be fair, I knew that we had gotten dialogue skip before that because she exits the shop sooner, which is where the real time save comes from. The fact that she basically goes into the shop and immediately runs out means that you got dialogue skip. Now, sadly, we have one little saint. We have one little saint here who... Oh, wait there. Is that a hitman contract? It is. Okay. This one boy is following me quite heavily, so I'm going to try and take an unorthodox route to try and cut him off. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. It's honestly, it's a 50-50 about whether he can actually make it through there alive or not. I think we're probably fine here. We are not fine here. Okay. Okay, he's really chasing me quite hard. Hopefully doing a big loop-de-loop. Yeah, okay. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Sometimes that can happen if the saints that are following us, sometimes they can be a little bit too persistent and lose us some time. But it's also partially my driving. My driving was not the best during that mission, and that's partially why they were able to keep up to me so closely. So this mission is always nerve-wracking because this final section here, it's very easy to die to these enemies because they all or most of them have revolvers, which are one of the highest damaging guns in the game. Okay. So our next mission is one step ahead, And this mission is quite upsetting, for lack of a better term. So there's a really cool strat that we can do. However, there seems to be a chance that it can softlock, which obviously we don't want in a speedrun. I am going to try the strat once, because if basically if the softlock occurs, then we can just restart the mission. It's fine. Like, you don't lose the run or anything like that. But in my most recent PB of this game, it actually did softlock here, and it's always a bit of a bummer because it's such a cool strat. This strat was actually found by the one and only Dr. T Chops. Don't know if any of you guys are aware of Dr. T Chops. He's a very nice boy.
Stopping those hijackings really fucked things up for the rollers. They got a whole list of cars that they're planning on jacking. Make sure they can't find what they're looking for.
Okay, so basically the objective of this mission is to find a bunch of cars that the rollers want and to destroy them. Now, these cars are actually, there's a few set spawns that they can actually be. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to these set spawns before the rollers get there and blow them up preemptively. Now, you can't actually blow them up as you would any other car because they're coded to be invincible, essentially. But what we can do is turn them on their backs so that when they... That's going to roll over. So that when they do... No, okay, okay, so I'm not gonna bother with that one because it's being naughty. So the softlock, we probably won't softlock because the softlock actually occurs when that one that I just tried to tip over, sometimes it can tip over, but the game never actually registers it as being exploded. So you're just sort of stuck with it being in a non-exploded state. Oh, this is actually kind of bad. I just realized that I didn't change my car, which means I'm stuck with a limousine here, and a limousine is not a fast car. So I'm going to try and change my car at some point. But I don't know if you saw there, so I did have 4 cars left to destroy in the top left-hand corner. But the moment that I exploded one, the counter went instantly to 2. And the reason why that is because of the first car that I tipped on its back with a grenade. So yeah, if everything had gone correctly, please stop being on fire. If everything had gone correctly, that mission would have ended by now because the Jeep would have been on its back and it would have already been exploded. Sadly, we did not get that, but because we did blow it up, its health is going to be fairly low, and we can just blow it up there. So not too bad, not too shabby. We are going to now go back to the church to do the next West Side Rollers mission. And let's have a quick check on my respect. So I've got 11 respect right now. Unfortunately, we've not had great luck with the Hitman, which is a bit unfortunate. If we'd have gotten 1 or 2 more Hitman contracts, our respect would be sitting a little bit prettier, but sadly not today. So what I am going to do, it's probably a bad idea, honestly. I'm going to restock on my ammo. I'm going to buy some of this. I'm going to buy a shotgun, 12 gauge. Refill my SMG. And refill my revolver. Then I'm going to shoot. And the reason why we're going to shoot is because we want a cop car to spawn in. And hopefully that cop car is now empty, which it is. So there's a small fighting section at the end of this mission, which can go poorly. There's a lot of enemies in a small space, which can oftentimes lead to unfortunate circumstances for me. But hopefully it goes okay. I am going to look out, because I think Teresa has a chance to spawn in at the moment. There's a lot of... nope, not her. So whenever there's like a... There's always a chance for certain NPCs to spawn in, but similarly to how cars are spawned into the game, NPCs are also grouped similarly, so that when you start to see certain civilian models spawn into game, there's a higher chance for other civilian models to spawn in. So I am keeping an eye out just in case, because I'd really like to get Teresa right now, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Nope, there she is. Just about. Sorry, Teresa, but that is a lot of respect. Okay, so this combat section, like I said, it's possible to die, but we are good. So sadly, I don't know if you guys remember, but at the beginning of the game, we were talking about Lynn, how she had to infiltrate the West Side Rollers. Sadly, she just died in that cutscene that we skipped, which is a shame, because she's my favorite character in the run. I think, like in the game casually, I think she's she's the coolest informant. Okay, but that is going to be, I'm pretty sure that's quite good for our respect, the fact that we managed to get Teresa there. I'm going to take this tag because it is on the way, and then we are going to kill one of the leaders of the West Side Rollers, called Mr. Sharp. He's going to be pulling up in a car just about now, and we are going to be there with a rocket launcher, much to his chagrin. Okay, good. Okay, so this next mission can be really difficult, because there's a lot of explosions going on, and explosions are very unpredictable in this game. So hopefully everything goes fine, but be prepared for it to not go fine. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's one car done. 2 cars done. 3 cars done. You know what? Okay, I'm on fire. Okay, this was a good mission. A good mission is quite rare on this one, so... Oh, that's not good though. I didn't hit that one entirely. Nice. That was a really nice mission. Okay. Let's take a quick look around for Alan, because Alan has a chance to spawn in here, but he did not, so we're going to take a taxi instead, straight back to the church. And we're going to use that time to briefly hydrate. I don't know, I said that like David Attenborough. And here we have the native speedrunner in his habitat at a marathon. And he is at the drinking pool. I'm quite tired. I don't know if that's at all apparent, but I had to wake up a lot earlier than I usually wake up for this run, because I tend to work a little bit later, but never mind. So this is actually quite a fun mission. I find this mission quite fun. We've got to take down a convoy of West Side Rollers. I am invisible. What? Why am I? What?
It'd be crazy to charge that convoy head on.
What? Okay, whatever. That's never happened. That's never happened. That's so strange. That's neat. So I am aware that there's a glitch that you can do in this game to get that result, but I've never managed to get that result by not doing that glitch. So that's kind of cool that can happen. Just for some reason, it said I was in the car, but I wasn't actually in the car. Very cool. But so yeah, now we're gonna try and take out the West Side Rollers. I really like this mission because you get the chance to show off your aiming skills, your rocket aiming skills. Now, I'll be honest, I don't have the best rocket aiming skills in the business, but it is fun when you can get a few good snipes. So we shall see if I am able to get a few. Wesley. Oh, it went straight through the goalposts. Okay. So sadly, if the rollers are too close to my car, I don't want to use my rocket launcher because the explosion radius will damage my car. And even though most of the time you're fine in this mission, if you get unlucky, Julius's poor driving. Okay, so remember when I was talking about not rocketing things close to me? Sadly, I'm not sure if you saw that because it was kind of hard to tell, but there was a bit of car debris that got kicked up, and sadly, it was right next to my car, and it damaged my car. And now I've got half health, which is sad. Unfortunate would be the words I would use. Also, I've got cops on my tail. Please leave. Nice. Nice. The thing is, I don't know if I can. You can't really call it a snipe. Oh, that was almost a snipe. You can't really call it a snipe if I'm firing off that many at a time, but very nice. Very nice. I like that mission a lot. It's fun to shoot rockets, and also just it's fun to play around with the rapid fire rocket glitch. Because you only ever get to use it when you've got an AI companion that's driving for you. So it's fun to mess around with it. Okay, so now we have the finale of the Los Canales. I keep saying the Los Canales. Don't say that. It's just Los Canales. Now we have the finale of the Los Canales. This is a really fun mission, but it's very difficult. This is probably the single hardest individual strat in the game, is to get a quick cycle. To get a quick cycle for killing the boss here. But we've got a pretty long drive before I get there, so if there's any donations, this would be a good time, or if there's anything else to read out.
All right, we have a $25 donation from Golden Axe. No comment, but thank you so much for that generous donation.
Thank you.
And we are still accepting bids for the Trackmania and Trackmania 2 runs later today, where for one, Rasta will flip his controller upside down for one track as soon as the incentive is met. The goal is $1,000, and we are currently sitting at $529.49. So if you'd like to get your donations in for that, you can find them in the links below the stream. So get those donations rolling in now.
Yeah. I just realized I haven't stretched in a while. Never good. sadly, I can't, get up and stretch, but... Okay, so this is the strat that I was talking about. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to try and shoot the plane early with an AK-47. That's to sort of it's to butter up the plane, because we need to blow it up with 2 rockets if possible. The reason why this is hard, or the reason why this strat ends up being quite hard, is because the route that Dex takes is never consistent. He takes, he roughly takes the same route every time, but it's never the same position, which means there's not really a consistent setup, sadly, for this trick that we're going to try and pull off here. But we're going to try and essentially do a double rocket glitch before... No, you see, I was too high, way too high. Okay, we got 1 at least. We got 1. We might be able to get the second. Okay, we got it. That's okay. So it's not the best result, not the best one, but the fact that we got it at all is decent. It's very, very hard to pull that off. So the fact that we got it at all was nice. But you can, if you are super quick with your double rockets, if you're super quick, then you can kill him before he even, goes around that corner. So, thankfully, at the end of that mission, this car is basically a set spawn. Sometimes it doesn't spawn in, but most of the time it does. And this is one of the... I don't know if you guys remember the chop shop activity that we did earlier. We've got a second chop shop activity, which takes place in Chinatown, and we're going to go deliver this car there because it's a decent chunk of respect. So from this point on, towards the end of the game, we have 15 missions left, and I've currently got... I've got 8 respect, but it's almost 9 respect. So we're looking pretty decent, to be honest, because we're about to deliver 2 cars. About to deliver 2 cars, so this is the first one. In it goes. And that should take us to about halfway through 9. And then we're going to quickly go over to... oh, what's gone on here? My car is mounting the other car. We're going to go to the garage here, because one of the cars that we get as a reward for progressing through the story missions, this car just so happens to be a car that we can actually dump at the chop shop. So again, similar to the previous chop shop activity, we only take in the cars that are actually set spawns, because doing ones that are not set spawns can cause issues. Technically, if you were lucky enough, for example, it can't happen, but for example, if a sports car called Natriazzoni was going by on the streets here, then I would definitely pick it up and modify it and turn it in, because it's a big chunk of respect, but the chances of it happening are so low that it's just sort of not worth thinking about, really. Okay, I am on the floor. This is one of the harder strongholds, just because of the sheer amount of enemies, but we do ignore most of them. Sometimes, so the weapons that they can use in this mission are random, and if we get unlucky and the weapons that they use are strong weapons, then we can lose a lot of health. But thankfully, the weapons that they were using here are pretty weak, so we're all fine. But yeah, we have to rescue our homie, and then take out the pimp at the top of the dungeon. A dungeon? At the top of the police station. Oh, that's not good. There we go. Not entirely sure how I missed him that many times, but... Oh, that's not good. So the fact that she just damaged me does give me cause for concern. Okay, it's fine. So we... Get out of the way. We had to... She's blocking the door. I couldn't get past. What was I saying? I can't remember. She ruined my train of thought. I'm blanking. I completely forgot what I was talking about. Okay, we're going to jump over this fence here for another tag. And we've already... So this is usually the area where Jose is most likely to spawn. But we actually have already gotten him right now, so that means that during this mission there's not going to be much to do. You're just going to have to wait for the enemies to roll in, and then we sort of kill them one by one.
The rollers have been taking a lot of interest in a receiving station in the truck yard. Go and check it out. But be careful. Who knows what they're up to.
Yeah, this is sadly one of the less active missions. Although I'm getting lit up by those two guys. Blimey, their aim was true. Thankfully, I've got 3 tacos. Oh my god, I didn't realize I had 3 tacos. I'll take a taco. Actually, to be fair, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion in chat at all. But I would say, in my opinion, burritos are greater than tacos. By far. Just in my opinion. I don't know about you guys, but I always find it's much harder for a taco to like contain the foodstuffs that you're filling it with. Maybe maybe I'm just making tacos wrong. As you can tell, this mission is riveting. So riveting that we have moved on to taco burrito discourse. But there really, unfortunately, isn't anything to do to speed this up. We just gotta chill out, wait around for a minute and a half for the enemies to roll in and periodically shoot them. I can even do it one-handed. Like, I mean, just going back to taco burrito discourse, I'm not saying tacos are bad. I don't think they're bad. I like tacos. I'm just saying, if I've got the choice of something that's going to hold all of my meat and stuff safely in a nice little cozy package, you know, in my opinion, tacos are like the chaotic evil, sort of. Actually, no, not chaotic evil. It'd be like chaotic good. Whereas burritos are clearly lawful good. It's a little bit disappointing, honestly, these kind of missions, because they do pop up a lot in this run. It's a bit disappointing because I feel like it's a my shipping container just disappeared. I think it's a little bit disappointing because I think the concept of defending an area is not necessarily uninteresting. The problem is that the rate at which the enemies sort of flow into the area you're defending is way too slow for it to actually be challenging, which is where most of the frustration, I think, comes from for me for this level, or these levels. What we are going to do here is do a carefully placed rocket into the cab right there to take it down. And then we're going to rocket ourselves. Intentional. The reason why we're doing that is because it's a death warp, which is really close to the next mission. And this is actually my favorite mission in the entire game. So the whole concept of this mission is obviously we are the 3rd Street Saints. But what we try and do during this mission is try and trick... Gonna try and trick the city into thinking that the Vice Kings are causing trouble. The reason we're doing that is because the Vice Kings and the police have got a sort of, you know, shady deal sort of set up where the police turn a blind eye to what the Vice Kings are doing. Now, we're gonna blow up so much stuff that the police can no longer turn a blind eye to it, basically. That's the concept. Well, I thought I had a 5-0. That's entirely my bad. I just lost about 20 seconds for no reason. not a problem, but I thought I had a police car in my garage, but I do not. Something that I think is quite cool about this mission, and in fact, what I am going to do is I'm going to track Billy Bob because he can spawn in during this mission. Something that I think is really cool about this mission is that you can actually do it non-sequentially. And it ends up being faster non-sequentially. The game doesn't actually, I mean, it's a bit of a, you could maybe say it was a bug because the game doesn't offer the mission to you non-sequentially. It's just the fact that all of the objectives are there to be taken before the mission properly starts. So what we're going to do, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the ultimate objective of this mission and clear it first with a cheeky grenade to the statue. Is that going to hit? Nope, it's not going to hit. It did hit. Okay. I wasn't sure because it was tipping so slow. It was tipping so slowly. I wasn't actually sure. I am going to shoot that police officer though. The reason why I'm shooting that police officer is because I want a 2-star wanted level. So if I can get a quick boost to my wanted level, it's going to save some time. So I mean, like technically the first objective of this mission is to get two wanted stars. And my car is on its side. But what we're going to do is shoot that lady because she is an objective. And then we are going to shoot this lady because she is also an objective. Now, despite the fact that we don't have 2 wanted stars already, it still works. In fact, I'm going to shoot this police officer here as well because that's going to really boost my wanted level. There we go. So there we go. Now we have 2 wanted stars, and we get like the. So he says there, the first thing we're going to do is torch a couple of stores. But we've already done that, so we don't actually have to do it when he says it. Now this is the only objective that we actually do in the correct order. Is we knock over some like a bowling ball statue, or sorry, a bowling pin statue. And we're also going to pick up 2 graffiti tags on the way as well. Sometimes you can get really like, oh, sorry, yeah, keep going.
Sorry, Joe. We have a pretty important donation here. We have a $10 donation from Madov that says burritos are better than tacos.
Definitely.
I'm gonna have to agree.
Yep. Johnny, get in the car. Okay. Johnny, get in the car. There we go. I love the AI for this game. It's just a wonder to behold. Well, I'm glad the taco burrito discourse, something good came from it rather than me just filling for time. I should have started an impromptu bid war. That's how to get the donations rolling in. Okay, so now the last objective here, which for some reason I didn't go over the top of that barrier. But fine. So we're going to get in this bulldozer. Now this bulldozer is what we would have destroyed the statue with. But the moment that we get in the bulldozer, the game checks to see if the statue is destroyed. It says, yes, it is. And the mission ends. Which is nice. So now we are going to call up a taxi to the next mission. I'm sorry if the water drinking is audible, but my throat's hurting. Let's go. So let's go here to my home. Now, usually I would get a car out, but I'm honestly a little bit unsure if it saves time over just running to the next objective, so I'm going to run. Because even though obviously running is a lot slower than a car, the fact that I don't have to, you know, go through the menu system to get the car and then turn the corner and everything, I think it probably works out a little bit faster. Okay, so let's have this is a small AI section where they're going to do the driving for me, so I can take stock. So I have 7 respect right now, and in terms of missions left in the game, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 missions left. So I need 2 more bars of respect in full. So we're going to look out for them. Look out for hitman contracts that we can potentially fulfill. And there's a few tags that we can pick up as well. This is another mission where we're going to abuse the rapid fire rocket glitch, because it is good and fast.
Okay, we're coming up on one of the meetings. You sure you know how to handle that?
Hopefully my aim is true. Especially the next shot. The next rocket shot is really difficult because you have to weave it through like a bunch of trees for it to hit correctly. But let's see if we can get it.
I'll get that bad boy ready. There's a meet up ahead.
Let's give it a go. Nope, did not get it.
Time to say hello to Stillwater's finest.
That's okay. It doesn't really lose that much time. Maybe loses like a second or two. I'm fine with losing a second or two. I think if you ever do choose to learn Saints Row, you have to be fine with losing at least a second, because you're going to be losing several minutes at many points during the run. Oh, what? That first shot I thought was accurate, but it was not. Blowing up those cars before they have a chance to ram into me. Even though the quotas don't deal any damage with firearms, they do ram into your car, which really drastically lowers your car's health. So you want to kill them as soon as possible if you can.
Payoff is going. What do you say we crash their little meeting?
Okay, got everyone there. That's nice. Okay, that car just that car just disappeared into the ether. Don't worry about it. Just standard Saints Row stuff. Okay. And that's pretty much the mission done. We do have to be a little bit careful because there's a lot of enemies here. Okay, here we go. That's fine. It was a little bit nerve-wracking, but it ended up being okay. I'm not sure why the enemies are being so relentless. They're usually not this relentless here. Okay, and that is the mission. Nice. Wait. I know that we weren't meant to read chat, and I've not been reading much chat, but I just saw a message from Kolash64 in the chat. And that just happens to be the one, the only, the famed Joe Mama. It is my mama. Thanks, Mum. So unfortunately, this gang war that we have now is one of the worst gang wars that you can possibly get. But we got it at a decent-ish time, so it's fine. Honestly, it can be a lot worse. we go. There's that guy. I just need one more guy who is hiding beneath the tracks right now. Oh, he's been killed. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not sad that he's been killed, but... I need a car. This is quite slow. This is one of the worst gang wars that you can really get. Just because the enemies are sort of spread all over. There's no really quick way to go between them all. But still, not too shabby. Also, there is a side benefit. There is a side benefit of getting this gang war, and it means that we spend more time in downtown, which technically means longer... Oh. It technically means longer amount of time for the hitman contract that we want, the Billy Bob, gives him longer to show up. But it does not look like he's going to spawn in this run. He's not going to be kind. That's okay. This mission, this stronghold, is fairly simple. We're just going to go around blowing up a bunch of cars for like the next 2 minutes. So if there's anything to read out, now would be a good time.
Yes, of course. We have a $35 donation from Farinir that says, "You're a madman. Clearly tacos are superior. You just can't beat the crunchiness." And with that, I'm actually going to be handing over the mic to Tiny Tim, who will be hosting the rest of your run.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's been such a
pleasure.
Thank
you.
Hello there, folks. How are we doing? How are we getting on, Joe?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Very good, thank you. My name is TinyTim78. I'm going to be the host for the next part of the run here. Please keep those donations coming in. Remember, all your donations go towards Save the Children. We've raised $15,893. Can we reach 16 by the end of this run? I don't know. Can we? Let's see if we can.
Yes, we can. Like Bob the Builder. If there's one thing Bob the Builder taught me, it was that yes, we can. Okay, so thankfully this mission did not softlock. There is a high chance for this mission to softlock, funnily enough, but you can always tell if it's going to softlock because the top layer... It's almost time for your Saints Row party. What? What is that? I am being genuinely honest. I have no idea what that means. I have literally zero idea what that is. Thankfully, so this car that we're trying to blow up now, they can take a bunch of different routes that are possible, and they actually gave us the best route possible, so that's quite nice. I don't know what the Saints Row party is. I'm sorry, like that's an Xbox 360. So it's like a Xbox notification. I'm not sure what that is, I'll be honest. But hey, I mean, let's have a Saints Row party, guys. Why not? I mean, Xbox thinks it's about time that we had one, so why not? Okay. So there's a lot of fighting in this stronghold, but it's mostly standard because even though there's a lot of enemies, we sort of deal with them sequentially. There's no real danger of being like bursted like there is in some other strongholds. But nice, that was a pretty good mission overall. That's actually, I just say that's a best split. That's the fastest I've ever done that mission, believe it or not.
So the reason why that's mostly a best split though is not because my combat was fast. It was actually because we ended the last mission so close to the final zone, like to where we would pick up that zone. Oh no, actually, I'm meant to be calling a taxi right now. Meant to be calling a taxi. Let me do that. If it's in the city, we'll get you there. Just while we're waiting for the taxi to come get us, I'm going to go take this tag. Thank you, officer. Oh, not officer. I don't know. Taxi man. So now we're going to go and travel to Price's mansion. Despite the fact this is a bit of an unassuming mission, because most of the time, this mission goes just fine. However, there's a chance that the enemies, as we try and drive away, are really unkind, and there's a chance that they just like completely block us in. And if that happens, it might be bad news bears. But we shall find out. And the reason why it's such a problem is because we're going to get this is the fastest car in the game, the Atrazoni, but the health on the Atrazoni is really low. So you need to be really, really careful that, you know, it doesn't take any damage or doesn't take... See, stuff like that is really bad. No, no. Okay, remember when I said it was an unassuming mission? That's why. That's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate is the only word for it, I'm afraid. Okay, so let's just try that again. But this time, with feeling. Also, I just realized I called it an Atrazoni. It's just an Atrazoni. Wow. Streamer doesn't even know the names of the cars of the game he's played for several hundred hours. Words are hard, man. If there's one thing we can agree on, tacos and burritos aside. Oh, don't do that, sir. No, no, none of this. None of this, please. That man has a rocket launcher. That man has a rocket launcher, I repeat. Okay, I am forgiven. Easy. I was never worried, not even for a second. Okay. Oh, I did a mistake. I meant to get this... I meant to take this before I drove past it. That's a shame. Oh! My doorbell is going. I hope my partner is awake. Because otherwise, I'm a bit busy. Okay. So, this mission, we have to kill people as quick as possible. This is actually one of the hardest missions to stay alive in, because there's just the sheer amount of enemies in such close quarters often leads to your health sort of evaporating very quickly. We've had a pretty good first two objectives so far. Oh no, he hit me before I hit him. I just got pistol whipped. Okay. Okay, it's not too bad. My health is looking a little bit worse for wear, but I don't think we're in any real danger of dying. I said I don't think we're in any real danger of dying. Oh! Hide behind the door until the mission ends. Okay. Okay, we were in some danger of dying. Oh. I just shouldn't talk. Everything I say just jinxes myself. I just shouldn't talk.
Sorry to interrupt. We do have an important donation when you've got a minute.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Okay, we have received $107 from Winnie. Who says, "Here's to 16K. With that, we are now met $16,000 raised for Save the Children. Thank you so much indeed for all your generous donations." We've also received $5 from T-Pat, who says, "If everyone who can give $5 would do so, we would overshoot the 16K mark by far. So chat, can we get a $5 donation train going?" Well, we've already met the 16K, but keep going.
Yes.
Every dollar counts towards Save the Children. Thank you so much indeed for your amazing donations.
Definitely, no. Thank you so much, everyone. It's amazing stuff. So this mission is very, very scary. Because this man that I'm following right now, he is throwing pipe bombs out the back of his truck. Now, I never did that good in science when I was in school, but I'm fairly confident that if you add a pipe bomb to a car, tends to not go too well for the car. Or at least that is what I am led to believe. Looks like we're mostly doing all right though. He's only got a little bit extra health that we need to get rid of. Unfortunately, my car is smoking. Oh, just about squeaked in there. Just about. Not too shabby. So now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 missions left. We're gonna go take this tag here. A, B, Y, L. And usually you can't really call the taxi on the highway, but for some reason, during this specific place, you can. Which is really nice for us. What we're going to do is we're going to take this to our house, take this taxi to our house, even though it's not that far of a distance. The really good thing about it is the fact that we now get an Atrazoni for the next mission. Okay, so the last gang war of the game will be Humboldt Park. That's honestly not that bad. It's one of the more common ones that we do get towards the end of the run, so it's fairly standard. Is that? Oh, is that Richard? I can't see. Is that Richard? That was Richard. There we go. Okay, so now we actually have enough respect to finish the run, which is really nice. It's really nice that we have that guarantee. It's really nice to have that guarantee because now we don't have to waste any time taking extra tags that we might have to do otherwise. But yeah, so the reason why we took a taxi to our house is to get this bad boy sports car, which is very fast. It's the fastest car in the game. This car is actually so fast that if you add nitros to it, it doesn't even gain speed, and it's that fast. The speed stat of cars maxes out at 100, and this one already has it, so. Oh. Have a small stretch. Ooh, that was almost bad. I crashed into the ambulance, and an ambulance is a heavier vehicle than an Atrazoni, so there's a chance when that happens that the Atrazoni just stops dead. Thankfully, that did not happen. But let's go pick up Ben King. So this man is actually he was an enemy for most of the game, but he turns to our side because so he was the big leader of the Vice Kings, but his lieutenants turned on him, and he comes to us for help because he used to know the gang leader of the Saints, Julius. These two used to know each other, and they actually used to be in the same gang, but no more. It is the lovely voice of the unfortunately late Michael Clark Duncan. He's got a fantastic voice, and his voice work in this game is pretty stellar. Okay, let's see where we're at. Okay, that's actually really good. So Warren tipped over immediately. Wait. Okay, so Warren tipped over immediately and died. However, one of the gang members threw a grenade and tipped him back over. But it's fine.
So long, Warren. Thanks for your help, son. Now,
I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. Okay, so there's only a few more missions left. There is, after this mission, there is 3 standard gang war missions, or sorry, three standard missions about the gangs, and then the credits play, but then there are 3 epilogue missions that we need to finish as well. So 6 missions left in the run. It's been a pretty decent run so far. I am going to come. I am going to say that I am going to be very vastly underestimate. I'm not trying to jinx myself, but I will be vastly underestimate. So we did get, this run is really, really good. Might want to contact the other runner who is ahead of me, just to let them know that their run might be a little bit sooner. Or at least, would be scheduled sooner. It doesn't matter if they're late, I suppose, but...
alright, let's get this shit started right. One of the safe houses is at the north end of town. Come on, man.
The current pace is about... I don't know. About 3 hours 35, I would say. 3 hours 30. Like it's a pretty damn good run, all things considered. I know it might not seem like it, but because of the variance of Saints Row, there's been some things that have gone really bad and some things that have gone really good that have actually sort of caught us back up. I'm about 6 minutes behind my PB, so yeah. So probably like 25 minutes underestimate, which is a vast amount. Which is a bit of a, it's a bit of a nightmare for the scheduling team. As someone who has run marathons in the past, it's actually not a good thing to be that far underestimate, although it might seem like it from an outsider's point of view. So for this mission, I have to lead these people into a gang. I need to lead these gang members into a police ambush. That's actually makes no sense to me though, because the police. I think it would make sense if you were leading them into a police ambush for them to be arrested. But I'm actually going to I don't usually let this cutscene play out. I'm going to let it play out. For some reason, the police blockade is literally just them dying. So it's like, if that's all the police are going to do, why couldn't I have done that? It's a very, very strange mission. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why that works in that order, but hey ho. We just complete the game as normal. Okay, get these guys to follow me. Another reason why my estimate was so high as well is because when I actually submitted the game, the Hitman route that we're currently doing had only just been found. And it's actually a lot faster than... Like, when I originally submitted, I actually submitted with the estimate of 4 hours, 20 minutes. One, because of the 420 meme, and two, because that was actually genuinely how long my runs were sort of being around the time. But as we've sort of refined the Hitman mission, I decided to take 20 minutes off that. But honestly, could probably, I could have safely taken off another 15, I think, and it would have been fine. I wouldn't want to take off more than 15 because the chances that stuff can go wrong in this game are pretty high. And when they do go wrong, you lose several minutes at a time. So if I had had a poor run, like if I'd have failed a bunch of missions, it could have easily worked its way up to the closer to the estimate. Okay, but this is the last kind of guy that we need to move into the police blockade. I've got an itchy nose. The next mission after this is a really standard gang take back, so if there's anything that you need to read out, now would be a good time.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We have received $5 from Mr. Goodbites, who says $5 donation train to 17,000? Question. Well, let's see, folks. We've already made 16,000 for Save the Children. Let's keep going. Remember, all your donations do go towards one of our fabulous, getting you into the draw for our fabulous prizes. It's a cumulative bid, so every donation you give to Save the Children does put you in for those. We've got the Bomberman Perler, a bead sprite. We've got This is the Run custom ESA themed Nintendo Switch Pro controller. We've got 2 ViewSonic monitors, and of course the biggie, the PlayStation 5 bundle with Ratchet and Clank. $50 minimum bid on that, but as I say, it is cumulative throughout the marathon. So please get those donations in. Thank you very much indeed.
Awesome. Okay, so this mission is... it can go really well if my aim is true. If my aim is bad, then it can take really long. We'll see which one it is. I feel like my setups for the rocket shots that I'm about to pull off are pretty solid. So I would say that more often than not, I will have correct aim here. Wait, where's the last guy? He's there. Okay, so that might mess up my setup here. Yeah, I was a little bit confused there. But never mind, we got it on the second hit. No, we did not get it on the second hit, we got it on the third hit. That's fine. Okay, so now the second person... Where did that come from? I have no idea. I have no idea where that grenade came from. I killed everyone on the roof. Right? Like, no one was shooting at me. I just got, like, phantom pipe bombed. I have no... So remember when I was saying that, like, Saints Row can just... you can lose several minutes at a time? That's about 1.5 minutes lost. From something that, as far as I'm aware, I had 0 control over. Everyone on this roof is dead. Every single person on that roof is dead. If it happens again, just cry. I don't know. Okay. Let's concentrate. Oh, he swerved. Why did the van swerve? Okay, I recovered it pretty well. Then another one should come in from the left. Ah, I was a little bit too late. Oh, I'm definitely late on that one. Okay, just about got it. And then there's one more. Gonna guess there. Oh, I was just a little bit outside of where I needed. Okay, my aim is now terrible. Wait. Did that car not blow up? Okay. That's alright, it's my bad. I thought I'd ended the mission. I thought that car was on fire. Okay, there we go. Ow. Actually, you know what we should do? Oh no, don't die. Don't die. I want to do something. This is a very important speed strat, actually. It's going to require a lot of skill to pull off. Legends have been told about whether this speed strat actually works or not. In my opinion, it definitely works. There we go. Now we're definitely Waluigi. We've even got a we've got a purple and white hat. That's really important to the run, by the way. That's some top tier AI manipulation that you'll see that come into effect later on. You won't. I'm sorry. I wasted 30 seconds for putting on a hat. But I can't be stopped. I'm a madman. Gone mad with power. Okay, so this is actually the last. This is the last gang mission of the run. I'm gonna hope for dialogue skip here. So I don't know if it might have been quite hard to hear, depending on if that came through or not. But whenever the people in my car are talking, they're talking over each other, and that means that we got dialogue skip. It's really, really important that we do that, because this is one of the few missions where it's actually really important. The rest of the mission, though, is actually just a straight-on drive, so if there's anything to read out, now would be a good time.
Ah, perfect timing. I was just about to ask. We have a very special donation here. I know who this is from. This is from Mama Joe. $40. Just says, well done, Joe.
Hooray.
Thank you very much.
The famed Joe Mama. It's the one everyone talks about. But no, thank you. I love you, Mum. My mum always donates during my marathon runs, and I couldn't be more grateful to have the support. She is a fantastic woman. So the dialogue skip that I was talking about earlier, the reason why that comes in helpful here is because it makes Stefan's fear meter, it makes it go up faster. That's actually not good, the fact that I got spun around there, but it's fine. So yeah, it hurts your ears. It definitely hurts the ears to hear all the dialogue play at the same time. But it is faster by about 20 or 30 seconds. It's actually a really, if you can get dialogue skip there, it's really, really good.
I like to be positive. What then? My kind of plan.
The first thing we gotta do is clear a path to the elevator.
Okay, let's go. So this is one of the hardest sections of the run. I would, if I had to rate in terms of combat situations, I'm not sure why that man just got set on fire. I'm not sure why that man just got set on fire, but if I had to rate combat situations, this is probably the hardest section of the run. There is a bunch of hyper-aggressive ladies. There's a bunch of hyper-aggressive ladies right at the end of the... through that doorway over there. And, you know, providing that I actually do it correctly, you won't actually see how hyper-aggressive they are. Oh no, that man is alive. Okay, yeah, so my health is low. Let's eat a taco. Okay. Yep, my followers... Okay, so that... Let's just say I was doing it to demonstrate for you guys, but that is just how dangerous those ladies are. They are really, really strong. It's very easy to die there. Luckily, we had a taco, which is really nice. And so before we can finally hit, that's the last gang war, or sorry, that's the last mission of the game regarding the gangs. No, I don't want that. I want this one. However, we still have one more gang pushback to go before we can officially call it done and dusted. So... Fortunately, this is one of the worst gang pushbacks you can actually get, just because there's so many enemies, and they're all really far apart. It's just got to cruise around. Unfortunately, there is no faster. There's no faster way to get where we're going. Sadly, it's a shame actually, because if any of you are familiar with Saints Row 2. One thing that they like, me personally, I do prefer Saints Row 1 over 2. But one thing that they worked on really well for Saints Row 2 was the sort of the connectivity of the map, and it becomes a lot nicer to traverse a lot of places, because there's a lot of places in this game that get sort of cut off by walls that you would hope are not there. But never mind. We have to deal with what we do. So in Saints Row 2, for example, this area that I am the area that had the last amount of gang members is actually conjoined onto this area with the gang members. So if we had got this gang pushback in Saints Row 2, it'd be a lot quicker. Sadly, it is not. Okay, so that's the first set of credits. It's just triggered there, but it is not the end of the game. Still got a little tiny bit until the end of the game.
This is Chief Monroe. If you want
I would like a fast car. A Destiny is fine. We'll take a Destiny. What? It got me out of the car again. Weird. Okay.
There's a mayoral campaign going on, and I want one of the candidates taken off the ballot. Marshal Winslow is in his campaign bus right now, and he has an appointment with the northbound.
Okay, so what that man... Oh, I didn't realize he had more lines. Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. AI man.
Don't disappoint me. Julius is counting on you.
So what that man said there is essentially what we have to do. We have to go and... There's someone who's campaigning for mayor. However, another person who is campaigning for mayor is paying us off to basically kill him off. And we're going to do that by hijacking his campaign bus and parking it on the train tracks. This mission can go really wrong. We're going to try and essentially do what... It's essentially a hit and run. We're going to try to rocket the bus and kill the driver instantly, and then hijack the bus. It's generally the way things go. However, sometimes the driver can actually survive the initial rocket shot, but we're good. So yeah, if the driver survives the initial rocket shot, it's bad news bears. Let's go park this on the train tracks. Okay. Thankfully, the bus is quite similar to the other big cars in this game, in the sense that it destroys smaller cars that if you ram into them.
I know you're getting towards the end, but we do have some donations. You've got a moment.
Yep, no, this is a perfect time.
Okay, we've received, I'm going to try and do it justice, $5 from Waluigi. Waluigi #1! Thank you very much indeed.
Very good.
We also have received Lie Malicious donates an amazing $100. Thank you
Whoa.
so much. And says, partner donation from the next room over. Congratulations on your run. I'm very proud of you and grateful you didn't wake me up. Smile.
Oh, that's good. I mean, honestly, I thought I've been quite loud. I thought I was actually in for a telling off after the run. But no, thank you. Lie Malicious is my partner, and she's very nice.
And finally, we have a $50 anonymous donation without any comment. But thank you so much for all your amazing donations. We've now raised $16,205 for Save the Children. So please keep them coming in.
Amazing. Okay, so this is sort of the last mission of the last real mission of the run. Technically, there is 2, but this is the last one where we actually do anything. So we have to go and get a vehicle, first of all.
We only get one chance at this, so we can't fuck this up. Once we hit
Essentially, this mission, we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff with explosives. Now, this mission is very difficult in the sense that whenever you're playing in this game with a bunch of explosives, it's very prone to going wrong because, I mean, to be fair, I think the main problem with explosives is they either do 2 things. They either, 1, set you on fire. Like, if the explosives don't hit you, they hit something else nearby you and set you on fire. Or if they hit you, you do not get the chance to fight back because it either instant kills you or your body starts to ragdoll and you can't do any response. So whenever there's a bunch of rockets flying around, lots of explosions, car explosions, etc., it's always bad news for the player. But hopefully we can see it on through. Apparently we can't drive though. Just make a quick way through here. I said quick way through here, not slow way through here. I'm actually curious how much rocket ammo I actually have at the moment, because I am also going to be contributing to the explosions with my rockets.
Take this. When the funeral procession comes into view, take out Monroe. He'll be the one in the cop car.
Let's have a look. We're going to leave Dex behind briefly. Oh, I've got 10 rockets. That's actually really good. Having 10 rockets here is really nice. Although for some reason my rockets seem to be phasing through this police car. Okay, I'm going to try and keep my distance as much as possible here to prevent any shenanigans. Okay, that's that done. So now we have to make sure that we don't get shot. Dex, get in here quickly. Thank you. Okay, we're on decent luck here because a lot of the time the FBI can mess you up like they are doing to me now. Also, my car is smoking, which is concerning. Honestly, the right play to make here might be to switch to another FBI vehicle. But we're going to keep it going. We're going to, you know, why would we try and play it safe? Why not just try and go fast? But I do need to be careful, because if I get, like, rammed from behind with any amount of force, it's probably going to explode my car. But we need to really quickly get to the Forgive and Forget. This cop car is really skeeving me out. He's really scaring me because he's following me really closely. Here's the Forgive and Forget. Here's the Forgive and Forget, I said. Let me in. No, 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 do not explode now. Okay, we're in. Okay, so that's the last mission of the game properly, but it's not where we call time. So time is coming up in about 30, 40 seconds.
Personally, I've always thought you and I could have a much healthier relationship. Now, we had a rocky start, yes, but why don't we fix that? Come over to my fundraiser tonight. Julius will be there, and between the three of us, I'm sure we can work something out.
Okie doke. Apparently I am forgiven. So, and time. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. It's about 7 minutes off of world record. So it's, you know, not the greatest run ever, but I'm pretty happy with how it went.
GG.
Thank you very much. That is Saints Row. I don't really have anything to say other than a huge thanks to Caster and Cadnaz for really supporting my streams for this game, and sort of, you know, doing it. And I've been brought a fantastic gift. An absolutely fantastic gift. I'm really happy that this is the case, because I was a little bit concerned that there would be the chance to I was a little bit concerned that oh no, he's touching my face. I feel like if you have ferrets, they should be shown at ESA. That is my decree from here on out. So if anybody owns ferrets and they're ever doing a run, these are my three boys, Pikmin, Nero, and Atreus. Shout outs to those guys because they're nice and cute. But yeah, that's all from me. If you had anything else you wanted to say, then go for it. But other than that, thank you so much for having me, ESA, and I hope that we raise a lot of money and the rest of the marathon's really good. Okay, you can.
Oh, no. First off, amazing ferrets. Absolutely fantastic. They are absolutely gorgeous. I hope everybody likes them as much as I do. I'm just watching them here, climbing all over you. That was an amazing run, Joe. Thank you so much indeed. Before you go, we do have a final donation for you. Yep. We have Pyro Grunt with $10, $5 for Saints Row. I've had so much fun playing this series. Also a belated $5 for Tim's Dizzy Run from yesterday. So thank you so much, Pyro Grunt, for that generous donation. And thank you to everybody who's donated and watched this amazing run. I'm going to leave Joe to his ferrets now. And we are going to be going to a quick intermission. And also, folks, just be aware we will be restarting the stream, okay? So stay tuned. We'll be back after an intermission and a quick restart with something very special coming up. So don't go away.
Awesome.
Have you checked out speedrunstore.com yet? 100% of the proceeds during ESA Summer will be donated to Save the Children, including the proceeds from the fabulous event hoodie and shirt shown on stream right now. speedrunstore.com.
to Boston. Lives in a world she's lost in. Victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes.
At the peak, you're in your prime. 4 buttons on a hill to climb. It's just a box, how hard could it be? Getting to the top never comes for free. You gotta put yourself to the test, or are you gonna fail like the rest? Take control, every button pressed. Stay determined to be the best. You gotta spread your legs and fly. Like a box up in the sky. Legs of candy, legs of wood. Hopping all through the neighborhood. Be the hero, never stop. Make your way up to the top. It could be in or it could. But first you gotta get good.
I literally asked ESA staff if there was some way I could track the donation counts. They helped me out, and here it is. Now, well, yay? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Where am I at? Oh my goodness gracious. What are you all doing? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh
no.
my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my good.
Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious, and I will not get that. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
You know what? This game is dumb. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. These swaps. Oh my goodness. Yay. Oh my goodness. Who just donated? Oh my goodness. I have no rings. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did we really go back there? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So many good things. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. No. Oh goodness. Oh my.
Enemy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm like, what? I don't know what this even is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey,
oh my
swatting here.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's not go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Mythical.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my Oprah Winfrey. You know what? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my
$24.
goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. 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 I'm so happy. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you all. Oh my
Chat has
goodness.
been-
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Of course, time is coming up. Right? About now.
She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue.